David, we're live with Week in Review. God bless. Wish everyone have a good week, good things. So good to be back. Got an exciting program for everybody today. So the debate, Daniel and modern day debate has been confirmed. I have made a slideshow preparation, so we'll go over that. And I'm not sure if we'll have any guests. If Jennifer's around, she's welcome to join. Um, we'll see if anyone shows up. And but I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to join. So you have a little bit on the war in Israel, but not that much. And I'm going to go over some chess studies today. So covering up some loose ends, finishing up my research, like I mentioned the last few weeks, that I've had a lot of areas and ideas that I've wanted to cover over the last few um, years, and time is short, but I'm finally getting to a lot of it. So covering up some of the stuff that I put aside even a few years ago to get to, and some of those include chess studies. And also next week I'm chess coaching. I'm going with my team in Detroit to a big tournament in Cincinnati. So David will be traveling for first time in a while next weekend. Should be back for a week in review next weekend. Still planning on it, but I'll be coaching at a chess tournament with the team in Detroit. So looking forward to that. And so with that, let's jump right in. I guess I'm not doing the double camera, so just use my MacBook. So just a few things to look at. So here's the link. So God willing, on March 28th, Thursday of next week, will be David's big debate with Daniel, the Muslim skeptic, who I guess is actually maybe the biggest debater on modern day debate. So I'd seen him debate a few times. Actually, the few times I saw Daniel debate, I tended to be more on his side, actually, at least from the topics as he was debating against atheism, or even the Muslim skeptic when he was debating against Israel. But if you look at the most popular debate, him versus Aaron Ra is number one, and up there against Matt Dillahunty. So maybe Matt Dillahunty is the most popular debater on modern day debate. Aaron Ra up there, and Daniel probably in the top five, top three debaters. So he wanted to debate on Judaism, and I was able to reach James and step up. So there it goes. David coming up next week. Looking forward to that. In fact, if people are watching, Matt from History Speaks did a debate on Israel Palestine the other day. So I was watching this. I watched Daniel's interview with Owen Benjamin, and just get a feel for his style content. And then I watched his program at Queens College, where he had like a Q&A and a lot of Jewish students, kind of like an anti-Ben Shapiro, where he had a event for Muslims about the war in Israel, and he went over a bunch of quotes in the Talmud about claiming that racial supremacy or certain problems in Judaism itself, specifically rabbinic Judaism, is at fault for Zionism and Jewish supremacy, and possibly the war crimes going on with Palestinians right now. So I watched through that, got a feel for it, and I'm not sure if we're going to go that direction. So I put together my slides, and we'll look at that soon, where I put together 14 slides for my opening presentation, and we'll try to get it down. So if anyone's sticking around, we'll go over the slides, and I'll go over again next week. and try to give a presentation. So, if he's going to present Islam, so the debate on Modern Day Debate is which one is true, Judaism or Islam. In that extent, like, okay, if you're debating the war in Israel or certain parts, but if you're saying what's true, I think the truth of Judaism is easier to defend than Islam. So we'll see if he uses his introduction to attack Judaism or to present Islam. So, my introduction will be um, almost exclusively dedicated to presenting Judaism, and I just have one slide at the end about 2 slides about Islam, and but I'll be prepared for the debate anyway. So I'm more concerned with how I'm actually going to go about presenting, and thousands of versions of the Quran where there's only one Torah version in existence. I'm not an expert on the Quran. I'm not sure that there's thousands of versions, and the one Torah version in existence. So, Maimonides' principle that the Torah we have before us is the one that was handed down to Moses. So I'll get to that when I do my presentation on Judaism and the truth claims. So if you're saying that the Torah is word for word from God, and like the truth claims I was mentioned, most Jews don't believe the truth claims of Judaism. So let me cover some more stuff, and then I'll go over the slides. And I don't have that much to cover. This debate, I guess it happened a few weeks ago, but it finally came out with Lex Friedman, Benny Morris, Rabbani, and Stephen Bennell, Destiny. And I guess people interpret it different ways, but as history speaks, you see the limits of debate bro tactics, and the little clip where Norman Finkelstein is just like, "You're a moron. You have no idea what you're talking about," and the difference between debate between scholars and the somewhat like debate me bros and like sophistry or rhetorical strategies and politics. And it's saying like debate in America is not that popular. Scholarly debate in America is not popular at all. Competitive debate's not popular at all. The only debate that's really popular is related to politics, and that's specifically because there's such a phenomenon as elections. And so there's a lot in this debate, but we'll see if there's any fallout or things. But I guess if Destiny wasn't there, maybe I'm not sure if the viewership, like Lex Friedman, I'm not sure if there was more viewership. So I mean, just watching it, Destiny really didn't add anything to the debate. Maybe from Benny Morris's kind of point of view, like, okay, like Israel's young and hip, and people like us, versus I'm not sure if Benny Friedman could have got I don't know, like Alan Dershowitz or another scholar to debate. So generally, I like scholarship. I'll try to make, like, I could do for exciting debates or arguments or yelling or teasing. Like, I'm a chess player and trash talk, and Eminem, Metro Detroit, and rap battles. So I'll try to make it exciting, not boring. But I would rather be in the realm of scholars, and I certainly don't consider myself a debate me bro. I could consider myself a blood sport debater, in the sense, like I would say, like debate is a precursor to war, to battle, and in the realm of the Greeks of logos, ethos, pathos, I would prefer to be mostly in logos. But like, okay, sometimes you're on the battlefield and you need to be drawn into the realm of pathos. But that's generally not my outlook towards debate. I would like to be mostly in the realm of logos. And from watching Daniel, he seems pretty well controlled, scholarly, went to good schools, well thought out, controlled. So I would probably be similar to Daniel, who I guess is capable of blood sports debate, but is more in the realm of scholarship, although he's been able to develop a huge audience. So I did my stream also this week on Greek skepticism, Plato and Aristotle, metaphysics part 2, and I felt good about that debate. And you'll look forward to this stream. I learned a lot from it. I feel my ideas are coming uh, together quite a bit, and so I covered um, Plato, Aristotle's metaphysics, ancient skepticism. Um, I'd heard of Sextus Empiriciosus, but just reading through it, it was pretty interesting. I learned a lot from it. And then the long view Platonism and metaphysics, and the innateness controversy. Innateness referring to the origins of the mind, whether the mind is innate, similar to the materialism debate, although it doesn't necessarily have to have direct precursors to um, materialism or dualism, but to the question whether the mind is like more the nature versus nurture debate. But it's one of the ancient debates that goes back to Plato and Aristotle, and is recurrent in every generation, is the great minds of every generation. And then um, Platonism, most specifically in modern mathematics and logic, which is probably the single most important topic for my multiple truth hypothesis, where Duvid is probably, like a Neoplatonist, where I think ideas and concepts, abstract ideas, are non-physical, don't exist in space-time, and it's part of my dualism. So, looking at the effect of Platonism in modern mathematics from like Frege, Bertrand Russell, logic, language. Um, so people would check that out. And I actually hopefully have enough research. So hopefully this Wednesday, I will do another portraits in metaphysics. And this week we will be looking at William Whewell, who is the coiner of the term scientist, and was very important in some of unification in science, creating terminology for multiple different fields. And Henry Poincare, who was the famous French mathematician, polymath, it was actually a defender of Dreyfus in the Dreyfus affair. And we talked about him last week with Brouwer and the intuitionism. But Poincare was one of the last polymaths all over in science, and is still, like, if you study physics and mathematics, Poincare is a well-known name. Ernst Mach, who was the founder of the Vienna Circle, with the first chair in the philosophy of science at the University of Vienna, most well known for Mach speed. So Mach was also a polymath who had a whole bunch of ideas, and he helped prove the Doppler effect and various elements with supersonic sound. And so Mach is most well known because of Mach speed, like Mach 1, Mach 2, where going past the speed of sound, that bears his name. But probably more important is the founder of the Vienna Circle, Pierre Duhem, who you've talked about the Quine-Duhem hypothesis, important in philosophy of science, and another French, so Poincare and Duhem, both French, and Hermann von Helmholtz, who I've talked about in the past. Hermann von Helmholtz was significant in the creation and unification of science and mathematics and differential equations under the conservation of energy. So this week is going to kind of be the end of the 19th century, unification of science, philosophy, beginning of the creation of the philosophy of science under the new empirical, rationalist, mathematical nature. So we'll look at some of these big names. So hopefully, if everything goes right, we'll have that for Wednesday again. And so that's it. So John, yeah, God bless. Good to see you. So yes, and Mach is the most well-known of the philosophers of science, just because the Mach system for the speed of sound, Mach 1 referring to going to the speed of sound, which, yeah, shalom, good to see you, John. Yeah, my parents were actually in New Orleans this weekend. They went on vacation to New Orleans. They just came back. So whatever reason, they had a weekend getaway, and they chose New Orleans. And I actually mentioned you to my mom, but yeah, they're not like the visiting type, so I'm not exactly sure what they did. Like see a few museums or a few restaurants, but they're in their early 70s. But I did mention you to them. So let's look briefly. I just have 5 articles, so probably like 30 minutes on Israel, and then we'll go over the slides, preparation, and then the chess studies. And if you want to talk or something, John, you're welcome. But let's look a little bit about what's happening in Israel this week. So it doesn't look like there's any huge. It's Israel is kind of at a standstill right now, where they want to go into Rafah. It's not exactly clear what they're going to do in Rafah, and all the rest, Khan Yunis, the northern Gaza, what they've accomplished. The from a certain standard, the IDF is giving kind of like, we're almost done. Like, we basically destroyed Hamas everywhere but Rafah, and once we go into Rafah, the war will be winding down. However, a lot of experts reject that claim and think that Israel has not really destroyed Hamas anywhere. I mean, Israel has definitely claimed a lot of casualties, destroyed a lot of Hamas fighters, the infrastructure, but relatively, the Hamas is still in northern Gaza, still in Khan Yunis. Hamas is the most likely, once Israel pulls out, that Hamas will be right back there. So even like going and destroying the last battalions in Rafah, what exactly, Israel claims that it killed a few this week. God forbid, top Hamas commanders, whether they get Sinwar or some of the, other top commanders or not. So we'll look, can Israel actually wind this down? And the diplomatic pressure, as said, from the U.S. perspective, Israel was supposed to wind down the war by the end of December. So when I was going over this, said that Israel was claiming that it was going to basically finish the major part of the war by December, and it was really going to push into January. And then it was supposed to be over, including the Rafah campaign, by Ramadan. And here we're already the first week into Ramadan, and Israel is on the precipice of the Rafah campaign, and there's immense international pressure for Israel not to enter Rafah. And, President Biden almost said that it's a red line. Here are the Israeli papers. Israel said to complain of slowdown in U.S. armed deliveries amid growing rift. That Congress never approved the like $14 billion aid package. President Biden, with presidential discretion, had been giving some level of aid to Israel, but the reports are that it slowed down. U.S. officials deny assertion by a senior Israeli source that frequency of shipments slowed since start of war, say there's no deliberate delay and policies remain unchanged. The United States slowed the pace of its military aid to Israel compared to the beginning of the war, according to a report quoting an Israeli official Friday that American officials denied, as ties between the Biden administration and Israel become increasingly strained over the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The unnamed senior Israeli official told ABC News that the supply shipments were coming very fast when the war erupted after Hamas's October 7 attack, but we're now finding that it's very slow. The official said Israel was running out of 155 millimeter artillery shells and 100 millimeter tank shells. The official said that it required sensitive guidance equipment without elaborating. According to the official, it is not clear what was causing the slowdown. The Israeli Defense Forces refused to comment on the report. U.S. officials told the network that there was no deliberate delay in aid shipments and that no policy has changed. Both Israel and U.S. officials acknowledge America's frustration with the war and mounting death toll in Gaza. The report said, but the U.S. sources said that the White House has not signed off on any decision to leverage military support to pressure Israel and to do more to protect civilians. U.S. officials said that rather than a slowdown, the administration was considering increasing aid to encourage Israel to do more to prevent innocent deaths. I'm not going to get more into the timeline for every individual system that's being provided. White House National Spokesman John Kirby told the ABC when asked for comment, we continue to support Israel with their self-defense needs. That's not going to change. And we have been very, very direct about that. U.S. officials told Politico earlier this week that U.S. President Joe Biden would consider placing conditions on future military aid to Israel if its military moves ahead with planned offensive against the southern Gaza Strip city of Rafah. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Tuesday appeared to deny the report that Biden was mulling such a measure. We're not going to engage in hypotheticals about what comes down the line, and the reports that purport to describe the president's thinking are uninformed speculation, adding that the policy to date has been against restricting Israelis' aid. Gaps continue to grow in Israel-U.S. ties this week, with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on Thursday calling for Israel to hold new elections, saying he believed Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had lost his way and was an obstacle to peace in the region. In response to the speech, Netanyahu's Likud party laid into the senator, saying Israel is an independent and proud democracy that elected Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a banana republic. Minister Benny Gantz and Schumer's comments were inappropriate. Opposition leader Yair Lapid saw it as further proof of the growing rift under Netanyahu in the relation between Israel and the USA. Biden later said Schumer made a good speech and expressed serious concerns shared not only by him but by many Americans. Schumer, the highest-ranking elected Jewish official in U.S. history, is a longtime pro-Israel stalwart in the Democratic Party, though he has become more critical of Jerusalem's policies as the country has moved rightward, and he has risen to the leadership of the party that has moved to the left. War erupted in Israel. Okay, so two more quick articles, quick thoughts. So these two are from the Forward, and just these greater questions of 5 months into the war, what's happening? So after 5 months of fierce fighting, how close is Israel to its goal? To win the war, Netanyahu needs to embrace a new narrative. Before the smoke even cleared on October 7th, Israeli leaders were vowing to destroy Hamas in retaliation for the worst massacre of Jews since World War II. It wasn't long before experts warned that Hamas, which had invaded Israel and killed almost 1,200, was as much an idea as an organization, and therefore, to some extent, indestructible. The Hamas idea, of course, is that there should not be a Jewish state in the Holy Land, nor peace between Jews and Palestinians, and that there should be instead a permanent war until an Israeli caliphate emerges in the region and the world. It perhaps cannot be destroyed, but it should be made unpopular and denied successes. For Hamas to emerge from the war that it spawned on October 7th with any plausible victory narrative would strengthen jihadism, weaken moderate Arab states, invite more attacks on Israel, and risk terrorism worldwide. It's therefore critical to be precise. What is the goal, and are we almost there? Israel's leaders, backed by a rare near consensus among the country's normally divided Jewish majority, seem to now be defining destroyed to mean removing Hamas from power in the Gaza Strip. Broader ambitions can wait. Regime change compelled by outsiders is always a dicey proposition, but given the implacable belligerency of Hamas, and given that its rule in Gaza stemmed not from free and fair elections, but from a bloody overthrow of its rivals, it is defensible in this case. After 5 months of fierce fighting, Israel claims to have pacified most of the coastal enclave, except from its southern city of Rafah, which abuts the border with Egypt. These few square miles were home to about 200,000 people before the war, but are now crowded with most of Gaza's 2.2 million residents who are living in terrible conditions amid fears of starvation. Israel says that it rendered non-functional 18 of the 24 Hamas battalions and killed more than 10,000 of an estimated 30,000 trained combatants. Many others are surely grievously wounded. Hamas is by any definition severely degraded, with its remaining fighters mostly in Rafah. The Israel Defense Forces have also wiped out much of Hamas infrastructure, operation rooms, underground quarters, weapons depots, rocket launchers, and the like. In the process, much of Gaza itself is gone. Satellite image suggests more than half of the buildings have been damaged or destroyed, and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi recently estimated the cost of reconstruction at $90 billion. That's about two-thirds of the current value of the Marshall Plan. It's tempting to declare that if Palestinian politics were rational, Hamas should have been weakened politically as well as militarily. You'd think that given the cataclysm Hamas caused, the Palestinian public would be trying to rip its representatives limb from limb. Instead, Hamas, the idea, seems largely unharmed, perhaps even enjoying growing support in the occupied West Bank. Rationality is scarce supply these days in many places, to be fair. Part of the reason for Hamas's continued strength is that despite all the above, no victory for Israel seems in sight. Most obviously, this is because some 134 of those abducted on October 7th remain in Gaza, dozens of them feared dead, while Israel's government has never convincingly committed to making the hostages' freedom as high a priority as Hamas's destruction. It is deeply important to the public. As per Hamas, Israel's strategists believe that despite its degradation, the group still is poised to retake control of the Gaza Strip should the IDF withdraw. This is in part due to the military's apparent failure to find much of the estimated 300-mile tunnel network Hamas uses for all manner of nefarious activity. Even now, aid distribution in northern Gaza is frequently hijacked by Hamas operatives emerging from undiscovered openings. Hamas is banking on Israel eventually having to leave Gaza due to both international pressure and domestic distress over an eternal war and attrition, and the cost of maintaining a full occupation as displaced persons in Rafah start to return to areas they evacuated. The group's leaders are almost certainly pleasantly surprised by the Israeli government's refusal to contemplate reinstalling their rivals in the Palestinian Authority to the liberated parts of Gaza. The return to the PA to Gaza is a central pillar of the post-war plan supported by the U.S., Europe, and moderate Arab states. That plan calls for new discussion of a two-state solution to the Palestinian conflict and would move Israel towards peace with Saudi Arabia and additional other countries. That Israel's walking away from this version of victory, is a staggering strategic failure and a gift to Hamas. Why would Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu give his enemy such a gift? 4 years after embracing a two-state proposal put forth by President Donald Trump, Netanyahu now rejects every mention of two states because he fears it will make the far right bolt his coalition, and he has little hope of surviving another round of elections. 3/4 of Israelis tell pollsters that they want to go back to the ballot box, and barely a third would support Netanyahu and his current coalition. Hamas will not soon agree to Israel's demand to return all the hostages without an end to the war. So, absent a change of strategy, Israel seems to actually not be so close to winning the war at all. Unless its leaders change their perspective, Netanyahu could put politics aside and accept the international proposals as a basis for a ceasefire agreement, put off the invasion of Rafah, which risked a bloodbath in which more hostages are killed, along with many more Palestinians, and Israel's international standing is battered further still. Offer the Hamas leadership exile in Qatar, or whatever will have them project to the world that Israel does not want the war to last another minute, and all Hamas has to do is to agree to the above terms. The window of legitimacy would reopen at least a little. You cannot win a war of narratives without a narrative. And I don't mean an article on it, but I think also AIPAC had, I'm not sure if AIPAC didn't have their regular annual meeting, but they had like a toned down one with just politicians or something like that. But some of their message was leaked, and part of AIPAC's plan is basically to get the U.S. to go to war with Iran. And so this doesn't seem likely at all. A lot of the Israeli hawks, they're like, once we finish Hamas, we're going to finish Hezbollah. But now 5 months later, they haven't finished Hamas. It's unclear they're going to finish Hamas. Even going into Rafah, even it's unclear that Israel has even finished Hamas just in northern Gaza. So 5 months of the war, and Israel hasn't even finished Hamas just in northern Gaza. So, God forbid. Lambie, God bless. Okay, forgotten war front in Israel. Israel's farm is at risk of falling for lack of low-wage labor. So, God forbid, Israel could be in a lot of trouble. And most of it's self-inflicted. Like I said, I think the war against Gaza was a horrible mistake from the beginning. Like, God forbid, obviously, October 7th was horrible, tragedy. But I don't think it was worth Israel waging war against Gaza because of it. And now 5 months into the war, there are so many problems. Lambie, so here's one issue with the farm labor. Forgotten front in the war, Israel's farms at risk of failing for lack of low-wage labor. Volunteers poured in after October 7th, but they're no replacement for migrant workers. Moshe Nakla, Israel. For weeks after October 7th, busloads of 50 to 100 Israelis pulled up each morning to Ada Daphna's vegetable farm to help harvest his tomatoes and cucumbers and plant new ones for the winter. In a grieving and divided nation, the outpouring reflects Israel's willingness to roll up their sleeves and come together in crisis, with volunteer pickers pitching in to replace Palestinian laborers barred from entering the country and foreign workers who fled because of the Hamas terror attack. But after 5 months of war, as winter turns into spring, the blues have stopped coming, low-wage farm labor is still scarce, and Daphne has lost more than half of his produce and nearly all of his profits. He's worried that he may not be able to stay solvent long enough to pass down to his teenage sons the 99 acres about a half hour's drive from Gaza's border that his grandfather, an immigrant from Yemen, homesteaded in 1953. Lambi, I'm going to go over my slide share. I've already prepared my slides for my modern day debate, so in about 20 minutes, we'll go over those, maybe 30 minutes. Farmers need a different kind of support, and we need it now, said Daphne, 43, one of 89% of Israel's growers who have reported damage to their business due to the conflict. It's getting hard to stay optimistic. The fate of Israel's fabled farmlands is a forgotten front in the war, one of the many ways that October 7th and its aftermath are battering the country. Experts estimate the war against Hamas is costing the Israeli economy as much as $260 million a day. Tourism is flatlined nationwide. Tech companies' productivity is low because so many employees spent weeks or months on reserve duty, and consumer confidence is down with no end to the war in sight. Daphne's grandfather started working this land in the state's pioneer socialist period, when collective farms like this community, Moshavim in Hebrew, and agricultural communes kibbutzim helped Jews from disparate backgrounds connect with each other. Keeping the soil in production became a security priority for Israelis concerned they would lose it to Arab residents if they didn't use it. Many also idealized farm work as a way to raise young people capable of physically defending the country and ensure Israel would have an independent food supply and not have to rely on trading with hostile neighbors. But as Jews gravitated to higher paying jobs in cities, starting as early as the 1960s and 70s, these farmers came to rely on Palestinian day workers to make their desert bloom. That arrangement, always strained because of the larger conflict around land, was upended by strikes and terror attacks during the first Palestinian Intifada, or uprising, starting in 1987. The government restricted Palestinians' ability to enter Israel for work and started recruiting abroad. Thailand was a natural choice because so many of its people live in poverty, and because Israel had in the 1970s and 80s trained about 300 Thais on agricultural techniques, according to a soon-to-be published study that scholars Yahil Kurlander, Shahar Shoshan, and Matan Kaminer. The trio describes Thai Landim, a Hebrew slang for Thai workers, as obedient and docile, willing to work for far less than Israeli Jews, and free of the security threat that farmers worried about with Palestinians. Their study details ways that the Thai Landim, who soon became the largest group of foreign nationals in Israel, were exploited, along with recent reforms put in place to protect them. Before October 7th, there were about 30,000 Thai farm workers here, making up about 85% of the nation's agricultural workforce. 97% of them were men, earning 8 to 10 times the wages they could in Thailand, and sending most of the money home to support their families. Daphne's father started hiring Thai workers from the Udon region near Laos in 1994. Daphne now has permits for 12 of them, plus an agreement with another farm to hire 13 it doesn't need. He said he pays them $2,217 to $2,771 a month, significantly more than Israel's minimum wage of $1,544 monthly. Of the 25 Thai workers on his farm before the Hamas terror attack, 19 were among the estimated 10,000 who quickly fled on flights provided by their government. Daphne said that some were so scared on October 7th they refused to go outside for days, afterward for fear that terrorists might still be hiding in the fields. Daphne also used to employ about 10 Palestinians from Gaza or the occupied West Bank, but they are now banned, which is fine with Daphne, who rushed to the site of the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, is still haunted by the evidence of atrocities he saw there. Never again, he said about working with Palestinians. So the farm work is left to the 6 Thai workers who stayed and another 3 who came after the war began, figuring that their earnings outweigh the security risk. They live together in a house on Daphne's land and work 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. He said he buys them Thai rice and other ingredients from their home country. When I visited the farm last week, the workers were covered head to foot to protect themselves from sun, bugs, and thorns. Some hacked at milk thistle weeds, while others hunched over picking eggplant and zucchinis. They communicate with Daphne through their manager, Pansak, who is 40, has worked on the farm for 13 years, and speaks limited Hebrew. My question about their work lives and experience in the war went mostly unanswered. Daphne acknowledged that the workers are physically and socially isolated. It took a few days after the October 7th attack for them to learn that 39 of their countrymen had been killed and 26 abducted, and they heard it from their families and social media networks, not through any official channels. Daphne said he was moved by the outpouring of support from the Israeli volunteers for the first weeks of the war. They put their hearts into his farm, he said, and their heart is what he loves about the country. But by late November and early December, as offices and schools reopened, fewer and fewer showed up. Volunteers from the U.S. and France rushed in. One non-for-profit, Shomer HaChadosh, says that it placed 260,000 volunteers on farms since October, but Daphne said this is not a sustainable solution. It's unpredictable when volunteers will show up, he explained, and even the most well-meaning city folk have trouble discerning weeds from crops or remembering to walk between rows, not over them. Besides, many wince at the smell of fertilizer and, as I observed, freak at the sight of a snake. Daphne and other farmers told me that they need a steady stream of low-wage workers willing to get down in the dirt day after day despite the calluses and back aches. Without reliable replacements for the Thai and Palestinian workers they lost in October, they said they will not be able to make a living from the land. It really is the biggest agricultural crisis in the state of Israel has ever seen, said Meir Free, is spokesperson for Hashomer HaKadosh. In January, Israel cabinet increased the number of foreign agricultural workers allowed in the country by 10,000. Most new work permits haven't been processed yet, and even when they are, experts say it would still leave growers about 30,000 short of the total they need. Aside from Thailand, Israel has been looking into recruiting workers from Sri Lanka, India, Moldova, Malawi, and Kenya. But given Israel's historical strictness regarding foreign nationals living in the country, no one I interviewed expects enough of those workers to arrive soon enough. Farmers, two scholars, and a labor leader I spoke with said that the farmland shortage was building up long before the war and have little faith in the government making agriculture a priority now. Even if the government did loosen restrictions, it's unclear how many migrant workers would want to come. It doesn't help that most farms are in the two areas of Israel regularly pounded by missiles from Gaza and Lebanon. A farm worker from southern India was killed and two others seriously injured last week while working near Israel's northern border. India's government has since advised its workers to move to safer parts of Israel. Thailand's embassy didn't return phone calls about whether workers who evacuated after October 7th or new ones are applying to return to Israel, as Daphne and many farmers hope. Aside from bussing in volunteers, Shomer HaKadosh has been helping farmers cut through red tape and seeking government grants and trying to arrange emergency farm loans through private investors. It's a tough sell given that experts expect the economy here to continue nosediving beyond its nearly 20% slump last quarter. Moody's downgraded the country's credit rating for the first time ever last month from A1 to A2 and said the outlook for the economy was negative. In the meantime, Daphne and a small crew of Thai workers are busy picking the last of their winter's harvest. They'll move on soon to plant for spring because, as Daphne tells it, you can't be a farmer or an Israeli without hope. These volunteers from Rehovot drove last week to help weed some of the fields, as they have every week since October. One sports trainer named Irit Sharir said she knows her few hours of free labor won't solve Daphne's worker shortage, but said it is her small way of supporting her now favorite farmer. Besides, she added, it makes her feel better. Okay, so that's a topic I haven't covered, and another important issue. So let's just look quickly at two articles from the New York Times, and I'll make some final thoughts, and then we'll move on, and you will look at my slide, Modern Day Debate, Judaism Preps. Pro-Israel lobby faces challenges amid Gaza war and shifting politics. AIPAC, long influential with both parties in Washington, is drawing criticism from Democrats for trying to defeat incumbents while it struggles to move aid for Israel through Congress. AIPAC, the pro-Israel group that has long been among Washington's most powerful lobbying forces, is facing intense challenges as it seeks to maintain bipartisan support for Israel amid the war in Gaza, even as it alienates some Democrats with its increasingly aggressive political tactics. While AIPAC has traditionally been able to count on strong backing from members of both parties, it has taken on a more overtly political role in recent years by helping fund electoral challenges to left-leaning Democrats if it considers insufficiently supportive. The tension has been exacerbated by divisions in the Democratic Party over Israel against the backdrop of a rising civilian death toll in Gaza and the barriers replaced on humanitarian aid by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. AIPAC has also had to confront the tangled politics of foreign aid on Capitol Hill, where money for Israel is caught up in dispute over providing assistance to Ukraine under the sway of former President Donald Trump. Many AIPAC's traditional allies on the right have opposed additional funds for Ukraine, blocking the House from moving ahead with legislation that would also provide billions to Israel. It is a standoff that the group has so far been unable to help resolve. I think they're in a bit of an identity crisis. Martin Indyk, who was the U.S. ambassador to Israel under President Bill Clinton and was a special envoy for Israel-Palestinian peace talks under President Barack Obama, said of AIPAC, it gets disguised by their formidable ability to raise money, but their life has become very complicated. AIPAC's aggressiveness and the challenges it faces were evident this week when the group, formerly the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, brought together roughly 1,600 donors and senior lawmakers from both parties, including Speaker Mike Johnson and Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the Democratic Majority Leader, to rally support and show its muscle. Mr. Netanyahu spoke with the group by video link on Tuesday. A separate video montage that played for donors in the conference featured Democratic members of Congress criticizing Israel or expressing support for the Palestinians. Officials at AIPAC, which is led by Howard Kaur, its chief executive, pressed donors to finance the group's efforts to defeat some of the members. A panel included two challengers running against Democratic incumbents targeted by AIPAC, but speakers and donors also pushed back against the suggestions that the group was turning against the left flank of the Democratic Party. They emphasized AIPAC's support for pro-Israel Democrats and Republicans across their respective party ideologies. AIPAC donors, they noted, traveled to Capitol Hill on Tuesday to visit members of Congress from both parties, including Democrats who identify as progressive, to seek support for the aid package. Most people are not purely liberal or purely conservative, said Mark Ginsburg, a surgeon from New York who attended the conference. AIPAC is an important component of the pro-Israel lobby and is evolving with the times. Representative Eric Swalwell, a California Democrat who attended a reception for the conference participants on Monday night, said it's critical that they bring and hold Republicans and Democrats together. AIPAC has criticized at least one Republican lawmaker recently, but its campaign spending in this year's election is focused largely on opposing candidates in Democratic primary elections. It judges not to be in sync with the agenda. AIPAC Super PAC United Democracy Project has already spent money seeking to defeat candidates in Democratic primaries for House seats in California and Illinois deemed insufficiently supportive of Israel, including a Chicago community organizer who has described Israel's offensive in Gaza as genocide. And AIPAC has blasted its closest, though far smaller rival, the more dovish pro-Israel group J Street, which has criticized Mr. Netanyahu, called for a negotiated stop to the war. J Street is many things. AIPAC has said repeatedly on social media, but is not pro-Israel. Jeremy Ben-Ami, J Street's president, responded, intra-communal bickering and organizational food fighting does nothing to advance the security and well-being of the people of Israel. AIPAC's bare-knuckle approach has sparked protest. On Monday, a coalition of progressives interest groups launched an initiative called Reject AIPAC, an effort to counter the $100 million that AIPAC is expected to spend to defeat congressional candidates who have decried the civilian suffering in Gaza produced by Israeli war against Hamas. Marshall Whitman, a spokesman for AIPAC, said in a statement, our sole criteria for evaluating candidates from both parties, their position on strengthening the U.S.-Israel relationship. We believe it is entirely consistent with progressive values to stand with the Jewish state. Regarding the anti-AIPAC initiative, he added, we will not be deterred in our efforts by an extremist anti-Israeli fringe. Last week, Dave Min, a California Democrat targeted by AIPAC, prevailed in his primary despite a $4.7 million push against him by United Democracy Project. AIPAC donors have told some candidates that if they accept J Street endorsement, they will not get AIPAC support. Two people with knowledge of such warnings said. AIPAC's tactics have had a chilling effect in Congress, according to some Democrats. I've seen people who've said, I really can't vote for this because I don't want an AIPAC opponent, said Representative Mark Pocan, Democrat of Wisconsin, who was an outspoken critic of the group. That gets said a lot. AIPAC remains one of the most powerful interest groups in Washington. It raised a record amount of money in 2023, and its super PAC began this year with more than $40 million on hand to spend in campaigns. Some of its biggest donors are Republicans like hedge fund manager Paul Seeger and the WhatsApp co-founder John Kuhn. AIPAC's Political Action Committee and Super PAC have given the pro-Israel community a stronger voice in the political process by directly helping to elect pro-Israel candidates and defeating detractors. Founded in the 1950s, AIPAC for years mostly shied away from taking on incumbents by financing challenges from candidates who might be more supportive of its agenda. But the Obama administration's nuclear deal with Iran, negotiated in 2015 over AIPAC's vehement opposition, led the group to begin taking a different approach, as did the growing prominence of a new generation of Democratic progressives who were not as reflexively loyal to Israel. Friends of the organization urged it to adopt a more aggressive stance, said one of the activists who was involved in those discussions, including by launching primary challenges to incumbents whose commitment to Israel seemed inadequate. The United Democracy Project and the AIPAC Political Action Committee were launched in late 2021. In the 2022 midterms, AIPAC Super PAC supported candidates in nearly 10 Democratic primaries, with most of them winning, including the race between two incumbents. Then came the October 7th terror attack by Hamas on Israel and the ensuing war in Gaza. Israel's conduct in the conflict has split Democrats and left Israel increasingly isolated internationally, underscoring the importance for AIPAC of maintaining support from the United States. The world is a kind of deserting Israel right now, said Representative Tim Burchett, Republican of Tennessee, after meeting with AIPAC members from his district at the reception on Monday, so they're worried about that. AIPAC's influence relies heavily on its ability to marshal top donors like those it convened just outside of Washington for last week's summit, most of whom had committed to donating a total of $10,000 or more to AIPAC's political operation or to candidates endorsed by any group, according to attendees. Officials urged the donors to give more, casting the movement as perilous for the group's mission, even as the program demonstrated AIPAC's enduring clout. On Sunday evening, Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to the United States, spoke at the conference. On Monday, attendees heard from President Biden's Middle East coordinator, Brett McGurk, as well as Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, the Republican minority leader, and Benny Gantz, a member of the Israeli war cabinet. Mr. Gantz warned the crowd that Israeli invasion of Rafah, the area of southern Gaza where Hamas leaders are believed to be hiding, was a question of when, not if, one listener said. Mr. Schumer received a standing ovation when he declared that as long as Hamas exists, there will never be a two-state solution. According to two people who heard his remarks, with Israel and a Palestinian state living side by side in peace, prosperity, security, and dignity. So very telling that AIPAC changed the nature of its conference this year. They didn't post like most of the videos, and you're probably the seniority or level of the people was much less. So let's look at this final article by Thomas Friedman, and then we'll wrap up on the war update. Netanyahu is making Israel radioactive. Thomas Friedman. Israel today is in grave danger with enemies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis and Iran. Israel should be enjoying the sympathy of much of the world, but it's not, because the way Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his extremist coalition has been conducting the war in Gaza and the occupation of the West Bank, Israel is becoming radioactive and diaspora Jewish communities everywhere increasingly insecure. I fear it is about to get worse. No fair-minded person could deny Israel the right of self-defense after the Hamas attack on October 7th that killed some 1,200 Israelis in one day. Women, God forbid, in scores of abducted Israeli men, women, and children, elderly people are still being held captive, hostage in terrible conditions, now for more than 150 days. But no fair-minded person can look at the Israeli campaign to destroy Hamas that has killed more than 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza, about a third of them fighters, and not conclude that something has gone terribly wrong there. The dead include thousands of children, and the survivors many orphans. So much of Gaza is now a wasteland of death and destruction, hunger and ruined homes. Urban warfare brings out the absolute worst in people, and that is certainly true for Israel and Gaza. This is a strain on the Jewish state, but Israel is not alone in creating this tragedy. The stain of Hamas is black as well. The Islamist militia started the conflict on October 7th without any warnings, protections, or shelters from Gazan civilians, and it did so knowing full well from experience that Israel would respond by bombing Hamas strongholds, tunnels under homes, mosques, and hospitals. Hamas showed total disregard for the lives of Palestinians, not just Israelis, but Hamas was already branded a terrorist organization. It was not a U.S. ally, never claimed to practice purity of arms. All that said, Israel's standing in the world could take another very big hit soon after, because of something that made me worry of its invasion from the very start. Netanyahu sent the Israeli Defense Forces into Gaza without a coherent plan for governing it after any Hamas dismantling or ceasefire. In my view, there's only one thing worse than Israel, not to mention Gazans, that a Gaza controlled by Hamas. That's a Gaza where nobody's in charge, a Gaza where the world will expect Israel to provide order, but Israel cannot or will not, so it becomes a permanent, grinding humanitarian crisis, God forbid. My own recent visit to Gaza border suggested to me that there is exactly where we're headed. On March 2nd, I accompanied the U.S. CENTCON Commander General Michael Correia on his visit to Erez Crossing, point between Israel and Gaza. Correia was in charge of the U.S. humanitarian food airdrop that was about to take place. With the sound of drones buzzing overhead and the distant rumble of artillery, a local Israeli commander explained that most Israeli forces in northern Gaza, which includes its largest urban area, Gaza City, had pulled back either to the Israeli border area or along the road that divides Gaza from the north to south. Henceforth, another senior Israeli officer told me Israeli troops and special forces would go in and out of northern Gaza only to strike at specific Hamas threats, but basically no one was providing day-to-day governance for the civilians left behind, save for a few hundred Hamas fighters and local gang leaders. I immediately understood how a chaotic scene unfolded over food distributions. 2 days earlier, Israel is breaking Hamas's control, yet refusing to take responsibility with its own forces for civilian administration in Gaza and refusing to enlist the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which has thousands of employees in Gaza to perform that task. It is behaving this way because Netanyahu does not want the PA to become the Palestinian government in the West Bank and Gaza, which might give it a chance at credibility to grow into an independent Palestinian state there one day. In other words, Israel has a prime minister who apparently would rather see Gaza devolve into Somalia ruled by warlords and risk Israel's military gains in dismantling Hamas than partner with the Palestinian Authority or any other legitimate broad-based non-Hamas Palestinian governed body, because his far-right cabinet allies who dream of Israel controlling all the territory between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, including Gaza, will oust him from power if he does. Netanyahu's government is apparently hoping to enlist local Palestinian clan leaders to post-Hamas Gaza, but I seriously doubt that will work. Israel tried and failed that strategy in the West Bank of the 1980s, as these locals were often stigmatized as collaborators and never gained governing traction. I confess that as I contemplated all of this from the border, I had two flashbacks that were a sort of daytime nightmares. The first was remembering how the U.S. invaded Iraq with the aim of building a new democratic order to replace Saddam Hussein's tyranny, which I supported. But when it came to implementation, the Bush administration broke for the Iraqi army and the ruling Ba'ath Party with no coherent plan for creating a better alternative governance. They turned many anti-Hussein Iraqis against the U.S. and created the conditions for the anti-U.S. insurgency. I summarize all of this in a column published in April 9th, 2003. It was 20 days after the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and I had entered the country with a team from the Kuwaiti Red Cross that was delivering medical supplies to the main hospital at the Iraqi port of Qasr. There were three things I noticed almost immediately: how few U.S. or allied troops were around keeping order, what chaos this was producing, and how sullen the people were. I went in this way. It's hard to smile when there's no water. It's hard to applaud when you're frightened. It's hard to say thank you for liberating me when liberation has meant that looters have ransacked everything from the grain silos to the local school, where they even took away the blackboard. It would be idiotic to even ask Iraqis how they felt about politics. They're in a pre-political, primordial state of nature. For the moment, Saddam has been replaced by Hobbs, not Bush. I added that I had gone in with members of a Kuwaiti relief team who, taking pity on the Iraqis, tossed out extra food from a bus window as we left. The Qasr townsfolk scrambled after the food, jolting for breadcrumbs. This was a scene of humiliation, not liberation. We must do better. I concluded America broke Iraq. Now America owns Iraq, and it owns the primary responsibility for normalizing it. If the water doesn't flow, if the food doesn't arrive, if the rains don't come, and if the sun doesn't shine, it's now America's fault. We better get used to it. We better make things right. We better do it soon. and we better get all the help we can get. Flashback number 2. In May 22nd, 2018, I'm writing near the Gaza border with Israel, a column that would be titled Hamas, Netanyahu, and Mother Nature. Relying on data from Israeli and Palestinian environmentalists, I wrote about how, because of Hamas's mismanagement of the Gaza economy and division of building materials to dig tunnels to penetrate Israel, Gaza was suffering a critical shortage of infrastructure, particularly sewage treatment plants, so Gazans were dumping about 100 million liters of raw sewage into the Mediterranean every day. Why should Israelis care? After all, Gaza is over there buying defense. Meet Mother Nature because of the prevailing current in the Mediterranean. Most of Gazans' untreated sewage dumped into the Mediterranean flowed northward to the Israeli beach town of Ashkelon, the site of Israel's second largest desalination plant. 80% of Israelis' drinking water comes from desalination, and 15% is drinking water from the Ashkelon plant alone. As a result of Gaza's floating waste, that Ashkelon desalination plant had to close several times to clean Gaza's gunk out of its filter. Israelis and Palestinians are interdependent. Lost there, felt here. The only question is whether there can one day forge a healthy interdependency or will be doomed to an unhealthy interdependency, but interdependent they will be. Each community needs a leader whose actions are motivated by the fundamental truth. Right now, neither has one. So, God forbid, as Duvid has mentioned, I don't see Israel finding its way out of this. It's created a permanent, horrible situation. Okay, so that's all I had on the Israeli war update this week. And we're kind of at a standstill now and unclear what's going to happen. Hey, MobTrueCrime, God bless. Thanks for coming in. Okay, so let me show some new teaching company courses I got. Duvid, always educating myself, constantly listening to the teaching company. Me and my father are some of the single best customers of the teaching company. Teaching company has like over 1,100 courses. Me and my dad have about 700 of them. And on the app, Duvid is in the top 1% of listeners to the teaching company. Okay, so Samish, you're here. So I'm about to show my slides on Judaism. You're welcome to join if you want to comment or just in the chat. You would appreciate that. So I listen to these on the app, so I keep these sealed. So once Duvid became a merchant, so I realized that things go down in value significantly if you open them. So, keep them sealed till I listen to them. I have the app, but my dad likes to have hard copies of these things, old fashioned. So African American history from the African coast to the Civil War. This was very interesting. Mostly a history of slavery, in-depth. Professor Leslie Alexander. Last month was Black History Month. A MobTrueCrime's friend with Scott Bernstein. Like I said, Duvid went to school together with Scott Bernstein. So, if you want to pop on and chat a few minutes, we could do that also. The link's in the chat. The Great Questions of Philosophy and Physics from Stephen Gimbel, who Duvid met when he came to my synagogue. So affluent, yeah, God bless, Lambie. Jenny, yes, my mom is Jewish. Good to see you, Jenny. So quick, interesting, the Great Questions of Philosophy and Physics. The Brain-Based Guide to Communicating Better. Just 6 lectures from Alison Friedrichs. Communication skills, so latest from neuroscience. Building Your Resilience, Finding Meaning in Adversity from Molly Burkham. Always, important basic self-improvement, best practices. KL, God bless. Written Communication, Being Heard and Understood. Also from Alison Friedrichs. So, writing, extremely important. Duvid, working on my writing. I would like to write more. So, always taking courses. A new one, How to Survive in Space by Ranka Olabisi. So, Elon Musk and the Mars and the spaceship. So, just random interesting stuff. Understanding the misconceptions of science. Always, important. Want to do its topics. Effective research methods for any project. Amanda Rosen, Duvid, a big researcher. My YouTube channel is basically mostly research. So, good to know best practices. The Power of Thought Experiments, also a good course, very important. Daniel Breyer, Duvid is a fan of thought experiments. Einstein, metaphysics, general, very powerful technique. Why thought experiments are powerful, how they work. Theories of knowledge, how to think about what you know. Joseph Seeger, very important, one of the main topics of my research. Survival mentality, the psychology of staying alive. Visual literacy skills, how to see. Discover how artists, designers, and architects understand the visual world as you learn to use the principle of art and design in your life. Secrets of the Occult by Richard Spence. Interesting course. This was out a while ago, but we didn't get it, so it's the sale, so we picked it up. Kind of like Professor, this I guess is more mainstream academic. And Existentialism and the Authentic Life by Sky Cleary. So, new courses, lifelong learning, always good to be involved in education and so show those. Okay, so let's look. Let's look at my slides for the upcoming debate. And so I'm just checking my email here real quick. Okay, so the debate is quite a ways away. So you have over a week and a half still to prepare. So, feeling good shape. Yeah, I'll go over them today and next week. Samish, if you want to pop on and give your. So the debate is Judaism or Islam, what is true? And James wants to focus on the truth claims of Judaism. So, to an audience largely unfamiliar with Judaism, James says like less than 1% of his audience is Jewish. And so how to present Judaism and the truth claims and all the complications. So I thought about it, and so I have a table of content. There's 14 slides. Who is Duvid? What is truth? Theories of truth. Central tenets of Judaism. True claims are not central to Judaism. Vast majority of Jews reject the true claims of Judaism. Just to kind of explain, Judaism has truth claims. However, most Jews don't believe the truth claims of Judaism, and try to put that into perspective. Types of Judaism. I might reorder some of these slides or change some of this information around, but these were just some of the things that I thought, and I made the slides. So I still have close to 2 weeks. So why be Jewish? Chosen people, demiurge, force of progress in history. So what is kind of like the main field? Why do people still claim to Judaism if they don't believe it's truth claims? Then we look at duties of the heart, Chavos of Avos, Duvid's favorite rabbinic text that I did my first series on, the 6 constant commandments of the heart. Look at Maimonides' 13 principles of faith as kind of a formulation of truth claims. Kabbalah and mysticism. Look at Zionism, anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, and then understanding prophecy and how Judaism understands Islam and Christianity. Key differences in truth claims with Islam, and is Judaism true? So I have to do a little editing on this. So my little background, who I am. I'm not sure how long the introduction is going to be. ALF Eric, God bless. Um, so it could be that it's going to be like 8 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Like I would do full 15 minutes. And if Daniel wants a full 15 minutes to present Islam, um, it's largely a hostile audience. So modern day debates is mostly Christian and atheists. They probably prefer Judaism over Islam, but it's probably relatively a hostile environment for both of us. So if Daniel wanted to do a full 15 minutes where he could just present his version of Islam, till we go straight into the debate, I would be happy with it because a lot of information. So, just I mentioned, like do visit chess coach. I have Jewish students. I mentioned next week I'm going to Cincinnati, coaching a chess tournament, regional chess tournament. I've been coaching chess in Detroit for a decade. I have every year a few Muslim students, and I regularly defend Islam, do interfaith. I'll mention, because modern day debate, Duvid went to University of Michigan, founded, and I guess Daniel's also been kind of on the offensive against Hinduism. Duvid went to University of Michigan with Siddhari, who debated on modern day debate, defending reincarnation. So, we'll see. Like if there's not much time, I'll skip some of these out. So, what is truth? Theories of truth. So anyone follow me? The correspondence theory of truth, coherence theory of truth, pragmatism, Judaism. I read that article. I think already back last summer, talking about how Judaism could potentially be understood according to any of these major truth theories. But Judaism is a religious system, and it could be divided up into what truth claims. I have to edit this to make it a little bit better. So just looking at now, this is the first time I'm going over them, and I got close to 2 weeks. So I'm going to hopefully try to make it clear and just speaking it out. And like if Samish or someone wants to pop on and give me feedback, and I'll go over this again next week just so I could try to get out the main points as quickly and concisely and good as possible in a short amount of time. So Moses Mendelssohn had divided a lot of Jewish scholars by looking in terms of truth claim. Judaism has historical claims like the origins and special role of the Jewish people, slavery in Egypt, the biblical narrative, the founding fathers. There's Talmudic history, the claim of unbroken tradition. There's even just the claim that there is such a thing as the Jewish people, and that the Jews today are the legitimate offspring of biblical Israel. So all of these, so to say, truth claims are disputable, and we could argue about them. And but say these are historical claims. Then there's theological claims, and it's saying like, I'll go over soon. Most Jews reject really all of these truth claims, although most Jews, even a lot of Jews, reject that we are historical Jews. And like Noam Chomsky, in his debate with Rudy Rockman, even questioned whether today's Jews are really the descendant of the Jews of even Roman Israel. And most Israeli archaeologists, historians reject the biblical narrative as myth, although most modern secular Jewish scholars believe that the modern day Jews are at least partially descended from the Jews of ancient Israel. Most reject the biblical narrative, and it's disputed. But saying these are truth claims of the religion itself. There's theological claims like the nature of the soul, atonement, reward and punishment, that you say, well, as a Jew, we believe in atonement, and various aspects. And then there's the cosmology and eschatology, the truth claims of Judaism, of the origins and future destination of the world, like the the stories in Genesis, and the prophecies about the end of days, and the prophecy in Scripture, just the concept that there is such a phenomenon as prophecy, that God communicates with man. And as a truth system, it'll be the same problem with Islam. And I'm going to have to rewrite this. I just wanted to have something ready for today. But, if you say, well, Judaism doesn't really have fundamental principle According to Judaism, the prophecy is true, and all of the scripture are truth claims. And any statement from the prophecy could be derived as a truth claim. And even if you are a rabbinic Jew or believe in the sages, that the statements of the sages could be a truth claim, like Pirkei Avos, Ethics of the Father, or famous text, the Talmud, that every statement of the Talmud is a truth claim. So I'm just putting it out there now. I'm gonna have to work through some way to concisely throw this in, and I don't know how the debate's going to go. So I just want to throw out as much kind of like overview of what are the truth claims of Judaism. Central tenets of Judaism. So Judaism is a religion of practice and laws, not belief. Judaism is also a tribe, ethnic group. The verse in Exodus 24:7, we will do, then understand. As famously after the splitting of the Red Sea, the Jews said, Nasav and Nishma, we will do and then understand, implying that we don't know. God commanded us, we're going to do it, even if we don't understand it. So this kind of central tenet, Judaism is not a religion of belief, it's a religion of action. It's a religion of law. The major areas of Jewish law: daily prayers and rituals, Sabbath and holiday, family values, charity, Torah study. Generally, when you convert to Judaism, or they break it down, family values really means the Nida menstrual cycle taboos. But the aspects of family values, family cycles, I'll probably edit this. Jewish law encompasses all aspects of life, large focus on moral, ethical behavior, specifically in relationship to business dealings and communal responsibility. So Jewish law, like I said, there's laws basically that dictate the best method to go about all aspects of daily living. There's a lot of discretionary ability of people. However, in terms of moral and ethical behavior, there's precepts about moral and ethical behavior, but within Jewish law, like the Talmud and regular like Shulchan Aruch, yeshiva type study, the majority of ethical behavior actually goes to business dealings. And so Judaism will postulate the first question that God asks, according to the Talmud, when we stand for judgment is, did you deal honestly in business? So in classical Judaism, as I mentioned last summer, truth is related to honesty, character trait of speech, and business transaction. Truth is related, do you speak in nature to reality, like the correspondence theory of truth. And so truth is related generally to not cheating people in terms of monetary dealings. If you could say something false and it would cause monetary damage to another person, in biblical law, that's the main aspect of truth. So Samish, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I watched his interview with Owen Benjamin today in 2-Speed, and I watched his event at Queens College where he presented to the Muslim Student Association and did kind of like an inverse Ben Shapiro, where he debated a bunch of Jewish students. And I've seen a few of his debates on Modern Day Debate. So I don't think he's really debated a Jew before. So he said he wanted to, and I stepped up to do it. And you're just saying, like, I don't think anyone else is going to do it. So, I mean, there are not too many Jews who do this kind of thing. Like, I think Joseph Cohn has been pressing to debate him, but Joseph Cohn, he really wants to grill him and kind of out him. So, and Joseph Cohn's not really a scholar. So, maybe he'll debate Joseph Cohn, but besides for Joseph Cohn, there's not too many Jews that debate. And like of the Jews who debate, most of the Jews who debate are Zionists, and they'd more be debating Israel in the war as opposed to actually Judaism. So there's not really, like, I've seen some of his debate. Yeah, they said I think me and him actually have similar styles. He's more academic. He could do blood sports, but more intellectual, easygoing. So I mentioned Central Judaism has in-group preference, higher standard of law for how Jews treat fellow Jews, but laws, guidelines governing all interactions. So Judaism posits that there's laws governing all human behavior, but there's a stricter law for how Jews treat fellow Jews than outgroups. And we'll come back to that later with a difference for Islam. I don't want to put it like a central tenet, but like I would put it a central tenet for Judaism. I remember, God forbid, um, when I worked at Pizza Hut as a kid, and there was a delivery driver who was just, secularly Jewish. And he mentioned, like, my dad told me one thing, like, you don't screw another Jew. And to some, say, like, it's, so I'm saying there's not really central tenets of Judaism. But if you did have to do central tenets, I'll have to maybe explain this better. But saying if there is a central tenet of Judaism, there's a higher level for how Jews treat fellow Jews than non-Jews, even though there's laws governing ethical behavior for all interactions. It mentioned conversion involves acceptance of laws and loyalty to the Jewish people, not acceptance of belief. So when a person converts to Judaism from Haredi to secular, they don't like accept Jesus Christ, say the Shahah, make some declaration of belief. They accept the law and fidelity to the Jewish people. So, there's that, belief is not a fundamental tenet of Judaism. You could become a Jew without believing, saying, well, I'm going to follow the law. I'm going to be loyal to the Jewish people. But, well, do you believe that it's true? Do you believe in God? You don't necessarily have to. So belief is just one aspect of law. Internal law focuses on external. So there are commandments about belief, but like relatively, there's 613 commandments. And to say that belief, okay, the first commandment is possibly a belief statement, but it's just one of the commandments. And to say that belief is a fundamental tenet of Judaism, most scholars of Judaism, no, there's 613 commandments, there's the law, and belief is just one of the laws. And like relatively, there's a lot more commandments like about Sabbath than there is about a belief. And most of Jewish law focuses on the external. So whether you believe or not, like I would say 25-50% of Orthodox Jews, they don't actually believe. But the key is like, well, do they do it? And you could live your life without really believing and just going through the motions, because belief is an internal thing. And Judaism is mostly about external ritual, action, law. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to go. Like, I'm going to try to reach out with James or be in contact. So I don't know if we're just going to go into the debate fresh, or, James, if we're going to talk before. So I'm not sure if, originally he just it was going to be just like Judaism on trial. And then like, what is he just going to attack Judaism and I'm going to defend it? What sense is that going to make? So like, no, it's Islam. So I don't know how he's going to do, if he's going to present Islam, and I don't know how he wants to do it. So I just got ready down to, I got to work right away because, Daniel's a big name. He's got almost 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's doing college tours and IRL events. He's got, he's got the most watched debate on all of modern day debates, over 500,000 views. So, James, he's their star. So, I'll basically be amenable to how he wants to do it. But, I started my prep early, and, we'll see. Free will. So, God is slow to anger, repentance, reward, and punishment. So, like the idea that we have free will and we don't get punished immediately, God being slow to anger, is one of the 13 attributes of, Hashem, Kel Rakun, Mechanun, El Era Kapayim, Barav Chesed, V'emes, Notzer Chesed, V'losim, V'nake. Slow to anger is a fundamental tenet. God is slow to anger. We have free will, and God allows us time to repent, but there's time for reward and punishment. And the chosen people covenant, that God interacts with humanity through the Jewish people, the special chosen status of the Jewish people, and the Gentiles are that God chose to interact with humanity through the Jewish people. The Talmud says that was one of the requests of Moses, that you could only come on to God through the Jewish people. So, and I'm gonna have to get this down. So I'm just talking through this stuff, some of these ideas, and yeah, I'm gonna have to reduce this for the opening. Types of Judaism. So this has changed a little bit, but I mean historically, in terms of truth claims, really the Orthodox are the only ones that have positive truth claims. The Orthodox scriptures, divine origin, laws binding, authority of rabbis, rejection of modernity, and within Orthodoxy you have Hasidic that has mysticism, ecstatic prayer, song and meditation, Rebbe's and sect. Modern Orthodox accept best of modern world, um, and Zionism, but largely Orthodox Judaism is the only one that accepts the truth claims of Judaism. Conservative, divine inspiration of Scripture, law is negotiable. So already a conservative, the truth claims are not absolute; they're negotiable. Reform, reject divine origin of Scripture, laws non-binding, outdated. Best our ancestors knew at time, accept Enlightenment values. So already by reform, there's a full rejection of the truth claims of Judaism. And we'll say maybe some of the truth claims are accepted. Chabad and Zionism, changing historical grouping. So the older American understanding of Orthodox, conservative, and reform is outdated. Over 50% of Jews today are unaffiliated. Conservative and reform are dying out, and Chabad and Zionism are growing in different ways that have changed the older landscape. So say vast majority of Jews, 80%, reject truth claims of Judaism, respect culture and traditions, but outdated, and when in conflict with Enlightenment values, reject Jewish claims. However, even rejecting Jewish truth claims, value being Jewish communal life traditions. I'm not sure if Samish is here. And he's probably not going to want to come on and talk, but if he does want to, like how he would express it. Because if you wanted to put it in that philosophical language where, Samish, if you'd say, I'm a Jew, I value being a Jew. However, I reject the truth claims of Judaism. You accept that there are truth claims of Judaism. Historically, our ancestors, you say you're a Jew, your ancestors believe these things to be true. However, now you reject the truth claims of Judaism, but you still value being a Jew. So here, why be Jewish? Chosen people, demiurge, force of progress in history. So being that, and like, I mean, I don't know, RG, I don't know your status, RG, in terms of belief, but, even in Israel, like most Israelis reject the truth claims of Judaism. Most Zionists, they accept, okay, like we're historically Jews, we're descended from the people who were expelled by the Romans, but they reject the claims of Judaism, that the debate with Haredim and the fundamental truth claims that Judaism puts forward, that 80-90% of Jews openly reject them. You're just like, no, I don't believe that. No way, no chance. But what is the main truth claim that the majority of Jews believe? So what does it mean to be Jewish if most Jews reject truth claims? Philo's demiurge. So Philo of Alexander, the demiurge is an interesting concept. It's one of the things I'd like to talk about more. Justin Sledge and his Esoterica did the first part in the demiurge. Plato, was one of the first philosophers to talk about the demiurge. A lot of the Gnosticists look at the demiurge as possibly negative. Philo puts the demiurge in positivistic terms. And, so Philo of Alexandria, and like in terms of the debate, Philo of Alexandria debated Caligula. God forbid, people know their history. Caligula, who was emperor for just a few years before the destruction of the temple. So, like Vespasian, before the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, after, like Caesar, then you had Augustus, and after the fall of like Caesar's descendants, you had a whole bunch of short-term emperors that only, you had Hadrian, but you had a bunch of short-term emperors that only lasted like a few years. One of them is the infamous Caligula, who, God forbid, the guy from Penthouse Magazine made that like movie about Caligula. God forbid, do would even admit that I watched that movie. But Caligula, decided to, yeah, Samish, I'm just showing the slides right now. Like, yeah, I'm just, when I do it, I'm going to get the time. So like next week, if we have the time frame, like, yeah, I'm going to have to reduce this all into 8 minutes. I'm still rambling. Like, I'm probably going to ramble on these slides for like an hour. So yeah, I mean, when I do it, I'm only going to have like 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm going to reduce this. Maybe I'll have the slides and I'll do a few seconds and like, it'll just be up there so people could look at. So I'm just sharing my thoughts right now. I still got almost 2 weeks before the debate. So Philo, and like I do want to mention this concept, and I do want to mention that Philo debated Caligula. So just the people who watch me who aren't familiar with, Caligula questioned, the Jews and the Jews' role in the Roman Empire, and it was, before the destruction of the temple. And so, Caligula was already like, okay, the Jews, like, they're problematic. They refused to bow to the image of the emperor. And Caligula brings Philo before him, and Philo defends the Jewish faith to the Roman Emperor Caligula. And I don't know if, Samish, if you've read Philo or you're familiar with the debate between Philo and Caligula, or Philo's demiurge. But, this demiurgic Platonic concept that Philo interprets the demiurge as the force of progress in history. And Philo translates the Bible into Greek, and he translates, I think he translates Hashem, the name of Hashem, as demiurge. And Jews are a positive force in the development of history, force of progress. And in terms of that, I would say that's the fundamental thing that Jews believe. I would say, like, RG, Samish, if you're proud Jews, you probably believe that too. You think, yeah, like you might reject the full level truth claim that, like, yeah, God chose the Jewish people, we're the chosen people, the law is binding, and so on and so on. But you probably accept the basic Philo demiurge that Jews are a force of positive progress in history. And that is seen through social justice, priest to nation, management class, leadership, intellectual, cultural, political, and business leadership, extended community structure. So I want to express this concept of the most fundamental truth claim that the majority of Jews today believe. So yeah, I mean, definitely, Samish, when I do this, I'm going to have to condense this down to 8 minutes. So it was relatively easy for me to create the slides. Like, Duvin could ramble on Judaism for hours. So what's going to be difficult is for me to condense this into 8 to 10 minutes. So like next week, hopefully we'll get a practice run and I'll have it condensed, much quicker. But I want to express that the most fundamental thing that is accepted by most Jews, Samish, you call yourself Jewish, you're proud to be Jewish, even though you might not express that terms. Like if you were backed into a corner and you were forced to use the expression, you would say, yes, I reject the truth claims of Judaism. And like a lot of Jews are scared to say that. So like in Reform, like of Reform, it was like, yeah, like I reject that, there is a God, or I'm agnostic, and that God actually cares that we follow the law, or this and this. And even the, the original platform of Reform, you rejected Zionism, rejected wanting to build the temple, and so on and so on. Most Jews believe that there is such a thing as the Jewish people, and the Jews are a positive force in history. So besides that, so why be Jewish? If you reject the truth claims, extended community structure, charity support network, federations, organization, education, nursing home, just culturally. It's good to be part of the extended Jewish community, in-group preference, theoretical obligation to help fellow Jews in all aspects of life, because Jews have an in-group preference. Like I said, when I was young and the guy told me the one thing he remembered his dad telling me about Judaism is like, you don't screw a fellow Jew. You don't snitch on a fellow Jew. Saying like honor among thieves. So like, okay, I'm a criminal, I'm a bad guy, but my partners are Jews, because the one rule of Judaism we keep is you don't snitch on a fellow Jew, God forbid, or something like that. But the level of in-group preference factor that I wouldn't call it a truth claim, but method for the good life. And also say, even modern Orthodox people who reject the truth claims of Judaism but are still a traditional, even Orthodox people who go through the motions of being Orthodox, even though they reject the truth claims of it. So it's a method for a good life, family values, education, success. Like a pragmatic view. I do Judaism because it works, whether it's true or not. And people ask me like, well, you can't really control what you believe. Sometimes I believe in Judaism, sometimes I don't. But I follow it even when I don't believe. And so, well, why would you follow it even if you don't believe? So, here are the general reasons. So then you have duties of the heart, 6 constant commandments of the heart. And it mentioned that a lot of this is RG, I'm going to defend the truth claims. So I just want to explain that most Jews reject the truth claims of Judaism. So I'm actually going to be defending the truth claims of Judaism, but I want to explain in a much more concise way when I present it that most Jews reject the truth claims of Judaism. It doesn't mean that Judaism doesn't have truth claims. So now I'm just getting, so here, the next slide is going to be Maimonides. So duties of the heart, the 6 constant commandments of the heart. So according to Chovos HaLevavos, a lot of renditions of the 613 mitzvahs, there's 6 commandments of the heart, internal commandments. There could be more, and I mentioned holidays on the fundamental tenets of Jewish law, like Sabbath and holidays. To know that there's a God, don't believe in other gods, that God is one, to love God, to fear God, and to not be misled by your hearts and eyes. These are constant commandments every second of the day. Most of the commenters like putting it saying there every rega instant is a commandment, and if on your heart you love, fear, believe, you fulfill that mitzvah, and if you don't, you miss the opportunity to fulfill the mitzvah. And if you're the opposite, then you did a sin, and that's repetitive every second. And the chapters, the most well-known, regarded chapter in Chovos HaLevavos is trust in God, concepts of repentance, humility, self-examination. So these aren't exactly truth claims. Richard. Oh yeah, good to see you, Richard. I have been liking your post on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, you could say that MobTrueCrime, that this concept that is kind of accepted, like, so not snitching on your fellow Jew is a commandment. If you're going to look at that like a truth claim, it's a commandment. And it's one of the strenuous commandments. Like, there's some recordings that say not snitching against your fellow Jew is the worst of all sins, or at least in terms of practical punishment. Like if you don't keep Sabbath, okay, the punishment in olden days could be death, but you're relatively in modern times, in post destruction of the temple, the worst thing you could do is be a miser, to snitch on your fellow Jew. And like, yeah, that's a problem relatively, like counter Semites, and saying for Bernie Madoff's, for like Scott Bernstein and the Jewish mafia, and saying, like honor among thieves, and why you have specific Jewish criminals like Bernie Madoff or Epstein, because like, oh, I can't snitch on my fellow Jew, at least to the authorities. Maybe I could warn my fellow Jews or a little, but like I certainly can't hand him over to the authorities, even Madoff, even Epstein. And so these issues. So yeah, that's a criticism. We'll talk about that, but leave it up front that is a fundamental tenet of Judaism. So you say, yeah, a lot of, I would say most Jews accept that. So like, as opposed to the theological truth claims, kosher, relative, like even in Israel right now, saying like, you're a traitor to Israel, like Zionism, or, like in the Torah, you're a traitor to Israel, that I would say of the commandments that are accepted among the masses of Jews, this concept of not snitching, not, turning, not being a traitor to your people is one of the more widely accepted claims. And Richard Seeger, I've been following you on Twitter, some of your stuff, good stuff on the, the war. You consider yourself a Kabbalist. Can't remember most mystical specific details, but understand the basic ideas. Yeah, I'm going to get to Kabbalah in a second. So my slides on Kabbalah are soon. So yeah, I have the slides. So I'm not sure how I'll tie this in and say if these are truth claims. Maimonides actually lays out belief, truth claims, duties of the heart, and Maimonides are largely in response. So actually, Maimonides and duties of the heart are written in Arabic. So this effort to lay out the principles of Judaism in terms of truth claims and belief was largely in response to the golden age of Islam and Neo-Aristotelianism. And Maimonides' law book was largely rejected as the form of the law book, which I was telling Church of Entropy, where Maimonides starts his Mishnah Torah law book with the fundamentals of belief and tries to lay it out in that systemized fashion. However, the Arbitorium of the Shulchan Aruch starts out the law book with the rituals of what you do when you get up in the morning. First thing you do when you get up in the morning. And it was more about law, and it rejects Maimonides' basis of belief being the fundamental of Judaism. However, it's in the prayer book. I said when I was serious about Judaism and I prayed, I said Maimonides' 13 principles of faith from the prayer book, while I still had my tefillin on after davening probably over 1,000 times every morning for a few years. I was serious about my morning prayers. I davened in Emunus Yisrael, Rabbi Wolfson. I said my prayers slowly, and the prayer book has in the morning afterwards, and I chanted Maimonides' principles daily for years. But we'll get into, we say, the differences of Islam, and obviously anyone follow on Luke Ford. Me and Luke Ford went over Mark Shapiro's The Limit of Orthodox Theology, Maimonides' 13 Principles Reappraised, where Mark Shapiro basically questions all of the 13 principles, saying that none of the 13 principles are actually fully accepted in that manner. So okay, so Richard here on Kabbalah and mysticism. So these are level of truth claims. So Kabbalah and mysticism, and I don't know if Richard, you would say okay, if you would say, okay, you consider yourself a Kabbalist, but does that mean that you accept the truth claims of Kabbalah? You might have mystical inclinations, but so to say, the truth claims, you think the Kabbalah is true if the Kabbalist says that's a true essential claim. So Kabbalah, I was on Louis Wayne, the Cube, the other day. Judas Chai Fly, asked me to come on the Cube. So I was speaking to them, and I was saying well, Kabbalah is basically just metaphysics. There's a magical version, but basically Kabbalah is just kind of like philosophy and metaphysics, the creator's eye perspective, interaction of spiritual and material realms, deeper meaning of all creation. So the reason why Judaism doesn't really have strong truth claims, because Judaism essentially posits that man can't know the truth. We just have the law we have to follow, we have to submit to God, and the truth is beyond our comprehension. We should just submit and follow. So the Kabbalah attempts to express things from the creator's eyes perspective, meaning the truth. There is a truth. Judaism does claim that there is a truth. However, that truth is unknowable to man. And the Kabbalah is the aspects of this greater truths, what things look like from God's eye perspective. since the interaction of the spiritual and material realm, the deeper meanings of all creation. So some of the fundamental tenets of Kabbalah, reincarnation, repair of the world, tikkun olam, said the actual origin of repair the world, tikkun olam, at least in the Arizal Kabbalistic literature, refers to reincarnation. Souls transmigrate and achieve tikkun over multiple transmigrations from the fall of Adam to the Messianic era and eventual resurrection of the dead. The fundamental tenet of Kabbalah is the shattering of the vessels, like from the origins of creation, and exile of Israel, the eventual ingathering of redemption, the 5 levels of the soul, the evil and good inclination, like psychology of the soul. So Kabbalah has a fundamental truth claim about the nature of the soul. Also, if we debate, the tripartite, that Jews have a special part of the soul that non-Jews don't have. That Jews, soul like Elokai Bimal Mamish, the Tanya, that Jews have a soul that's connected to God on high, as were the souls of the Goyim are shards and klipot. So if you want to call that a truth claim. The 4 worlds and the 10 emanations. So the most famous part of Kabbalah is obviously the 4 worlds and the 10 emanations, the spiral system. Kabbalah is used to explain karma, the mechanisms of reward and punishment, as opposed to just the law and the belief in reward and punishment, the actual mechanisms of how these aspects work. And then an aspect of Kabbalah is magic. And in most Kabbalah, like the magic of Kabbalah is mostly used for like healing the sick, changing fortunes, legends of the sage, secret of redemption. So you're thinking like, like Kabbalah, like, okay, someone's sick and they, got to get a special amulet, or they, they're in poverty or want success in business. But there's a concept that if you really understand Kabbalah, you could change your fortune. So Richard, yes, for the most part, as these resonate with other belief systems such as Hindu and Buddhist, with a focus on accepting a belief in reincarnation towards the notion of achieving sense and enlightenment. So we say, if you put in the terms, you accept the truth claim of reincarnation. MobTrueCrime, we always need to remember the time period these things were written. If you're a minority population in the Roman world, you want to handle issues in-house, not with authorities. So, yeah, that's the point of most Jews reject the truth claim. So he's like, no, this is eternal truth, and it was ordained by God. It's a fundamental of creation, and if you violate it, you will be punished. As opposed to the reform, like I said, like the reform attitude is that it's false. It was just our ancestors who were Jews who did the best with their knowledge at the time. So like MobTrueCrime was saying, like, yeah, being Jew in the time of Romans was tough, and we came up with a bunch of rules and traditions in order to survive and do our best at that time. But it's not really a true claim. That's just what our ancestors did at the time in order to survive. But like, it's not true, in relation to most Jewish law. So, that when you put in a rune, God bless. Yeah, and so if you're saying snitching as a strategy versus sin. So you mentioned, okay, because historically being a snitch could have put you outside the community. So it's like relatively like, okay, Duvid, he's doing Hinduism, or like, like Duvid, like he's not keeping, like he was on Twitter on Sabbath, like I saw him, he was using the internet on Sabbath, or like, I looked at, he went to that non-kosher restaurant, or even like, oh, God forbid, he's dating a shiksa. These type things that would put you in violation of Jewish law are not necessarily going to put you out of the Jewish community. However, snitching, so it's like, okay, like, you're a Jew and you stop keeping the law. Okay, like you should keep the law. Like maybe you don't want them being a bad influence on the kids. You can't, you have to keep a little safe distance, but you're not going to oust them from the Jewish community, as opposed to snitching. Like, oh, you're a snitch. You're a danger to the community. we can't even allow you. We have to, like, you can't even come into the synagogue. We're gonna have to unfriend you. Or you're like, it's not like, oh, David, like, he went to the Hindu temple, like he was on Twitter on Sabbath. I got to unfriend him. You can't talk to David. You got to unfriend him on social media. Because like you saw he was posting on Shabbos. It's not the same thing. But like, oh, you were a snitch. That crosses the line. You're outside of the community. If you want to be part of the Jewish community, you got to break off all relationships with the snitch. So there's more, reasons why, from a group strategy, that being a snitch becomes like one of these major transgressions. It's like snitches get stitches or common to other things. But you're looking from the Jewish perspective, you're framing it as a truth claim, not as a group evolutionary strategy, not as man-made. You're claiming it's God-made. It's like, the Westward Baptist Church, saying like, God forbid, God hates the Jews. Like, I'm not anti-Semitic. It's God who feels that way. So you're saying like, it's not, like that, just protecting the community. God protects the community. It's that according to God, the worst thing you could do is be a snitch, because that, that you're raising it to the level of an actual truth claim. So it's not just like a societal norm. Okay. Suffering, evil, anti-Semitism, Holocaust, martyrdom, and Zionism. So one of the truth claims of Judaism, the Talmud, divine origins of anti-Semitism. Torah was given on Mount Sinai. Sinai means hatred. When God chose the Jewish people, caused the world to hate the Jews for chosen status. The Jews are a stiff-necked, stubborn people. So according to the Talmud, Mount Sinai, the word Sina means hatred. And as a result of the Jews being chosen by God, it caused a supernatural force of anti-Semitism, and everybody hates us. So, that's a little bit of, like a truth claim of Judaism. And, say most Jews reject that. Most Jews today, especially like, oh, rising anti-Semitism, the ADL, and, like this, you're saying, but within Judaism, like, no, anti-Semitism was a force created by God, and it's part of being the chosen people. And also, like the birthright dispute with Ishmael and Esau, the origin and explanation of conflict with Islam and Christianity. According to Judaism, there's a natural tension between Christianity and Islam over the birthright, because Judaism is true. We have the birthright, and Christians and Muslims have a false claim to the birthright. And Christianity descends from Esau, and Islam descends from Ishmael, and they're mad because we're the correct bearers of Abraham's birthright, not them. So, that's a fundamental truth claim of Judaism, and I'm debating a Muslim, so I'm going to go more into detail of this. Evil and suffering, tools created by God to test us. Suffering atones for sin and makes us wiser and better, reminds us to repent when we turn away from God. So, from a theistic, orthodox level, God runs the world. God is all powerful. Evil and suffering are tools created by God in order that we could be rewarded, that suffering and evil are for our benefit. So, if you're in Metro Detroit, David was friends with Samantha Woll. We did interfaith together with Muslims, and the Hanukkah Diwali interfaith. The Orthodox oppose interfaith in the sense like, no, we are exclusively the truth. All other religions are true only insofar as they agree with Judaism. That's the Orthodox exclusivist approach. But like in the nature of evil, suffering, the pure Jewish theology is God is all good, all beneficent, and evil and suffering are actually God's kindness. And from a pure theological level, maybe Daniel will agree with this. And saying like, vast majority, 90%, 95% of Jews fundamentally reject this, but it is a truth claim of Judaism. You mentioned, God forbid, the Holocaust. Was the Holocaust divine punishment from God? Did God allow or even cause the Holocaust? Is anti-Semitism caused by the sins of the Jewish people? And Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, God forbid, saying that even the Holocaust was merciful compared to what it says in the Torah, the punishment that we deserved. We were lucky to get off that easily. And that's just for basic things. If you look at the Torah, just for basic things like not observing Sabbath or certain sins that we're all guilty of, the Torah, nobody's harder on the Jewish people than our own books and our own sages. So, this level of the truth claim that is very difficult for Jews to accept, because you're saying that, thank you, God, for suffering. Thank you, God, for evil. And, you say, well, theologically, well, I'm not my body. My soul survives death, and I have sinned, and I don't want to burn in hell forever. I don't want the punishment for my sins. And so I thank God for my suffering, because that provides atonement. Without suffering, there would be no atonement, or some, deeper spiritual reasoning. So I say, like, obviously this is not unique just to Judaism. All faiths have to wrestle with this question of the Epicurean trilemma. If God is all good, all knowing, and all powerful, how is there suffering? How is there evil? And from the hardcore Judaic truth claim, God is all powerful, and evil and suffering are tools created by God as a form of kindness. And yes, that would apply even, God forbid, to the Holocaust, to the worst form of suffering. God forbid, like, I don't like to suffer, but I suffer. Thank you, God, for my suffering, because I'm a sinful person, and without the suffering, I wouldn't have atonement for my sin. And then you say, well, what was my sin? What did I do so bad? Just look in the Torah. Look in the Torah and see, the commandments, and see the punishment for not following them. And, like, God forbid, the punishment for all sorts of breaking the commandment is death. And then the curses, they're really bad. So, like, as Moshe Wolfson said, like, even the worst of all Jewish suffering, relatively, God let us off light compared to the contract that we entered when we accepted the Torah and accepted the reward and punishment that was in it. God was merciful even in the worst of our suffering. So obviously, that's a hard bit to swallow, and most Jews fundamentally reject that truth claim. And even the truth claim, like, well, so Holocaust lingers large. Over, well, why did Jews reject Judaism? And the Holocaust is one of the biggest reasons. You're saying, well, you're saying that the God who chose the Jewish people, who has all powerful, could have done any way of creating the world, allowed or even caused that to happen, and that's the God we submit to and worship. So it's a fundamental aspect. You have to think about how to bring it in, or even if you bring it in. You mentioned Zionism is the creation of the state of Israel, heresy, or end times prophecy unfolding. What forms of laws, morals, ethics should the Jewish state take? What about the suffering of the Palestinian people? Do Jews support ethno-nationalism? So you will see if I have time to, I might have to divide these into multiple more slides, and then, just skip most of them. And so I'm going to read this. So this is one of the most important things for the debate with Islam. Understanding prophecy, how Judaism understands Islam and Christianity. Because Judaism validates Islam. And to say Islam is part of Jewish prophecy. So, like Genesis 17:20, as for Ishmael, I've heard you, behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful and multiply him greatly. He shall father 12 princes, and I will make him into a great nation. Legend is that Muhammad is a descendant of Ishmael. And even today, like in terms of understanding Israel, politics, Khomeini and Nasrallah are descendants of Ishmael. So in terms like, well, how do you understand Hezbollah, the war in Gaza, From a biblical perspective, it's prophecy unfolding and Ishmael. And so Maimonides, The Laws of King, chapter 10, and like Adam Green, I taught this to Adam Green, and it changed his perspective on Christianity. Well, yeah, so MobTube, like, no matter what religion you are, I mean, if you're Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, you have the problem of evil. And most theologies, including Hinduism, Islam, Judeo-Christian, Shinto, pure abstract theology, is that suffering and evil are a tool created by God for our benefit. It's a tool of God that God uses to help us. And that applies to even the worst forms of suffering. Well, I mean, so Richard, you're taking the lighter approach. You're saying, well, they're saying, God forbid, did God allow the Holocaust to happen or even cause the Holocaust? Was it that God allowed the Holocaust to happen, had the power to stop it, but for whatever reason didn't stop it? Or was the Holocaust caused by God as a form of punishment for disobedience? God forbid. So you're talking about a severe level of belief. You say, well, if God is all powerful, it's not even a question like, did God allow humans? I mean, there's an expression in the Talmud that even if the sword is to your neck, don't give up, because you could only be killed if it was ordained by God. That is not God allows that our death, suffering. It's not that God allows it; it's ordained by God. And this is not just Judaism. This is pure theology of any religion you have to struggle with. If God is all powerful, then what about evil? What about suffering? Is it, if you just say, is it this weaker God that doesn't have that much power and, could have stepped in and stopped it, but decided not to? Or is that like, no, God is really, really powerful. And it's not that God allowed it to happen. God caused it to happen. You say, well, how could God have caused it to happen and still be good? So then you have these deeper theological claims about the soul surviving death or atonement for sin, and saying, well, suffering is a kindness from God. And, in the essence that, yeah, it hurts to suffer, it hurts to die a horrible death. But if you believe in the immortality of the soul, if you believe in transmigration, that, God forbid, you say like, like, okay, like if, like, okay, I've done a lot of bad things in my life. And if I were to just die a regular death, I wouldn't have atonement for the bad things I did in my next incarnation, or maybe I would go to hell. But through dying a horrible death, God forbid, I could be atoned for my sins and then have a good reincarnation or go to heaven. I would say, thank you, God, for letting me die a horrible death. And so that's the pure theology. You say like, thank you, God, for letting me be tortured to death and have a horrible death. So therefore I could go to heaven. So therefore I could have a better reincarnation in my next life. So if you're looking from a pure theological perspective, like the Kabbalah, or in a sense, so it's a very, hard bullet to, today. It's a hard to, as I say, the vast majority of Jews reject this truth claim. And it's not just, especially because Jews have suffered so much. So you're saying like, if you're Christian, if you're Muslim, and you're thinking like, well, in Gaza, what the children in Gaza do that's so bad? You're saying, well, you're saying you're supposed to thank God for suffering, like just pure Jewish law. When someone dies, like you say, Baruch Dynamis, you're supposed to thank God for suffering. You're supposed to praise God in suffering, and it's supposed to be, it's theological to say, if God is giving me suffering, it's what's best for me. And so this deep theology, it'd be interesting, saying, because, and I'm not sure what Daniel would say about this, but, that is what the sages say. It's what the Talmud says. It's what the Kabbalists say. It's basically all the sages say. Because if you're going to take a fundamentalist view towards the scripture and towards God, you're basically required to say, well, so Most people, like Samish is saying, Prima Levi said God was killed in the Holocaust. Like, God forbid. No, that's blasphemy. God was there in the middle of the worst suffering, and God forbid. You're saying God didn't just allow it to happen. It was beneficial for the people that it happened to them. And there's deeper theological reasons like transmigration of souls, going to heaven, or deeper theological claims like martyrs go to heaven, or various claims. So it's like, yeah, it's very scary to, saying that's why, yeah, I say over 90% of Jews, like, Frida Vazel was saying, like, even Satmar, like most people, even most full-fledged Satmar people reject this. It's not, MobTubes, you're looking closer. You say God allowed humans choice to choose to serve him properly or not. And when they don't, he allows the evil to happening to his people. So suffering is still technically the fault of humans. Well, no, I'm saying God is all powerful. God created the system. Yeah, God created free will. And the reason why we suffer is because of the bad decisions we made. But like the deeper theology is suffering is a gift from God. Suffering is not a sign of God. Suffering, it's just the pure theology if you think about it. You're saying that, like, what would you rather, if there's two options, what would you rather have? An eternally blemished status due to the poor decisions you made, or some mechanism that the poor decisions we made could be cleansed? And suffering is the gift that God created to allow us to cleanse our sin. So, it's deep theology. Anyone who went to yeshiva, like anybody who studied the text who went to yeshiva knows this. They've had the debates, and it's the biggest reason for atheism, suffering, like Adam Green. And you say, well, couldn't have God created a system that doesn't involve suffering? And, it's like Leibniz and the best of all possible worlds. Like, no, this is the best of all possible scenarios. God gave us free will. God allows us to sin, and then God created a cure for our sin of repentance and cleansing through suffering. That the consequence of free will is that we could sin, and when we sin, we damage ourselves, and the way that we purify the damage that we caused from our sins is suffering. So, this complicated theology, I don't know how much I'll get into that, and maybe I'll try to write that a little bit clearer in the slide. And also, like when I get to the last, is Judaism true? And say, the God described by Scripture matches both harsh conditions of the material realm with the ability of humans to transcend and improve conditions. So to say, well, the God of Christianity, God is love, that doesn't match our experience. Like the experience of the harsh conditions of the material realm is the God of the Torah of the Hebrew prophets. It's not the God of Jesus. That does not correspond to the harsh conditions of the material realm. Yeah, I'm saying Samish, at the end of Job, not only does God not curse, so the test is Job going to curse his maker for the suffering? So Job passed the test. He never curses God. God forbid. Job goes through the worst suffering. He has all his wealth and health and family taken away from him. And God forbid, Job is an upright man. He doesn't curse God, but he questions God. What did I do to deserve this? And in the end, it's a difference between some level of interpretation. But he's saying Job, in the beginning, the question is, will Job curse God? And with all the suffering, and so Job does not curse God. But in the end, Job accepts that he deserved his suffering. So it's a difference between the Kabbalist interpretation, some Christians, but he's saying, did Job at the end thank God and accept that he deserved his suffering? So not a question like, so the book is, Job never cursing God, but never saying, but questioning, what did I do to deserve this? How is this possible? How is this fair? And in the end, Job recognizing, yes, it was fair. I did not have strong enough faith in God, and the suffering that I had, I deserved. God forbid. So I mean, it's deep theology, and um, I mean, if you look at it from the logical tenets point of view, there is no way around it. You have to accept suffering. I mean, it's really the Calvinist understanding. It's the Kabbalist understanding. It's like, yes, we deserve the suffering. There's no way around it. Like, God forbid, even the worst, even if the worst possible, God forbid, I want to have a good, pleasant life. But even if I were to die a horrible death, yes, I deserved it. I do not have any right to question God. Oh, why am I suffering? I do not have any right to, say God is not just because I deserve nothing. And like we all know we're sinful. We're born into sin. Most of our life is sin. And even if the worst possible thing happened to us, we should still thank God. And under no condition do we have the right to question God's justness. So, from a hard level, that's pure theology. There's no way around that in any religion, not just Judaism, Kabbalah, Haredim, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, any system. God is just. Suffering is just. There is no such thing. Like I said, there is no such thing as sinning and getting away with it. There is no suffering without sin, and that suffering is it's a gift from God. God forbid. Everything's a gift from God, including suffering. So I mean, it's really that perspective. You're saying, well, is everything a gift from God? Even suffering, even the worst possible thing imaginable, is that also a gift from God? And you say, well, yeah, 100% has to be. So how do you explain that even these worst possible things, evil, are a gift from God? Okay, so all the sages struggle with this, and it's a fundamental truth claim. And I'm not sure, if me and Daniel discuss it. And I think the Islamic approach will match the Jewish. I don't think there's going to be, God forbid, I don't think there's going to be any dispute between me and Daniel on this point. He seems like a religious, just his demeanor, that he fully believes in God, accepts God, and accepts that God is just. And if I suffer, it's due to my own actions, and probably it's what's best for me. Not probably, 100% is what's best for me. Okay, so let me read Maimonides, the Law of King, and how to understand Islam. The intent of the creator of the world is not within the power of man to comprehend, for his ways are not our ways, nor are his thoughts our thoughts. Ultimately, all the deeds of Jesus of Nazareth and the Ishmaelite of Muhammad, who arose after him, will only serve to prepare the way for Messiah's coming and the improvement of the entire world, motivating the nations to serve God together. How will this come about? The entire world has already become filled with the mention of Messiah, Torah, and mitzvos. These matters have been spread to the furthermost islands, to many stubborn-hearted nations. They discuss these matters in the mitzvahs of the Torah. When the true Messianic king will arise and prove successful, his position becoming exalted and uplifted, they will all return and realize that their ancestors endowed them with a false heritage, and their prophets and ancestors caused them to err. So, Maimonides, the Adam Green argument against Christianity, but from the Judeo perspective, Islam and Christianity are doing the bidding of Judaism. That eventually Messiah will come, and Islam and Christianity are spreading the framework for the eventual true Messiah, King of the Jews, to redeem the whole world. And some translations have a small error that Daniel or Christian, that if they're an avowed Christian, their ancestors just made a small error. And Islam, because Islam, so to say, like, well, if you really look deeply into Islam, what you're going to discover is that Islam is not true. However, Judaism is true. And that's what we're saying. Well, there is a certain truth to Islam, and that's its confirmation of Judaism. So, God forbid, we'll have a contentious debate, throw it right out there. So, key differences in truth claims with Islam. So, as I mentioned, like with Zobita, and I'm saying like most Jews probably would reject this. But certainly the Ten Commandments, and even conceptual Jewish understanding the war in Israel and Gaza, Judaism postulates children are rewarded and punishment for sins of parents, ancestors, collective reward and punishment. And Islam fundamentally disagrees with. So I mentioned Islam does not believe that children are rewarded and punished for the sins of their parents, and does not believe in collective reward and punishment. Judaism, at least from the scripture, from the traditional sages, does believe in that. There's differences between the claims of the biblical stories, Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael, the prophets, like RG was saying, was the text of the Torah that Maimonides' principle, the written and oral Torah were given to Moses. Moses was the great prophet. There will be no other Torah. Others saying that the Torah we have in front of us is the same Torah that was given to Moses, unchanged. So Islam disagrees with that. Large agreement on cosmology, some differences in eschatology. Islam basically completely vindicates the Jewish Genesis cosmology, and even the eschatology about the end of days. There's large agreement between Islam and Judaism, and hopefully that'll be an interesting part of discussion. Obviously, the Dome of the Rock, Temple Mount, holy site in Jerusalem, right now controlled by Muslims. The nature of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is natural and healthy in Judaism. Do the right thing for the wrong reason, come to do the right thing for the right reason. In Islam, hypocrisy is a serious sin, traded Jews in general. So according to Judaism, we have a fake it till you make it mentality. It's not such a big deal if there's an incongruity between belief and action. Like you say, well, if you don't believe it, you should do it anyways. It doesn't really matter whether you believe it or not. So you say like hypocrisy is not considered so bad in Judaism. In Islam, it's like the worst of all things. And Judaism has a pragmatic approach to truth. Like we were saying earlier, generally, Judaism takes a pragmatic approach to truth. Usury and banking, lending money at interest, huge difference between Islam and Judaism. And the dualistic in-group morality or universalism. I mean, you could interpret Islam also having a dualistic system of how you treat Muslims or outsiders, but Judaism postulates that there's one set of laws for how Jews treat fellow Jews, and a higher standard and a lesser standard, as opposed to Islam is more universalistic. So the last slide, is Judaism true? So from a pragmatic approach, Judaism is a method for a happy, healthy, successful, family, community-oriented life that encourages material, spiritual, and psychological well-being. So pragmatically, well, what does it mean to be true? Does it work? Does it lead to a good, happy life? Okay, repair the world, the role of Jewish people in history, hopefully mostly in a positive direction, recognized by humanity. Is it true that one of the biggest proofs of Judaism is the long-lasting success, outsized role of the Jewish people? I'm sure we'll end up arguing about that. Christianity and Islam legitimate majority of Judaism's truth claims. That relatively the vast majority of the truth claims in Islam and Christianity come from Judaism and legitimate Judaism's truth claims. The God described in Scripture matches both harsh conditions of the material realm with the ability of humans to transcend and improve conditions. So we mentioned like the view of suffering, punishment, the negative forces we see in the material realm is best understood through the God of the Hebrew prophets. So it's like, well, Christianity doesn't correspond to the world that we live in. We live in a world where, babies die horrible deaths. I mean, sometimes, and apparently innocent people, unfair, bad things happen to them. People get sick, grow old, and die, and so on and so on. So like Judaism corresponds, so the correspondence theory of truth, to the harsh conditions of the material realm and human nature, but at the same time has a positivistic view that you could still have a happy, healthy, successful family, community, or in life that encourages material, spiritual, and psychological well-being. So you're Jewish, you say, yeah, I want to build up a family, have good relations, and be respected in my community and become wealthy and successful, and so on and so on. But it's not going to be surprising if something horrible happens. Say many historical claims, cosmology could be defended, prophecy, prediction of future events, good system to understand the world and work towards a better world, messianic utopian vision. So, yeah, so, there goes. I put this together. I spent a good few hours this week putting it together. I'd mentioned some of my thoughts last week, and I figured I better get started. So, like I went over an hour. I'm gonna have to reduce this to, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So, I'm not sure if Jenny's live streaming too. So, if people could subscribe to Jenny's channel, who is looks like she hasn't streamed for a week, but has been streaming again. So yeah, hopefully next week I will you'll go over it again, and I'll try to just more get it down to how I'm going to say it. So this week I just wanted to go over some of these ideas, speak it out, kind of organize it. I'm going to have to edit some of these things. I might actually make it more slides, and then when it comes down to it, I won't talk about most of the slides. Maybe when I'm explaining things, like some of them I want to cover more than others. So like these things, like I want to read the Maimonides and about Ishmael, debating Islam. But some of the other stuff I might not even say, or maybe I'll just leave on the background for like 10, 15 seconds while I'm saying other things. So if right now I have 14 slides, if it becomes like even 20 slides, if it's 10 minutes, that'd be like 30 seconds per slide. And so a few of the slides, if I talk a little bit longer, I could at least show the slides for like 10 seconds so that people could, so if I don't have a chance, like Kabbalah and mysticism, I could at least stop for like 10 seconds, even if I don't have time to go through it all, and, could advertise my channel or do a post stream. So I will plan on doing a post stream also. So if I do a post stream, I may go over the slides again the Thursday night after the debate. And okay, so there you have it. Duvid, I consider myself pretty good prep for the debate, and good situation to I have almost 2 weeks left to before the debate next week. We can review, go over again, and decide in an 8 to 10 minute presentation, to get as much packed in as possible, or just to present it in a way that, like, because Judaism is a hard thing to understand, and we're talking about the truth claims of Judaism. So the main thing I want to express is that yes, Judaism has truth claims, even though the majority of Jews reject the truth claims, and explain why Jews reject the truth claims. Although, expressed like the demiurge, most Jews think Judaism is a positive thing. Most Jews do think that Jews are a positive force in humanity and embrace, like, yeah, I'm a Jew, I'm a proud Jew, and I do think that we are a positive force in humanity. And, so that aspect of the truth claims that most Jews would accept. A little bit about the fundamental tenets of Judaism, and then mainly, the point of difference is between Islam. Yeah, well, I mean, Duvid is like the Yiddish, like, because David in like Hasidic Yiddish, it's Duvid, and like, my friends probably making fun because a lot of my friends were former Hasidic, so like they called themselves by Anglo names, even though they had Hasidic ancestry, and like I was like the only Hasidic Jew, so like Duvid's only like a half Jew and was a Baal Tshuva, but a lot of times in New York I was hanging around Jews that were like relatively like 100% ethnically Hasidic, even grew up Hasidic, went to Hasidic schools their whole life, but were, not that Hasidic at the time. And, so I was Duvid. And so it came out like Duvid, Duvid. So, yeah, I'm not sure if there would be a, Muhammad phenomenon. Um, so we'll see if it's a good conversation with Daniel. Maybe it'll lead to more conversations. I'm not actually, I'm predicting that it's going to be relatively friendly. I watched his conversation with Owen Benjamin. I saw his debate with Jay Dyer and with um, the Turkish apostate prophet, and those got like a little bit testy, but I think that you're relatively like, if I don't attack Daniel, I don't think he's going to attack me, and like, yeah, he might attack Judaism, but I think it'll be a relatively friendly debate. Although obviously we're going to seriously disagree on a lot of things. Hopefully it'll be exciting. I'm going to throw right out there the Maimonides, like, yes, Daniel, as a Muslim, you are doing the bidding of the Jews, because eventually Judaism will be vindicated through your spreading of Islam. Put it in that terms. Obviously, he's going to disagree with a lot of it, but I don't plan on attacking Islam. I'm not against Islam. I'm not going to attack Islam. I'm not going to attack Daniel. So I don't foresee it being an unfriendly debate. But we'll see if it turns that way. We'll see. If he wants to focus, like if he wants to grill me, so I did watch his thing. Like if he wants to grill me on a whole bunch of statements from the Talmud, we could go over them. I could kind of like accept, well, yeah, there's a lot of statements in the Talmud, the different times, different practices, or even grant him that, like, yes, Judaism, one thing, like Judaism promotes moral and ethical behavior towards all people, but like, yes, it does have a dualistic moral system, and that could be seen in some of the laws and the more egregious things. So I think I would be more likely to just somewhat grant those points, and for the bigger picture. So he's going to argue, if he's going to want to spend the whole debate, like going over statements from the Talmud, yeah, I'll have to prepare for that approach, because obviously, there's thousands and thousands, like, God forbid, Eigenmanger's Judaism Unveiled is 3,000 pages with horrendous statements from, the Talmuds and the rabbis and the sages. So, Eigenmanger was able to fill up 3,000 pages with off-putting quotes from the rabbis. So, if he wants to spend the whole debate, like, what about this quote? What about this quote? And he wants to say, well, that's just what you say Jews believe, but really Jews believe, this. I think I know the text well enough to put it in perspective. And so like that's not the fundamental Jewish beliefs. Jews have a positivistic outlook towards life, towards interaction with humanity. There is a dualistic moral system that could seem unfair to non-Jews, but Jews have a positivistic worldview. So, because I got the chess tournament and I've had a lot of this research for a while, I have a bunch of papers on chess studies. So the link's in the chat if anyone wants to chat a few minutes. If, Jenny, you want to come on and give an update to what you're doing, how you're doing, how's your health, or, what's your streaming plans, John Wolf, MobTube, or Richard, if you want to pop on and say hi for a few minutes. Otherwise, I am going to go to the extended part of Week in Review, which will be rereading papers and talking about chess studies. So next week also, will probably be less papers. One thing, because I'm going to be coming back from Cincinnati, and I'm not sure. I think Adam Green is pretty good at staying within the terms of service. So I would say like Adam Green was kicked off of YouTube, even though he didn't actually violate the terms of service, just because a lot of people reported him. and on Twitter, a lot of others have been banned. So I'm not sure. I mean, like, I'm friendly with Adam Green. I think generally he's a pretty decent guy. Um, he's like, for a debater, for a streamer, like, he doesn't curse. He rarely personally attacks people. He denounces violence. So I would even say, like, Adam Green keeps the terms of service. If he was kicked off of YouTube, it's unlikely he even seriously violated the terms of service, but there was just pressure from reporting him in the ADL. So I don't find it. Yeah, Richard, if you want to talk, just click on the link. It'll give a browser. It'll ask you to connect to your microphone, even at your cell phone. If you're on a cell phone, you could use StreamYards. I mean, if you want to use the camera, you can. But if you just want to, uh, use your voice without camera, that's fine. Also, and like, I've been following, like, I don't follow anybody on Twitter, but like, you're in Michigan. Um, just to show this, like, yeah, I follow you on Twitter. I mean, I don't follow anybody on Twitter, but uh, I see your posts sometimes, because you do local activism, sometimes protest and various things. So, but yeah, if you want to pop on, all you do is click the link, and then it accesses your microphone, and you um, put a screen name on, and then we could talk. Like, that's, so it's very easy to work. I'm just going to say Shema. If no one joins, I'm going to go into my chess studies. I'm open to talk to anybody. Okay, so we got Richard.
Shalom Aleichem.
Hey, Lakem Shalom. Good to see you, Richard.
Okay, I just have this doubled, so I wasn't sure how I can hear that.
You hear me fine? We can hear your sounds a little low. I might even be able to turn that up but if people could hear you.
Okay, I just had both tabs open, so I wasn't sure which one worked better.
You could, yeah, I mean, looks like if you mute the. Oh, were you the one who was doing the Samantha Woll investigation?
Yes, of course.
My degree. Yeah, I don't follow anybody. I definitely followed your research and was appreciating you going to the case. And I don't know, is that court case going on quick with God forbid, the Michael Jackson Bolanos? Is that coming up quickly?
Yes, the final conference is on April 12th, and I believe the trial begins on June 10th. I signed up for court reminders, so through the circuit website. Yep.
I see on Facebook we have a few mutual friends. I mean, you're in Metro Detroit, or you're another part of Michigan?
I'm currently in Fraser.
I have to look at where that is. Is that I've heard the name, but
near St. Clair Shores.
Okay, is that in Washington? Is that in Macomb County?
Yes, Macomb.
Okay, so yeah, my father's medical office has a family practice in Washington Township, but yeah, so we're not that far away. If you do go to, are you Jewish or partially Jewish?
Partially.
Have you go to that synagogue there, B'nai Moshe V'Tefillah?
I've actually never been there yet, but I do attend kind of like virtually through a Takaya.
Rabbi Albert Justin Sledge. Justin Sledge is the. Yeah, there are a lot of active. Did you know Samantha Woll?
No, not personally.
So, did you have any comments on my slides, or do you want to talk about something else? Like, I mean,
Oh, well, yes, the
do you watch
the
modern day debate? I mean, are you familiar with this guy, Daniel? Uh, I don't want to mispronounce his name. He's got like two Q's in it. I don't even know how to pronounce his name properly, but are you familiar with this guy?
I don't believe so, no.
I mean, I see he's got like 300,000 followers on YouTube. He's one of the biggest names on modern day debate, but you're not familiar with these circles.
Not really, no.
So I mean, compared to me, he's a huge name. Like I'm a minor streamer. He's one of the bigger names in streaming. And I guess Islam does have a debate culture.
Yes.
Judaism has like a Talmudic internal debate culture. A lot of
Exactly.
Jews are in debate, but Judaism doesn't really have that type of debate culture that Islam does.
Yeah, similar to Christian apologetics.
But yeah, I stepped up. I like debate, and I was kind of excited, like for my own progression of a Jew, and like say, okay, my personal beliefs, and because like the question is the truth claims of Judaism,
Of
and I
course.
don't know
Yeah.
if you agreed with my assessment that most Jews don't affirm truth claims, and so only within like the Haredi or the traditional
Uh-huh.
are there actually truth claims to Judaism, or would you look at that as a Jew? Do you affirm truth claims?
Yes, I do. And perceiving that the mainstream is kind of like pushing towards that humanistic secularism, but kind of reinforcing those claims and belief kind of makes one more devout or from.
Well, maybe okay, like Tekiya, like Justin Sledge, Rabbi Alpert are Reconstructionists. So I'm saying like they're actually in rejections of Judaism's truth claim for enlightenment values, which kind of like reform. So if you like, I affirm universal humanism, you're not affirming the Jewish truth claims. You're rejecting the Jewish truth claims and replacing it with enlightenment values. And I would say like the reform that so like historically, okay, my grandfather's grandfather was a Reform rabbi and studied in the Breslau Academy, and you're saying he rejected the truth claims of Judaism and affirmed Enlightenment values. So I mean, I find, if you look at like okay, like like as a Jew, um, I support universal human rights or something like that. We say, well, not really. You're saying like, well, as a Jew, you reject the fundamental historical truth claims of your religion and have replaced it with Enlightenment values. Or you don't see it that way. You think that you say that like this
I kind
universal
of feel
humanism.
that there's always the essential belief, and it's up to the individual for how they want to incorporate and learn. Or else they went and studied the Torah. They didn't believe that this all happened.
What if I put it back just to express, because I'm debating fundamentalist
Yes.
Muslim, and why be Jewish, and you're saying you believe Judaism is a positive force in the development of history,
Of course.
or you're simple that Judaism is a method for a happy, healthy, successful family, community-oriented life that encourages material, spiritual, psychological well-being, or the Reform perspective that reject divine origin of Scripture, law is non-binding, outdated, best of our ancestors knew at the time, except Enlightenment your values. And but you're saying like, well, what does it mean that I mean, I assume if you grew up in my area, like before the rise of Chabad and Zionism,
Mhm.
you're basically either Orthodox, Reform, or conservative, and that meant that you either accept or reject the divine origins of the Torah and the law, and like the law is non-binding or binding. And so, well, Rabbi Elpert is Reconstructionist, so uh, that means that she rejects the divine origin of Scripture and rejects that the law is binding. And saying that's the central true claim of Judaism. But you say, well, still, like I value being Jewish. You respect cultural and their traditions, and So I mean, this is just hard to phrase. So this is what I was trying to express
Comes down
for
to,
the debate is
yes.
saying, well, so how do you see these truth claims? What are the truth claims of Judaism that that you reject? What are the ones that you accept, or is it difficult? Like as a Jew, it's very difficult to say, I reject, um, I reject the Torah. I reject. Like no, I'm unfortunately, like I said, our ancestors did the best with what they knew at the time, but they were wrong. They weren't like bad people wrong, but they just did the best that they knew at the time, and from the modern standards, like like of course we don't believe that. Or are you saying you disagree? I mean, that's what I said. What do you mean? But what are the truth claims of Judaism that you affirm or reject?
Well, that most of what was claimed is correct, but that many of the people writing the scriptures kept adding new rules that weren't exactly ordained from high above, but that's what they believed. And that's how you ended up with 613, even though the tablets only gave 10.
Well, I mean, if you look at this, the first thing you have the scripture of Moses,
Mhm.
and the scripture of Moses is by far the um, most contentious, the most extreme of all the Jewish texts. I mean, the
Yes.
scripture of Moses like postulates that this is where the God, and if you don't obey, the punishment is death.
Mhm.
And so you're saying like, no, man, you're saying that it's the opposite. It wasn't that the rabbis added, the rabbis took away from, that they lessened. I mean, I don't see how you could claim what you're claiming, that you're saying that like in the ancient days that there was like this liberal Judaism that wasn't that serious. When it would appear like no, in the ancient day there was like laws, and the punishment for almost everything was death. I'm not sure what you mean, but you say that you think the rabbis added the stuff to make Judaism more extreme. But I mean, it would appear the opposite. Even the Orthodox Haredi rabbis, like Donald Trump, like your favorite verse from Scripture is an eye for an eye. I mean, you're saying so. Even the Haredi rabbi said that was never practiced, and it meant monetary compensation, or like all the things for like the death penalty, or something like that. So, I mean, it's very difficult. That's why I say like to express Judaism, and that's why I had my first slide. What is Judaism? What Jews do, or what the Scripture or sages say.
Mhm.
And if you haven't thought it through, or it's difficult for your Jewish identity to, um, like I said, like I was saying, like, well, you don't really get outed in Judaism unless you're like a traitor to the Jewish people. So like, okay, if you drive on Sabbath, or like you're not so sure that the Torah has divine scripture, like you say like, okay, you're not really Orthodox, but you're not going to be like outed as a Jew. But there's still like, yeah, most people kind of like, most Jews like, okay, like I'm Orthodox even though they're not, or like scared to admit like that I drive on Sabbath or something like that. And you're saying, well, do you drive on Sabbath or not? And you're saying, well, if you do drive on Sabbath, like how do you justify that? Well, I justify it because I don't think that that's actually true. I don't think that God actually cares whether I drive on Sabbath or not.
Yes.
Probably not.
And, we've got Jenny from Portland here. But
Well, I'm from Seattle, actually,
that's right.
originally, but I'm living in Oregon hell right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to express, and that's why I was trying to put it through in these slides. But I mean, just quickly, what would you say are the truth claims? If you affirm truth claims of Judaism, what would you affirm? And you're saying something unique, like if you would say like like, oh, I'm a Jew, I believe like universal humanism, or some like liberal ideologies that really source from Judaism.
I think it's too convenient that you're going to be punished in the afterlife. I think people need to be punished in this life.
Mhm.
Well, that's why I call that's a truth claim. So it's okay, like if you was a truth claim of Catholicism, and Catholicism claims that there's a heaven and hell, and after you die, you go to one or the other that's a truth claim. Judaism doesn't have as strong of a truth claim in that sense. So that's why I said Judaism is not really a belief-based religion like Islam or Christianity, basically, as a Jew, you basically just accept like, well, there's the law, there's what it means, there's the reality of the Jewish people. They say, okay, like if David and Richard are Jewish, that means we have this common ancestry of, you know, whatever the biblical stories, ancient Israel, we both descend from it. And there's these common things like Sabbath and you know, the rituals.
But when
And
you look into the esoterica, you guys and the Jesuits are going wild, and it's not okay. You're using AI now to write laws, literally. AI is writing laws. How do we even know what people are real on TV anymore? We don't have any new celebrities, any new talent, any new music. If you notice, all of the magazines, look at all the magazines when you're at the grocery store. It's all the same people from 30 freaking years ago. And like Taylor Swift, really? Is she that great? I really don't think so. All of her songs kind of sound the same to me. And I would never go see her in concert, like ever. Like they killed all the rock stars to demonize heroin. I was in Seattle when all that shit was going down. I was strung out on heroin when I was 15 to 18, and then I got on methadone when I was 18, and then I got off of it. I think I was barely 19, and then I never touched street opiates again. And then doctors gave me morphine after I started having problems. Refused to raise the dose, put me on that buprenorphine shit that blocks your receptors, which should be illegal, because if you have a medical issue, you then can't get pain relief. And buprenorphine is not designed for pain relief. And they redesigned the liquid methadone to also do the same thing, not provide actual pain relief. You have to get the discs from the doctor. Good luck with that. They'll just stick you on the drug program if you're a pain patient. My 80-year-old freaking neighbor, they took him off of his oxys, just like boom, and then put him on gabapentin and tried to start him on buprenorphine, and he canceled the buprenorphine. So I'm sure he's really going through it right now. But an oxy kick is only like 3 days versus methadone and buprenorphine is months. It's really, really hard to kick, which is crazy. And it has a shit ton of side effects. So why on earth is pharma doing this to us, if not to slaughter us? And why are we not paying any attention to this? Why are we letting pharma literally take over the world? Have you guys read the WHO treaty?
yeah, I mean, God forbid not to get too veered off subject, but I mean, just take theology. I mean, from the
But none
Orthodox,
of this shit matters if they're literally destroying the world.
yeah, I mean, from the Orthodox perspective, you say like, man does not have that much power. God has the power. So, you know, if you're even to say the they is God. Like, okay, humans have free will, or there's people who have power, and so if you have
They're acting out the esoteric shit. I sent you a link to that video. You should really watch it. It goes into linguistics and the meanings of words and how they use words.
yeah, I mean,
as
generally,
spells.
I'm thinking these patterns of the vague they. If there is a they, like in terms of humans, they're generally acting in their own interest. So, like generally, I reject.
Yeah, the Jesuits
I
and the
reject.
Jews.
I reject evil for the sake of evil. Like I mean, people might be selfish. So if you're looking like any problem of governance, human society, that people put forward their own self-interest above collective interest. And so if you're looking at something like the medical system or something like that, I mean, there's you know, there's general incompetence, there's selfishness, and there's collective karma that you know, societally, larger society functions at a macrocosm of how on a microcosm of how we treat each other. So the way we treat our neighbors or the people we know is parallel to how larger organizations and networks and government function. And then the theological claim, well, do you believe in a God that's all powerful and that people have the power of action to cause you harm outside of God? So it's saying that your state in life is directly the influence of yourself and God, nothing else, that no one else has power over you other than God and yourself. I mean, that's my theological outlook. So generally, I find it like a tune out when these like vague theys. But I mean, that's the dominant perspective of like a they. And like, I'm not that political. Are you in politics, Richard?
Dude, they have
Um,
total power over you, and if you get sick, you're fucked. They're just slaughtering people.
Yeah, but that's a truth claim. So I'm saying, like, theologically, I reject that truth claim. Nobody has power over me besides for God. So
Oh,
you
wait
say,
till
no,
just
no, you're
wait.
wrong. This God that you believe in doesn't actually exist. And
Just
these
wait till
people
you
do
need
actually have
medical,
power over
actual
you,
fucking
and you're
medical
just
help.
living in
But
a delusion, thinking that these people don't have power over you. But like theologically, am I fundamentally reject that? I don't accept anybody's power over me. And generally when I hear about these things, like I just tune out. Like I don't accept these.
you should study medicine because that's how they're doing it.
But
That's what is sorely lacking in this community is people with medical knowledge. Well, I've got medical knowledge. I read medical studies, not just the abstract and the conclusions, because they're never what actually they say inside the study. The conclusion's always like, yay, methadone or yay, vaccines, when the study says something completely different in the data.
yeah, I
It,
support that. Like
it's out of
education,
control,
making your own
dude. It's
decisions.
so out of control. It has to be stopped. Like, you have to, people, not God, needs to stop it.
Yeah, it was a power level. You should take our free will and make the best decisions possible.
We don't have free freaking will, or else I'd have the medication I need.
Well, I mean, saying even theologically, the question of suffering, you're saying, well, do you deserve your suffering?
No,
probably not.
I've never done anything to anybody.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, okay, like if you're gonna put like, I mean, Richard may presumably not agree with that, but I was saying, well, I mean, according to Judaism, that's heretical. Like, no, I mean, like God is just. If you're suffering, it's because you deserve it.
I don't
And,
deserve
and if
it.
you say, like, if you say something like, well, that's what Jews believe, or that's what Judaism teaches, then obviously, like, most Jews aren't going to accept that. But like from a fundamental theological tenet, and even to say, like, well, Judaism, it's just the Epicurean trilemma of God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good. How do you explain?
Did I deserve to go to MK Ultra camp when I was 12? No. I was a virgin. My mom fucking is the one that smoked weed with me to get me a dirty UA and set me up so she could go on this continuing education tour for a year.
Well, that's why I mentioned the postulate. Well, um,
Crazy ass
yes,
fucking
yes.
mom. And then I was on the run from her
What was
crazy
you
ass
deserve?
my
Like,
entire teenage years. Did I deserve that?
well, yeah, I
No.
mean, you suffer for the sins of your parents. So to say, like,
Oh,
did
well
you
then
deserve?
fuck my mom is the
Well, I was
craziest
saying,
bitch
just from a
on the planet.
logical perspective, that like, well, like, of course, like, if your mother made bad decisions, you're going to suffer for it. Did you deserve to suffer for the sins of your parents? And I mean, the Bible's clear; it says yes. Like, it's the
Oh, that's what's happening.
well, I mean, it's the third commandment.
Still to this
God is
day, the
angry, jealous
movie, the
God, who
stupid
melts out the
fucking
sins of the parents
state.
of the children for 3 and 4 generations. And I mean, I don't know, Richard, if you would, say like, no, I reject that. Like, by saying that's the 10 Commandments. You reject that God punishes the children for the sins of their parents.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that.
But I mean, it's clearly like right there in the 10 Commandments. I mean, even to explain, like, okay, I'm sympathetic. I don't want to see people suffering, but like, just to say, if you have the attitude that you don't deserve your suffering, saying, okay, you have free will, and you have but that's heretical from a strict, not just Orthodox Jewish, but Orthodox perspective in any manner, that God is just and a person suffers. But I mean, that's why the most common reason people are atheistic is suffering. And then if you want to say from a theistic level, because you don't want to take responsibility for your own suffering, and then you say, well, that's why I hate religious jerks like you. because like no, like a jerk like you is going to claim I deserve my suffering. But comes to a fundamental tenet of religion, and that's actually Islam is more moderate, because like Islam rejects. Islam claims that that's not that the Mosaic Ten Commandment account is not accurate, and that children don't suffer for the sins of their parents. But if you're saying, well, God forbid, my parents made bad decisions and it caused me suffering. Well, did I deserve it? I'm a continuation of my parents. I wouldn't be here for my parents, and it was part of the contract when I entered birth that I had to accept the suffering for my ancestors' poor decisions. I mean, you said you're Kabbalistic. I mean, even like
Yes, that is one possibility.
Like one of the main things Kabbalah teaches,
But more so, the main interpretation is taking on just mainstream is that maybe before coming into life, making decisions to say that I would go through this as a learning experience is what some might suggest. Just in general, I kind of think of interpretations of why ailments or sickness even exists, and we have all these substances that can either help or harm or have side effects, as you list multiple medications. And certainly there's a lot of debate if corporate big pharma, in comparison to say like herbal remedies that don't necessarily have side effects, and that very interesting theory that perhaps humanity is supposed to come together to find these, to look around for these cures. And that's basically the whole reason why sickness even exists, is so that without putting divisions aside, kind of coming together as a collective to find ways to either cure or at least alleviate the symptoms, depending on what the specific ailment is.
It's small fiber neuropathy.
And that perhaps it goes along with repairing. Mm-hmm.
It's the autonomic nervous system under attack. So your digestive tract, your heart and lungs and skin especially burns. Like everything makes my skin burn if I'm exposed to any sort of chemical. The sun, like I can feel the sun and the moon cycles. It's that bad. Like I need a pyramid to hide in, or a cave or something in the daytime. I don't know. And the magnetosphere is down so low, and we're at solar max right now, that it's really kicking my fucking ass. Because I pay attention to the sun and what's going on the sun, and I have the moon cycles on my smartwatch. That shit's real.
Sure.
The sun has a major effect.
You should generally not want people to be in a state of suffering. It's just the origin of suffering, and say, well, suffering is either the consequence of our poor decisions or is a direct message from God to teach you something. And so if you're in a state of suffering, say, well, what is God trying to teach me? And saying that's not your
destroy pharma. That's what God is telling me, to destroy this pharma monster that has taken over the world. Because all of those nerve medications that they put me on, guess what? Make it worse. I feel like they did this to me, and now they are abandoning me.
Yeah, but you claim you're a victim of circumstance.
It's a total strategy. No, it's a total strategy, and I see exactly what happened because I read all the medical studies going back to the 70s. Nobody wanted their methadone because they all got side effects, so they went back to heroin. Some even tried multiple times and gained hundreds of pounds of edema, dude. So nobody wanted their synthetic failed Nazi battlefield drug methadone. And so they literally forced it upon everybody. And you can't tell me we have shitty border control, because where are all the good heroin and stuff? It's all gone. It's all this fentanyl laced with xylazine, which makes your legs rot off. Literally, I don't know if you've seen pictures of that. It's really bad. Like it makes your legs rot away.
God forbid. Yeah, I mean,
You
generally,
can't tell me the government's not controlling that, and
yeah,
that
but
we have shitty
I'm
border
not a
control.
complainer. I'm not a complaining type, and like I don't usually like I don't enjoy listening to other people complain. It's okay. Like if you're in a bad situation, I feel bad for you. I wish you were in a better situation. But no, I don't think complaining helps. Like it doesn't help me. I don't think it helps you. That's my and like in general, I think it makes me a worse person to listen to other people complain. And just saying, if you say, well,
Complain?
and
No, we need to
even
do
like, if,
something about it. We need to
like,
make a plan.
what so people should have a plan. Like, okay, let's just say you have a plan to make your life better, to be a better person, to have better interaction. You know, versus like, okay, like you won't want to change the world, make the world a better place, repair the world. You know, on that level, what we could do is minimal. Maybe we should partake in it. But like the complaining
Like,
about,
so I shouldn't make videos
well, I'm encouraging you.
then?
I said you should stream, make your channel. Like, come on, like it
Yes.
looks like you haven't streamed, like whatever in your capacity. I wouldn't encourage, but like, um, you know, so okay, you feel like okay, well, right now I don't have power, and so I perceive there's other people who have power, and they're not, and they're misusing their power, and so I'm going to attack the people in power. I mean, I would say that's limited utility. You know, if you do believe in alternative medicines or science, alternative understandings, um, but yeah, generally I just tune out when people complain about other people. Like I don't really want to hear bad things about like negative energy. I don't want to hear bad things about anybody. And you know, even if it's hypothetical, like a they or a people in power, um, I generally put that into the terms like just negative energy. And saying like not to you know say sympathetic to your suffering. I hope your life improves, but I don't think it's going to improve you or anybody else to you know complaining in general, or if it's hypothetical about bad things about other people, even if they're accurate, even if it's accurate that there are these other people and they are doing these bad things. That even that in general, I mean, so okay, like I focus my stream on the war in Israel, and you know, because God forbid I feel complicit and I want to do something about it, but I have no power. You know, but even that, like, I'm not complaining about like Netanyahu or IDF soldiers. I'm just, you know, trying to my best to get a way out of this situation. Or even Hamas. Like, I don't complain about Hamas or you know, I generally take a rational actor theory. All people are rational actors, acting in their self-interest, and often acting in your own self-interest. Um, from some perspective, means to not care about the suffering of others. And you know, so that's the essential problem is that
Well, it
people,
could then become your suffering, is what I'm saying. Like, we're all in this together, especially if you live in the United States.
well, that I agree about.
Sure.
But I mean, theologically, I would say like no. I mean, like suffering is ordained from God. Like the only cause that I mean, theologically, as a believer, you say like suffering is you know directly a message from God to us, either that the actions we're taking are inaccurate and we should change our course of action, or some deeper message if it's not, you know, God forbid if you weren't the direct cause of your, you know, suffering through bad actions. But if that's not the case, you know, like Job, that somehow God is trying to send you some sort of message, and it's not, you know, it's not. I mean, God forbid, like sometimes people are like Sam Woll, you know, saying like, okay, like I'm sympathetic to Blanos. Like honestly, I don't think he did it. Maybe he did, and even if he did do it, and like I don't hate Blanos. Like I mean, God forbid, like whoever killed Sam Wool should be caught and punished. But I'm not like caught up with hatred for who did it. Like you know, there should be law and order. I don't want the wrong guy to be punished. But I mean, yeah, I mean, even a horrible case like that, like you know, who the hell killed her and how did it happen? You know, we can't have that guy roaming the street. But even that case, like it's like, well, yeah, I mean, God allowed it to happen for some greater message, and even if a person does get, you know, should get caught and punished for it, that you know, I still generally believe in God. So it was some message from God that allowed it to happen, or even saying, depending on your level of belief, caused it to happen. Not just like,
Yes.
you know, say, did God allow, you know, if Blanos did it and it was just some thief gone wrong that it was
I think
opportunity.
blaming everything on God is kind of a cop out. These people are
Well, I'm not blaming.
encouraging.
No,
So
God
the
is God is
soldiers all got exposed to a bunch of chemicals, so they started doing heroin over there. Then, because it was the only thing that relieved the pain, they come back over here. They just want the soldiers to commit suicide. Like they want us to commit suicide. They
I only
want
blame
me to
one
commit.
person
I'm on the
myself.
kill list. I can tell.
I
I
only
know when I go to the doctor, you're on the kill list. We ain't doing shit for you. Like,
Yeah, I would
so
say
what
like
happened? So
theologically,
what
like
is
the
the
only
Jewish
person you
thing
can
on
blame is yourself.
suicide? I have a question. What is the your guys' belief on suicide?
Well, I mean, it's forbidden, but it's saying like God is the judge, so it's like okay, like Aaron Bushnell or something like that. But like, yeah, I mean, like I said, like I feel like Aaron Bushnell because like I hate what's going on in Gaza, and I don't think there's anything to do about it. And like like honestly, it makes me want to kill myself just thinking about it. Like I'm not suicidal, but just looking like, oh my god, like we're killing people, like all these people, and I can't do anything about it. It makes me not want to live anymore. But I wouldn't do an action like that, and like suicide is strictly forbidden. Like whether the punishment for it, say God is the judge. So, saying like, okay, if um,
So what happens if you commit suicide? You go to hell and burn or what?
well, there's conflicting statements. So it's sinful, and God judges things in the totality. So that I don't know. God's the
What
judge.
if your skin is already fucking burning?
Yeah, but it's saying
And that's the whole problem.
it's the deeper question of evil, the souls. Like, do all souls eventually go to heaven? Most of the Jewish sages hold that all souls eventually go to heaven. Like
Mhm.
your purgatory or bad, even the worst of people. Like, yeah, I mean, did you ever go to yeshiva, Richard?
No, I don't believe
I
so.
mean, yeah, I mean, even in Israel, saying like, well, God forbid, is the soul of Hitler going to be there in heaven? So, well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thankful for a lot of stuff,
I mean,
people
it's
in
a
the chat.
theological question, saying like, yeah, that no, all souls are intrinsically good, and even if they
Eventually.
did the worst of action, eventually make it into heaven. So it's like, okay, if Blanos did the crime, he should be punished, but I'm not his judge. Like in the judge's sense, like he should be punished. He should be, if he did the crime, he should be punished. He should be caught, taken, whatever that is. If there's a death penalty or something. But like whether he goes to heaven or hell, I'm not the determiner of that. God is, and if
Mhm.
God decides to let him into heaven, that's God's decision, not mine.
Yes.
And so suicide is forbidden. Like there's very, the Talmud, the Kabbalah has a lot of statements that would highly recommend, against committing suicide or even very negative things that might happen to you if you should do such a thing. um but yeah, I mean, God judges people in the totality of their action, and generally say with sympathy. That's like my um truth claim. That's my understanding, my belief in God. Like I do believe that God is all powerful, all good, and all knowing, and I keep that firm to analyze events, even to the bad occasions.
I,
So
I question that, actually. I think there needs to be a feminine aspect because God makes some really fucked up decisions, honestly.
that's
That's
the analysis. You're saying like, no, God does not, like, no matter what the case is. So um I mean, God forbid, like, okay, like, the Jewish expression, something bad happened, someone died, broke dynamis, blessed is the true judge. Um, but yeah,
Like
that's the
Solomon got
strongest
all of
reason for
God's
rejecting
wisdom and then
that.
fucked everything up. Explain that to me. Like he was doing great until he obtained all of God's wisdom.
Well, I mean, the strongest, that I'm not my body, that my soul survives death, and suffering is just on the, so if you're suffering, like, yeah, I mean, just say like, you say like, God forbid you're suffering, and say, oh, don't worry, you're not your body, your soul is going to survive death. um may not make you feel better, but it's something that might make you feel better. And then he's saying, if it's fundamentally true that you're not your body and your soul does survive death, um then in perspective, the suffering of the body is not really that bad.
Oh no, my suffering sucks. Trust
oh
me. And you know what? Here's another thing. COVID, the number one diagnosis for long COVID and vaccine injury is small fiber neuropathy. Yet no doctors seem to know what it is and or pretend to not know what it is. And guess what? None of these people are going to be able to take the chemical pharmaceuticals. They're going to quickly realize that it just makes it worse. So what now?
Well, I mean, what now, for yourself or what now for society?
No, what now for society? Because mine is advanced. Okay, mine was pre-COVID, so all these new people are coming down with small fiber neuropathy.
Well, I mean, so if this is your issue, like, yeah, I would recommend you streaming and becoming an activist. It's like, yeah, man, I don't want you to be suffering just because I say theologically, like, no, I would rather you be in a state of like I would like to be a healer and feel bad for your suffering and want you to feel better, even though I have these firm theological beliefs. But yeah, if you should be an activist, you should stream, you should talk about it, you should educate yourself. I highly encourage you to. It's not my issue. I don't know anything about it, like besides what you told me or if I read an article or two. Have you heard of any of this before, Richard?
No, not at all. Not precisely. I'm just relaying what you said towards a lot of medical conditions. Awareness is mostly done by self-advocacy of people who are experiencing that, and that pushes developments in research and new therapies and treatment.
But their therapies and treatments are all freaking poison, you guys. That's what you're not understanding here.
I get scared on YouTube because they say, like, well, I mean, certainly, like, vaccine statements about the vaccine or COVID.
I'm not talking about the vaccine. I'm talking about all of the petrochemical pharmaceutical drugs.
Well, I mean, even attacking the, medical pharmaceutical industry could get me kicked off of YouTube. Like, medical misinformation is a violation of terms of service of YouTube. So, like, if you do want to be an activist, and even if you're right, I don't have the ability to assess whether the veracity of your claim. It's that I don't know enough about it, but like I do know like YouTube terms of service and medical information it goes against terms of service.
Well, it's definitely not medical misinformation. It's the truth.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if YouTube deciphers that, like I'm not the decipher of what's medical information or not. YouTube has their own method of deciphering that, and like presumably it's going to be in line with big pharma and mainstream.
They
medicine.
didn't strike my heroin versus methadone video. It's still there.
Are you in politics, Richard?
Yes, at least as an activist, yes.
Is that like...
I'm kind of thinking, I once took a course in college actually regarding how drugs are criminalized, and I kind of think about debates we're seeing across the country on the possibility of decriminalization of particular substances, and that there could be a medicinal and also recreational purpose if done safely, and because that's essentially how we're seeing a steady flow of the allowance of marijuana, as first seeing that as a medicine, and now many states have allowed for recreational, and we're seeing a very similar trend with psilocybin magic mushrooms for psychological reasons, that can somehow help alleviate people who have different mental health issues. So I feel that partly the advocacy afoot is to look at alternative possibilities and kind of persist in advocating for research groups to look at, I would say, because I don't really know much about the toxicology, but more so reviewing those different substances if there's potentially any benefit or risk. I would assume that there's always some kind of review of putting out medicine that unfortunately may make some conditions worse, and that usually happens just because they haven't found the right combination that can fix the issue that they're trying to rectify. And it's a lot of trial and error, especially as the progression of medicine and the idea of the ancients could figure out different herbal remedies, and then understanding going to a doctor or a pharmacist as a commercial enterprise, and then the evolution of, I'm not exactly certain if like new diseases emerge or they were always present, a preset entire history of how viruses and different diseases exist. So
There's anthropological evidence for some of the diseases, and there's not for quite a few of them.
mhm.
Why, are
Which
you
means that they
professionally
probably
activist?
made them in a lab, like HIV. There's no, that just popped up out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, just
Uh,
conjecture if
Ebola became human compatible in a lab right next to a lab. On and on and on. They've been doing biological warfare for a long time now. You should watch
you gotta be more
Dr.
careful.
Kevin McCarran.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a reason why he's not on YouTube. And
Yeah, there's the reason why he's not on YouTube.
okay, but
But
I was saying
he,
no, I'm saying I'm careful. This is like unquestionably like borderline stuff in terms of service, and I mean even if that's what you believe your activism, and if you are going to do activism, you're not going to last on YouTube in this matter if it is what you feel.
I know, but he's one of the only
Yeah,
neuroscientists that's going to tell you the truth about the science.
yeah. I mean, there's a
You
reason
can
he's not on
ignore his
YouTube.
point of view about everything else. Just listen to what he says
Okay,
about the
well,
science.
I'm just saying like it's not. These aren't discussions for YouTube. Like this, it's against their terms of service.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna I'll just, yeah.
well, I would say, man, you could stream, you could do could do Rumble,
Probably on Rumble, yeah.
or various things, but it's like you're not going to last long on YouTube. Talking about something that they're going to deem medical misinformation, and I mean, like, yeah, I'm a free thinker like that, but even in someone like wild speculation. Um, but are you professionally an activist or just like a citizen journalist who do your spare time?
Yeah, basically a citizen hobby, I would say.
Are you do you avow yourself to the system, or are you just trying to get information to the people? You're not like
Kind of more information to the people.
I mean, he's like, I mean, that's I like okay, like yeah, I mean, I like Sam Woll, but I mean, they say like I disagreed with her in terms of in terms of political activism in sense like, and I'm not sure if Rabbi Elpert is that like she doesn't seem like like okay, vote Democrat, and like therefore what you need to do is register for the Democratic Party or get this candidate elected.
Yeah, that just depends on.
I lean libertarian. I'm down on the system,
That's
and that even you could productively change things within the system that way. I mean, so there's the activist level of okay, well, well, you have no power, you can't change it, but you could at least get information to people to make better decisions for themselves versus actually trying to change things in terms of what information could change things if you reach a big enough audience versus the acquisition of power or avowing yourself to like political processes or getting involved with candidates or elections or things like that.
It's good to do both.
Okay, well, I lean libertarian, so I mean, probably most of the people who listen to me are turned off of the political process or think it's all corrupt. But if there is information, then you got to think strategically. So I mean, even if Jenny, you feel strong about these things, and it's like, well, is that your message? Like, is that what you're here for? You're here to, okay, like you build up your own audience. Like, okay, the reason you create your own imprint is so that you could just kind of like publicly pontificate. Well, this is my channel, and I, like thank God, like if people watch me, and I just get to publicly, the king of your castle, and your children have no choice but to listen to you ramble, even if you don't know what you're talking about. And so I mean that's the benefit of streaming. But if you're going to choose issues to say like no, like I'm streaming, to network, to meet people, to hear about interesting ideas, or saying like no, I got issues that I'm pushing. And like I'm here because like I have an agenda, and whatever reason you have this agenda, however you came onto it, like no, I became aware of this, and that's why I'm here, because like I don't think people are aware of it, and I got the system's rigged, and everybody's corrupt, and I'm doing my best to try to change that. And I don't know, did you think through these things, Jenny, in your streaming?
Think through what things? I was texting in the chat.
Well, I'm saying if you're like you're taking an activist approach to your streaming, I mean, you could just like I like theology, pure. I like abstract, philosophical, theological conversation.
Mhm.
So not necessarily practical, and even like I like science, philosophy of science,
I
but
like both, but I like it to have something to do with now and the future,
Sure.
and not just obsessing over the past.
Mhm.
well, I mean, an
While
activist.
while life passes us by and it just gets worse and worse and worse for us, we'll just obsess about the past.
But I'm saying, like, what's your message? And
What's
saying
my
if you're,
message?
I mean, you're activists. You say, well, your message is like big pharma's messed up, and like these and these things. These things. Was that your message? That's what you're here for, is to convince us of that. And want to say, well,
They're using that and AI to take over the world. I mean, they pretty much already have. If you've read the WHO treaty, it's basically the New World Order. The
well, so
medical
your
system is
message is like,
totally on lock. The Epic system, I think, is a Nazi. The
well, you're
computer
doing
system.
commentary. Your message is like you're telling me the news and a commentary in a way to understand it. So it's like, if you're not aware this is happening and it's bad and you should do something about it, which is like relatively, that's pretty common. That's what most people do. And even like, like Fox News, MSNBC, mainstream news, that's
Yes.
basically, it's not just here's the news, but it's bad. And this is why you got to get involved to change it, or else like, it's going to, the world is going to move in this bad way if you don't, if you don't stop it, because these forces are, but like generally,
Well, I think they're gearing up for World
that's why
War
I
III,
created my
whether you like it or not,
alternative
though,
media.
David.
But I mean, that's why I created my alternative media, because like I hate that. Like I don't like but I'm saying, if that is the most popular form of streaming, and I don't even know if you're like an activist, if you're just informing people and like you're going to put it out there, or if you're going to get like you got like your talking points, and you're going to get in front of the crowd, and then you get now's your chance. Now's your chance. Like here's the big streamer, thousands of viewers, and now's your chance, and then you get to your chance in front of a bigger crowd to say your message. And I don't even know if I have a message. I get like like that. And I'm not sure. Like, I mean, Jenny, your stream, that's just like how you feel, or if that's like what you're getting into streaming for. Or do you stream, Richard? Do you have channels, or just Facebook, Twitter? You on?
Yeah, just mostly the socials, unless I get invited on to. I don't feel like I can just independently go on all by myself. So,
Because you haven't tried it or trained it, like in terms of like
kind of more like I
public speaking.
prefer a conversation style.
I mean,
And
like public speaking, like you never did like Facebook Live to, uh, and just or if you did, have like your thing that like an interview with my special guest, and saying, so like and then saying, okay, like so if I say like, okay, like God forbid, like I filed the Samantha Woll case, and said like so David wants to interview you, not like and you're only interesting relative, because like I want to know your expertise about the Samantha Woll case, as opposed to necessarily like who are you, or what else do you find interesting. It's just like, I want your expertise on this issue. um that's basically, or like activist versus like generally in social media, say you're the brand. So once you become like social media, you build a presence, and then you become the brand, and then what you talk about, you get your own audience and keep your followers and keep them active, versus being like a subject expert, or like a news reporter, where he's like, I'm not interesting. I did the research and I'm reporting to you on these things. And versus like like you want to become a media personality where you're the brand, and then whatever you're gonna inform people what they should be interested in.
no, kind of just like more providing commentary and sort of like raising awareness upon the different groups of people that are looking for that information, because um, the official local media pertaining to, at least in general, trial coverage tends to be rather lacking, and that you only find out if it happens to be on that exact day that they're having a hearing. And so it's kind of good to have other, I'm thinking of like within the true crime community, if you will. People that follow different trials and provide updates, even though they're not like officially even know anyone who's involved with the case, but they're just intrigued by what happened and that it would be so gruesome, and um, that they could keep tabs on the latest developments and bring people in who would like to know what's going on, essentially.
Do you know, is the Bolanos trial going to be televised or live, or is it Wayne County? Is it going to be a different
Probably live streamed, based on how the local networks did do a lot of coverage, at least online, of the hearings that they had so far. I wouldn't be certain if it were to be televised, probably in segments after the fact. That's really up to how the networks want to go with this. I could theorize that perhaps Court TV could consider, but that really depends on whatever cases are happening and if there's enough audience interest, honestly.
Are there any? Is it already set date for trial, or are there motions that have been filed?
Yes, I think they want to go with the one that's been scheduled. As I said, that's June
That means
10th.
the defense attorney's not filed like motions to dismiss.
I don't believe so. No. They'll probably discuss it over the final conference on April 12th if they're ready to proceed with a jury selection.
Is my understanding that the only, I mean, if you, the categories of evidence, they have the direct evidence of the blood, Samuel's, God forbid, blood on his jacket, and besides for that, everything is circumstantial.
Yeah, very much so. And they would have to definitely bring in the DNA expert to explain how.
I mean, they can't even pin him, like the cell phone. The cell phone and the tracking data
in a radius. That's very unusual.
Just puts them potentially that he could potentially have been. I mean, that he was in the area, but not like that he was clearly in her house. Just that he was like the closest video footage of him is like at least a quarter of a mile. I'm not sure exactly how far, but like a quarter of a mile away. And the cell phone, at most, puts him in like a 1/10 of a mile radius. And that, so really the only evidence is the DNA on the jacket. Besides that, there's basically nothing.
Well, they also have to kind of prove, well, he was probably breaking into vehicles, and to be out that early in the morning, basically.
Well, I'm saying they say he's the only one they basically. I mean, like what I said on your like they had whatever reason the police in the first arrest were making it appear that the understanding of the case was that it was probably someone she knew and led into the house that God forbid, but that didn't give any leads, and so basically they combed all the video for anybody that they could have found in the street, and he was, I think he said that he was the only one. Like literally they looked for videos of the street in that time, and like, okay, I'm in Detroit, I'd say those streets could be pretty dead. So you say like literally like hours that like he's literally the only guy. The only guy who, well, I'm saying New York, like or okay, like my neighborhood, cars drive by, but someone on foot, so he was literally the only guy on the street. And so that the reason they even investigated to look for the blood is just because he was the only guy on the street at the time from surveillance. And then like lucky that they did a DNA search, and then on his jacket they found blood, so it was him. And that, like, in terms of the investigation, like they didn't have any reason to think that it was him, besides like he's the only one doing criminal activity on the street at that time. And
hey, Duvid,
were you following the Sam Woll murder case? I know I spoke about it with John Woll.
No, I haven't had much time to take a look into that, but just for Jenny's sake, I'll just say this: give yourself more time to heal before you go getting ready to handle Purdue or any of these pharmaceutical companies. You know, you got to give yourself some time to go through the physical withdrawals and then the psychological issues that come with it. I was on those OCAs years ago. All right. And it's pretty much almost like smack. It's not much different, except smack actually goes through your system faster. And
Yeah, a lot
the
faster.
and quite frankly, methadone is a million times better in terms of safety than any of those other ones, because especially the street shit. And keep this in mind. At least at the methadone clinic, you don't have a guy selling it to you who wants you to go turn tricks in order to get the money to pay for the methadone. So there's a lot of other, you know, and he's not trying to get you to use an AIDS infested needle, you know, to put it in. So they call it
We
harm
had a needle
reduction for a
exchange
reason.
in
It's not
Seattle.
safe. It's harm reduction.
Right. We had a needle exchange in Seattle at the time.
God
Lane
forbid.
Staley,
Seattle's a
Lane
depressing
Staley
place
messed up
overall.
because he was pre-cooking his and putting it in little vials with cork caps, which I imagine was growing bacteria. And he was also wearing big floppy Mad Hatter hats, like the antique ones that are loaded with mercury. Because heroin doesn't make all your front teeth fall out. You turn gray and waist down to 80 pounds. Like, unless you're doing something wrong.
Well,
So,
and look, with the stuff today, Jenny, here's the truth. A lot of that stuff, and I'm going to keep this friendly for Duvid's channel. I have a channel, and I'm not going to get your channel freaking smashed, Duvid. I'm a high IQ goyim. So I'm not dumb like that. I'm not going to get you in trouble. But the reality is we'll just say some foreign governments, maybe even some people within our own intel community that probably have some involvement with moving it. I'm not going to go any further than that. I was in the business myself years ago, not that business, but I was in the illegal weed business, and I used to talk to some of the coke trafficker kind of dudes, if you will. I'm friends with Freeway Rick Ross, who was the guy that was dealing with the CIA and got imprisoned years ago for the whole crack thing in LA. And he literally, after 20 years in prison, had to get himself out by discovering that the FBI and the DEA withheld evidence that his partner was a CIA agent.
of
And the
course.
only reason why he got out of federal prison is because he discovered, the Hispanic dude that I was scoring this from was on somebody's payroll. And so he went to the federal courts and he won his case. So I'm telling you, there's it's not like nobody in the illegal drug business is a nicer person than the pharmaceutical industry. Okay. You could say they're different levels of evil, perhaps.
Well, I think the GOV is controlling it all, and they have been the
No,
entire
they don't
freaking
control
time.
all of it, because that's literally impossible. Are there some elements involved with it? Yes, but the reality is they cannot control all of it. There's no way for
Everyone
them
has a
to
spy device in their
monitor.
pocket.
I used to be a fairly mid-level guy in that whole business, and I'm telling you, there's some of us that could outsmart them at that
Was
time.
that
Now, in
before
today's world, there's
smartphones,
it's a little bit harder in an electronic world.
Yeah,
But again,
exactly.
you're getting way farther ahead of yourself. Before you win the war on drugs as a society, do it for yourself, okay? And, deal with the underlying issues that cause you to go that direction, which it sounds like there's some with family from back in the day or whatever. It's not my business, so I'm not going to discuss it. But win your personal battle before you try to save other people.
Yeah, you got to separate your activism from your information. So if you're just reporting information versus you're commenting, you're saying, okay, like I've studied the issue, I'm just going to report it and let you make your own decision, or you're going to tell people how they should interpret the information, and then you're going to encourage people to act on the information based on your analysis. And
Well, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around, guys, so I'm trying to get this shit out quick.
Well, I mean, why? You're saying, okay, like what you're saying, because you're, I mean, God forbid your health, you might die.
Yeah, I almost died in September.
Well, I mean, God forbid, but
well, if you're using street drugs, you're going to die a lot sooner because you're likely to come across some fentanyl.
Yeah.
I'm not using street drugs. I haven't used street drugs in freaking 25 fucking years,
of addiction
dude.
that you've even talked about in the last 20 minutes, you're obviously someone prone to relapse big time.
No, actually not. When I kicked methadone, I was still homeless for years after that. And then I met someone and was like, do you want to have a baby and like get our lives together? So we did that, and I was a mom. I was a great mom.
Well,
My
Jenny,
daughter
I've
is
met
18
people who've
now.
been clean and sober for years and they relapse.
And well, here's what happened. I got small fiber neuropathy. I started having problems in massage school, and my doctor put me on Percocet, and then it graduated to extended release morphine. But then he that was in like 2009, 2010. But he refused to raise the dose because that's about the time that, the CDC went all,
Well, what
oh
you're
my
telling me is
God.
that you're in pain, which means, yes, you are in the category where there's a higher likelihood of relapsing. People in
Of
pain
course.
seek pain relief.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
just reality, like, okay, because like I almost became a doctor. My dad's a doctor, and like I go to synagogue. I know hundreds of doctors, and I mean, statistically, like 25% of people are in a relatively stable case of severe constant pain. And as you get older, it increases. Like, if you reach the age of senior citizenship, like 2 out of 3 senior citizens are in a constant state of pain.
But
And
redheads can't handle pain, dude. Have you
well, I
heard
mean, it's
that?
different. So if you're
Well,
younger
John
and in
Wolf
pain,
just put a good comment up there. He said that it's primarily coming from China. He's absolutely right because, look, our government does shady shit, but the one reason why they will not do the fentanyl shit on the street is because the CIA, Pentagon, all you can name every agency you could think of. One thing they do want are military age fighting people, and fentanyl kills military age fighting people. They would rather our young people die overseas or somewhere else, advancing money interest. Selling our kids fentanyl is counterproductive to the Pentagon's goals.
well, I mean, God
It's
forbid
China and the other countries that want to see our military age kids die. Now,
yeah, I
with
mean, we
heroin
do,
or coke, maybe party drugs, you could say that there's elements of the intel guys that might make some side bucks to do black bag type operation shit. But even that, who knows? I mean, we're just sort of speculating. But
well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of
they're
worthless.
not going to sell fentanyl to our to 21-year-old males that they'd rather have over in the Ukraine in about a year or two.
Really? Because they're moving all these brown people over the border. It kind of seems like they're setting us up for a civil war and World War III all at once.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Hey,
I'm trying
Duvich, she's
to
going to get you
abstract
in
this.
trouble with language like that. I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
shit,
Jace,
I was going to
okay.
ask you about the Holocaust. I guess I better not do that now.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. And saying like, I mean, you and Jenny could stream together if you're interested. Recommend it. Encourage more people to talk and stream. But yeah, more abstract, like like the. I mean, like at least for now, like to theorize on these possibilities. I mean, just to say, like the root cause is pain. Like
Yes.
people are in pain, they need painkillers, and it's not necessarily the natural condition to be in pain. That I mean, some people have diseases they're born with, get injuries, and even the youth in general. That like up to like in your 20s, even till your 30s, like less than 10% of people in their 30s have a constant state of pain. Like if you played like high school sports or you have an injury that didn't heal right or some sort of sickness, but like your average person, the vast majority of people up until their 30s are not in pain. Marijuana is a little bit different. But like fentanyl, that people are going to seek fentanyl, they have to have a reason. And so you have the elderly. So like most elderly people are already point. The vast majority of elderly people are in a constant state of pain. And as you get older, you're much more likely.
Well, and then the way that the legalized fentanyl is actually distributed, they use lollipops in the hospital, and it's meant for a slow. They give people with cancer and stuff like that. The legalized fentanyl that's in the hospitals is actually a lollipop. They have them suck on it because it does a slow release into the body. Fentanyl is not the kind of drug that you want to shoot into your system all at once. Okay, there's
Or
a reason why people die from that shit.
Yeah, but, I mean, God
it's
forbid, I mean, even up to 30, what how many people have ended up in the hospital And it's saying like, yeah, but I would say like, up until 25 or something, it's probably less than half of people have ever had to spend a night in the hospital, maybe even up to 40, that less than half of people have ever even had to spend a night in the hospital.
Yeah,
Or you would even have a reason to have fentanyl.
exactly.
I mean, God
It's
forbid,
such a
even if you
rarity
break,
thing that the reality is that it's not even anybody that wants to argue that that should be a widely available product is freaking insane. Or even heroin. Look,
well, if you would just believe
if
in free markets, I'm libertarian, and just
yeah,
you can make
well,
your own
me sort
decision.
of too, but I'm not that libertarian.
Well, even just saying that libertarian, that like, okay, like fentanyl, everything should be available to anybody who wants it, and just information where someone said, well, why do you want this? And he's saying that well, I'm in pain, and it's saying like, well, what a Tylenol 3, or the long term, that like your term, how you understand public policy, the role of government,
Yeah.
or prescriptive rules on people, and then if it's like your MobTube that just creates
Well, there's a few guys on MobTube I wouldn't mind handing fentanyl to because but no.
Well, I would say if there's
But
demand,
Jenny,
you have
look,
legal
the
business.
reality is I do understand why you have some of the conspiratorial thought on that because look, let's just be honest. There's a lot of corporations that have done some shady shit, and I don't know if you know the history of heroin, but when it was first marketed by Bearer in the 1800s, they advertised it as a wonder drug that will end all morphine use. Well, they were right because morphine addicts switched to smack. They could say, hey, everybody we gave heroin to that was a morphine addict stopped using morphine. Yeah, because you're giving them something more potent.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, okay, I was a drug addict, and like I smoked marijuana for over a decade, and like God forbid, I was even a cocaine addict, and it was generally due to bad life circumstance. Although a certain element, cocaine's a different beast that you don't necessarily, you don't necessarily have to be in a bad situation to take it because it's could make you do more than you, as opposed to downers. And certainly the illegal business. Like my roommate at the time spent 5 years in prison, and it was highly illegal. And
Damn, I didn't know you were thugged out at one point in your life, David.
You never watched MobTube like with John Wolf? I mean, which area are you in? Just because your first time on my channel, where are you streaming from?
I'm in California.
So, I mean, do you know Bernstein, or you just
yeah, absolutely. I spoke to him about a week and a half ago. Yeah.
Are you up north or south?
I'm in the middle of the state.
Middle, okay.
Where Gunnar Lindblom?
I'm in the middle of.
I didn't know Gunnar back in the day. Never had heard of him. That's not a slight on him or anything. I just didn't know him back then.
Well, I went to the same high. Are you familiar with Scott Bernstein, Richard?
Yeah. I know you guys went to school together. He's told me before because I've told him that I've watched your show in the past, and he's all, "Yeah, I know, David."
Yeah, I mean, we weren't buddies or anything in school. He was older than me. I think we got lunch together once. Like, I think when I were, our school was a private school that didn't have lunch. And I remember there was like IHOP, and he would eat at the IHOP regularly. And so, like, I grabbed lunch with him maybe a few times. There were always other people there, but yeah. But I mean, he's actually from a mafia family. Like, he's not necessarily. I mean, he.
I know. He
went to school and he studied.
Abe Bernstein, whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean the Purple Gang and the
those guys were crazy. That was a group of Jewish boys you didn't mess with back in the old school days.
Yeah, I mean the nature of that's changed, and certainly like things like drugs and I mean, God forbid. Yeah, I like the MobTube John. I mean, like, do you talk with John Wolf too?
Yeah. John Wolf is, he's. I
mean, New Orleans.
I think he's been following my channel and vice versa for like 3 years or so now. So it's been a while.
And what do you do? I mean, are you, I don't know, mafia adjacent or involved, or are you just newscaster?
No. So basically, my thing was I actually had looked when I was a kid. I was actually, my dad was a pot grower and did some shit like that, but my mom was highly religious, so I actually thought that the mafia street gangs, and I thought they were all fucking scumbags. You know, I wasn't one of these people that grew up thinking, oh, I want to be one of these guys. I thought they were the fucking problem in my neighborhood, quite frankly.
Well, you're Catholic?
And then, you know, it just,
Well, you're Catholic?
the way things evolved with the weed stuff, I got well connected pretty quick after I started smoking, and I did I revolted against my religion, if you will.
What religion
I
was
able
that?
to. I felt as though that
Wait, you said what religion was that?
were misinterpreting the scriptures and shit. And then originally I thought, you guys are holding me back. You're making me do shit that I don't believe. And I interpret the Bible different. And it just caused a schism. And then ultimately I was like, fuck all religion for a while, and went into the party scene stuff. And then I discovered I was pretty good at business. And it just kind of evolved from there.
What religion were you?
I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. So ironically enough, we used to meet with Jews once a year for a Holocaust Shoah event. Every year us and Jews would meet for a remembrance, because Jehovah's Witnesses were also rounded up by the Nazis. And so we would meet with Jews, and we would have an exchange and stuff, and we would, do a Shoah, So I grew up with this belief that, the people that were thought like me were persecuted by the Nazis and stuff like that. And, I later on started to question some of it, because I was like, well, wait a minute, obviously there's only so many ovens and blah, 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 gas chambers, blah, blah, blah. Everybody knows that you can't put 6 million plus the other people they killed all into, you do the math. Obviously, some of the people,
I could go on and on about
in
that.
today's world, we have people that want simple answers to complex shit. And if you don't give them a simple answer to complex shit, they just tune out. Now, 6 million, definitely died, but not all in a gas chamber. We all know that some were shot, some were freaking killed in battles, resisting. Some fled Europe, perhaps, and that's part of the Shoah too. Yes. There's people who, there's just things that happen, right? Now, it's a large,
like Hitler had a people
sure.
moving operation.
But the reality is that one thing that all that taught me, David, was that sometimes authorities will tell people things that's convenient for control, and it gives you one reason why I questioned so many things, started questioning so much stuff in general, was because I realized how misinformed I was about the world, because the people above me, whether it was church, whether it was government, or you name the institution, a lot of it was built on bullshit. And one of the big things built on bullshit is the war on drugs. I had been told that marijuana smokers were bad fucking people, and they all lead to heroin and stuff like that. And when I finally tried it, I was like, well, shit, this doesn't seem that bad. I actually kind of, the first time I did it, I didn't even get loaded. I thought it was actually a worthless drug. I was at first, and then finally, after a few times of trying it actually had an effect. And then I'm like, wow, okay, now I see why it has such an appeal. Now, the reality is, though, is we're fed so much bullshit growing up. And then when you find out certain things that were tenets of your belief system aren't quite what the reality is, doesn't jive with the reality, then you get very George Carlin-esque, if you will. You become the kind of guy that, you start to say, he used to call it, you get a case of the fuck it's, where everything's like, fuck it, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that.
I reject these whole, I would call conspiratorials. Like, well, obviously ignorance is the natural condition.
Yes.
When you're young, the only people who really care about you are your parents, your extended family, if you're part of a church. If you go to school, per force, the government, and that's minimal to say, okay, like, so if your parents didn't proactively train you and your only training was from the public school, but it's basically on you. Like, we're all raised into ignorance. It's upon us to learn the truth, to educate ourselves. And the people that were involved in your youth were generally the people who cared about you, who were probably trying the best with the knowledge that they knew. And it's mostly like your parents, your church, your school, if you went to public school, and maybe it was more, like you didn't want to be there, but but I mean, it's upon you to learn and take a proactive approach. And if you take like high or low birth, and you say, well, God forbid, like, you weren't raised for power, you were, just you raised a peasant and didn't know anything about anything, and came across on your own, as opposed to you took higher birth, and your parents had plans for you and were raising you for a position of power, or eventually you on your own, even though you weren't raised for that, were you decide to take a proactive approach to life or any level. But I don't like the conspiratorial mind. I think it's
yeah, me neither. Well, most of the time,
like,
dude, when people do the conspiratorial stuff, they're actually
like,
just speculating.
They're
like,
wrong.
you
They're
weren't,
wrong. They fall for the red herrings almost
you
all
weren't
the
lied
time.
to or misled. Like, your parents, your teachers, your church, the people who cared about you did the best with their knowledge to
Right.
help you, and they had limited resources. Even if your mother wasn't the greatest mother,
you can't
but
teach
still,
things
your
that
mother-
haven't been taught to the people that teach you.
Yeah, and you say, like, okay, like, I wish I had better parents, but like, you're relatively, like, your parents brought you into the world, they sacrificed a lot for you, and generally what they did was for your benefit. And then at a certain point, like, okay, they don't have what to offer, you have to go into the world. But to blame it on somebody and say, well, no, I mean, you weren't misfed information. Ignorance was the natural condition, and the people who taught you didn't escape ignorance, so they did the best.
Yes, they weren't necessarily bad intentions at all, for sure, David. Anyways, I'm going to jam, but the thing I was going to point out, David, that made me think earlier was the whole discussion of, God in the Old Testament, right? If you look at the Great Flood, way more people, including God's, we're talking about whether God causes it or blah, blah, blah. Theoretically speaking, if you believe the flood story, right? Everybody on earth was killed by God except for one family. That's a hell of a lot of people, right?
Yes.
Well,
think about it.
It's unclear whether it was millions or thousands. How many people were alive in the time of Noah? It's unclear. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there were only tens of thousands of people. Maybe it was hundreds of millions of people. There's not enough information in the Bible to know that.
Well, exactly. And then the point that we were talking about in the chat earlier, David, was that we're only we have to judge the Bible and other holy books based on the context of the time period they were written. Now, back then, if you lived in what was then ancient Israel, if you will, the Levant, whatever, they viewed that as their whole world. It's not like they had an internet or they knew where this land far off was and these people or that. Their whole world was that area. Most likely, what they called the Great Flood was probably what we call a normal flood in today's world. You could go look at the Mississippi, once a year, and there's a bunch of rainfall in that area. It floods, and we see all the people, on top of their houses waiting for helicopters to pick them up because the whole place is flooded. Now, if you lived in the Bible times and that happened, you're going to be like, damn, this is a great flood. Now, in our context, again, the information world, we know that, that's just, unfortunately, floods are part of weather patterns.
No,
right?
we had a huge fucking flood, dude. It melted the ice and came down North America through Washington State Badlands on the eastern Washington. You can see it. More than one flood, actually. And it wiped out all the megafauna and all the people.
What I think happened, David, I got a jam, but what I think happened is pretty simple. I think what happened was that whole area was flooded. Noah was probably one of the smarter dudes that got his shit together and had built a boat in advance, perhaps, and knew that, hey, it floods every so often here. And you know how people exaggerate stories. I mean, shit, you can go online and you tell somebody something on the internet and they go tell the next person and they retell the story. By the time it gets to the 20th person, it's a completely different story. People fucking exaggerate all the time. For all we know, Noah just saved his fucking animals from his house. And everybody's like, well, he must have saved every animal on planet Earth, a male and a female of every species of bird, every species of mammal. There's no way you could fit every single species of animal on any ship. Not even today's cargo fucking ships. Not even the ships that transport our goods across the planet could you fit every single mammal, bird, fucking,
you
reptile.
Could fit the DNA, though.
Well, but before you go, what was your name again? You didn't even introduce yourself.
JC.
Okay,
We have to
that's
have a Bible discussion sometime, David, because we'll have a good one with that.
okay.
It
Yeah,
was
and I
a
encourage you to.
Sumerian story.
You could stream with Jenny too. She's streaming on her channel also.
All right, cool. So, hey, I appreciate your time, David, and you know, I definitely hope that things overseas chill out. I kind of agree with you on a lot of that, actually, too. That there's, I don't dislike or hate any of the groups over there. I can empathize with. I understand, that Israel has its, needs to be able to survive. At the same time, I recognize how desperate some folks in the Islamic world probably feel about things, and
Sure.
it's a messed up thing across the board. And I just hope that whatever happens, that I hope it simmers down, and it, because we don't
Mhm.
need it to keep getting worse. We don't need the snowball to get bigger. We need to
Well,
reverse.
it's
We
already
need to slow it
everywhere. They
down and
control
reverse what's
everything.
happening.
They control us too. It's not just Gaza, dude. Like, I could give a shit about Palestine when they're fucking me over. Honestly.
All right, enjoy. Nice to meet you guys.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for tuning in. God bless. Thanks for joining, Sharon.
All right.
Talk again. Okay, yes, I got some new people coming on, like Richard, because he's in my area and I follow his work. And I was, Sam Woll, that was something I care about, and I'm interested in the case, how that goes. I'm not sure if Jenny probably doesn't even not familiar with this, or like streaming, you get like people from all over the place, and did you have something you wanted to add, Jenny?
Me? Yeah. But we're all focused on Palestine when
Well, that's what
we
I
should be
focused on.
focused on everything that's happening and everything that they're doing to us also.
Okay, obviously, but I'm saying, okay, like I care about that I stream. That's what I talk about.
I think it's a
One of the things I
distraction.
talk about. If it's not interesting to you, I can understand that. But it's
Oh,
one of
it's
the,
interesting. I did a stream about Israel recently, but it's on unlisted because it'll probably get showed if I take it off.
I felt like even from Orthodox Jews, even people who have family in Israel, like I felt like I follow a lot. I'm like, people don't really know that much and try to give information. And
I think it's a prison. I think Israel is a prison for Bolshevik war criminals, and that Hitler moved them there to do the Nakba.
yeah, God forbid. Yeah,
Didn't the giant walls, barbed wire, and armed guards give it away?
well, ignorance is the natural condition. And saying like to understand, to know about this, to learn, to investigate, versus to form your own opinions, to think things out for yourself, or to be active. And
I've been imprisoned enough times to know what a prison looks like.
Mhm.
Israel's a prison.
have you been to Israel, Richard?
No, I actually haven't.
I studied in Israel for 3 years. So just get back to this Bolanos case, though. If it's,
It's like a Pablo Escobar style prison.
so do you plan on following? Do you plan actually going and reporting from the trial?
I'm not certain if I would be on location. Kind of more so, depending on my career path, and I'm not necessarily been hired by anyone to do reporting. It's kind of more just volunteering to watch the live stream if I'm free.
Yeah,
during
no one's gonna. No one. Your chance of getting hired, I know, even some, Stephen Nealing,
No,
from Metro Times. on the radio.
possibility they could tap me as a contributor or
Well, there's not much economic future in being a reporter. So I'm just saying,
yeah,
like some are like your chance of economic. If you did want to make a living from it, you'd have to probably monetize social media.
yeah,
So,
a lot of people.
your chance of being hired is close to zero. That you could build up enough of a following on
Sure.
Twitter or YouTube and
Mhm.
monetize it. I don't know if you could even monetize your Facebook, but even in that likelihood, if you did interviews if you got a viral interview, like if you got and got, I mean, like ironically, okay, Justin Sledge ended up becoming a huge streamer with like over 500,000 followers,
Yes.
and he might be making a good living. But even that, okay, he already is one of the bigger streamers in the world, but like he's not even rich. So if you're talking like to monetize your news service, there's almost no financial future in it. But like I guess you might be able to sell a story if you were there to like report it, and like you probably like be lucky to get like a few $100s or even a few $1,000s.
Sure.
Even if like somehow the New York Times would bought a story off of you, like that, I think they pay like $1,500 or something. That like
Sure.
the likelihood that if the New York Times bought your story, but yeah, there's no money in it, so it'd be passion. And then if there is money in it, you'd have to monetize your social media.
Yes.
You could try like a paywall subscription if you had paid followers, and I wouldn't even pay for that. Like if you were behind a paywall or something like that, even though I don't pay anything like so. Yeah, it more has to be passion. And then I say if you do monetize yourself, then really you yourself become the brand. That like eventually like you're the brand, and like people are paying for you because you built some personal connection with the network. But it's unfortunate. Like I saw that other guy who was like when the case wasn't solved was posting daily videos. Do you see that other guy, like the amputee guy who was posting daily videos like on Samantha Woll before the arrest?
No, I don't believe I've seen those. Possibly, but don't
He was some sort of private investigator who had some God forbid thing where he like had to have his legs amputated. His YouTube channel talked about, and somehow the case was interesting to him, and he was doing like a daily video on it for like a month. He was the only guy reporting on it. Like I was looking for more updates, and he didn't really know anything about it, especially either. But he said like he didn't think there was actually that much interest in it in terms of actual reporting. That like when the case, it was largely reported on because people thought it was anti-Semitism, and that was an international story. But without that, there's not much reporting and not much interest. There was one other question I think I put on your on the Facebook group. Is there any statement about the murder weapon?
Oh, well, none in particular. We just thought it was a knife. I would assume.
I mean, there's no. They haven't said whether the murder weapon they have it or whether it's missing.
No, I have not heard that.
To say definitive, it's conceivable that they have the murder weapon, that it was left on the scene, and they haven't reported.
There was a whole theory about why he would have a bag. It's like, but they never like explained where the knife or they said a sharp object. They didn't really even specify.
I had John Wolf and a friend of mine, locally, and we talked through it. Another friend who was pretty close with Sam, and I was just trying to, God forbid, potentialize like how, like either he had the knife with him, it was his knife, or it was her knife, and
also I was wondering,
but we don't have that information is not available. Whether they're even claiming whether he had the knife that he brought with him, or whether it was a knife that was taken from her place.
Or even maybe his workplace, because he worked at his movie shop, and my theory was
either way that he brought the knife with the knife that killed her was not one of her knives. I mean, if they don't have the murder weapon, you're saying like we don't know, but I mean the murder weapon's non-existent, and it's not in possession of the police, and that we don't even know. Like, I mean, you're saying you don't think your guess is the police does not have the murder weapon, but from what's been released to the public, we don't know. It's possible they do have the murder weapon.
Yes, it just depends on what they revealed during the trial, because a lot of everything they've shown thus far is mostly just the digital context. They haven't even gone into like.
Well, I mean, the trial with the public.
When they show, I assume they're going to bring the jacket. They're going to show that.
Well, they're going to show the crime scene photos, right? They'll show the autopsy.
I've not seen that.
But I'm saying when the trial happens, if
probably
it's public,
they'll
it's
show-
public, we'll see all the crime scene photos and
yes,
the
they
autopsy
probably will
report
show
and
that.
everything.
No, you won't. They won't even show you the crime scene photos from the Israel October 7th.
No, we're talking about a public
No,
murder
this-
trial in Detroit.
no.
Like saying, if this guy goes to trial, the prosecution, when they present their case, will show the crime scene photos.
Why do you even care? Why are you even waste your time on that?
Because this was a friend of mine. Like, I mean,
Oh, it was a friend of yours?
the Sam Woll case that was murdered in Detroit, and Richard was one of the only people covering it.
Wait, so your friend was murdered, or your friend is the suspect?
God forbid, no, my friend was murdered
Oh
in
my
Detroit
gosh. Okay.
in
Well-
late October. I mean, she was the president of the synagogue, and then it took like 2.5 months till they found a suspect, and then they claimed it was basically a random black guy in Detroit who was breaking into cars, and it was a robbery gone wrong. And so,
Robbery gone wrong. That sounds suspicious.
and because the case. So, like, I mean, I claim that I thought, I mean, just from it being a stabbing and the nature of the case, was that it was most likely, God forbid, a Jew on Jew crime, someone that she knew. And like, if Samuel had a boyfriend or something, like, there was almost certainly that her boyfriend would be Jewish. And if Samuel was voluntarily inviting someone into her apartment, I would say extremely likely the person was Jewish. But then, then the case came out. They claimed it was just a random guy robbing, and they have circumstantial evidence that puts him in the neighborhood at the time, and then they have a tiny bit of blood on his jacket, and that's it. And the case is coming up, so that it's following skeptical and saying, well, if he's not the guy who did, and then who did do it, and then if it's a case like, well, is it someone in the Jewish community that God forbid, and they're just charging an innocent black guy, or is it the case? It really is this guy, and that's what so I'm not saying, yeah, but like I was covering the Samuel case since it happened, and especially when they didn't catch someone, and when they did catch them, and John Wolfe, and I was trying to postulate I mean, so according to the prosecution, there's only like a 3-minute window that he had to do it.
Yes.
And according to the prosecution, they're saying that she left her door wide open, or she just left it open.
No, I think it was just unlocked. Like,
was that unclear that they could be saying she actually left it? I mean, that he got lucky and he just happened to like pull the door and it's like, oh my God, it was open. And then if he came twice,
So unlikely.
He came at 1:00, he pulled the door and it was unlocked, and then
I don't understand.
And then he came back later. I mean, he was in the neighborhood twice, but the question, what was, did she leave the door like wide open? And like when he was there at 1:00 or 1:30, he saw the door was open, and then he came back at 4:00 and saw the door was open. But that's unclear whether they're saying it was just unlocked or whether it was like wide open.
My interpretation would probably be unlocked. So,
but it's possible. It's possible that it was.
That is possible too. But depending on, I think there's going to be an analysis of how the door was found. Did he close the door after? I mean, or did he just run out as she's bleeding on the sidewalk? And
what if it's a door that automatically closes? I mean, saying that if it's even possible that the door was wide open, or if it automatically, has a pressure closer that. But yeah, I mean, it seemed impractical. Is saying like, okay, like God forbid, if they're claiming like, well, it was his knife, he brought the knife with him, and say, well, if he disposed of the knife, like, I mean, just one thing, why would he dispose of the jacket? But like, if he did happen to be carrying a knife, and just saying, well, how do you end up from a break-in to a stabbing? And I was picturing like, if I was sleeping on my couch and someone broke into my house and like they didn't realize I was there, and like I couldn't even create a narrative of a narrative of how does a break-in lead to a multiple stabbing? Does she confront him? Like, is she on the couch and then she sees someone breaking in, she confronts him? Is it possible to claim maybe she confronted him with her own knife? She went to the kitchen and grabbed her own knife, and he disarmed her of her knife and used her knife to stab her. If there's enough information that we know it wasn't one of her knives, if it definitely, if he did, they had to have brought his own knife. And then if he was carrying a knife, you're saying, would he have broke into a house like clutching his knife, or like then he sees someone's waking and he like naturally like it just didn't add up like to the sense where I'm tending to think like I don't think it. I mean, I don't have the information and say it's a lot of uncertainty, but like it didn't make sense to me that Bolanos could like I can't even create in my head a narrative. How does he break into her house to go to stabbing her? I mean, is he carrying a knife? Does she try to attack him? And then like like he's a big I don't know how big he is, but I mean presumably like she's not that
overpowered.
That he could if he didn't even steal anything, like so saying that he could have easily pushed her out of the way. Like if his goal was to get out of there, he didn't have to stab her. He would have just pushed her out of the way and could have got out of there. So in trying to even come up with a mental scenario in my mind of how is it possible that Bolanos is the one who did it. And like, I mean, I say obviously if he's got like blood on his jacket, that's some strong evidence. But
you
even
could also theorize his
FBI or something, maybe they just planted on him. Maybe they framed him. Versus saying like without a narrative, the only evidence they have is that he was in the neighborhood, and there's blood on a tiny bit of blood on his jacket. I think it was more likely they just framed him, God forbid, or like the defense attorney said that maybe he saw her on the street and touched her, because I can't even say what's their narrative going to be for how it unfolded, how it happened. And like we'll have to see the autopsy report and the crime scene photos, but like I really couldn't work out a narrative how it's possible that like a broken. I mean, my mother, when she first said like all the experts are saying like that's a crime of passion, and then even saying like okay, black Jewish relations, like do you think some black guy randomly killed her? Like it's not anti-Semitism, it's just like black crime. Like, that, like, God forbid, that's the way these people are. He stole and didn't go right, and he killed her. And think about, well, how many stabbing deaths are there in Detroit a year? How many thieves, how many burglaries that go wrong end up in stabbing deaths? And I don't even know if that's, like, first of all, how many black and white crimes are there in Detroit? Not many. There's only, like, a few black on white crimes a year in Detroit. And, like, how many burglaries that turn into stabbing deaths? I don't even know if I heard of them. I know there's a few. I mean, there might be like 10 stabbings a year in Detroit. I don't know the statistics if you've looked up this data.
No, I haven't really been able to.
And then like how many burglaries gone wrong turn into stabbings? Because like the narrative at the beginning, like crime of passion, it was probably like, God forbid, like I didn't know her that well. I knew her at synagogue and through activities, but like I mean, whether she had a boyfriend or not, she could have had a boyfriend or whatever. And you're saying that, but it's saying like the most likely case would, and then the question, now they're claiming, well, she left the door unlocked, and it's saying, well, was it wide open? What you're claiming that this guy was going up to every door and just like seeing if it was open and got lucky that one was unlocked, and then somehow turns into a stabbing. I mean, you were following the case, I guess, more than anybody. I followed your content. I watched in 2-speed almost the whole preliminary hearing, and I mean, I don't have any special insight, but I was just skeptical. Like, I don't think it's Bolanos.
Yeah, there's other possibilities, of course, and the defense will certainly have to raise that as they claim he didn't do it, and like he hasn't confessed. So
maybe you think her door had an Israeli flag, but like that was like this side, she had like a huge Black Lives Matter poster.
Yes, that too.
I mean, she had like a flag side Black Lives Matters, and then she had like a tiny Israeli flag. And then it's saying like that was exactly what she stood against, would be just pinning it on some black guy, and said, okay, God forbid, like maybe Bolanos is a thief. Saying maybe he is going out at night and he is a thief.
We could also perhaps,
I don't even know that, but it's saying like we'll see the evidence. He's saying is that if it's on, okay, he's wearing gloves, like maybe he is a thief and he's walking around Detroit at night and he is breaking into cars. Maybe he does break into apartments, but like just killing like an innocent woman for no reason.
Have to show. I would assume we're going to hear about his mental health history and wonder, is there anything diagnosed where you could just snap in a sudden moment, or
okay, God forbid, like maybe he's got like a big knife collection and turns out he carries knives around him, or like he was in prison, he used to get in knife fights or something like that. But it's saying like, would he have been carrying a knife? Like even since like, like, I mean, that'd be some sort of evidence. Like, yeah, like no, like everybody knows he always carried a knife with him. Because they're not even saying like it wasn't premeditated. Like he was just an opportunistic.
And theoretically, when this happened, he's just walking back nonchalantly. So hard to tell what's going on there. I'm just, when I was looking at the case,
I mean, you agree with me. You're skeptical that like it doesn't add up to you. That
well,
I mean, you know what I mean. You have more insight.
Okay, hold that thought. So with the first suspect who had supposedly been an ex-boyfriend and they cleared him, there's a rumor that some members of the family still wonder if he could have been even capable. But otherwise, I was theorizing, okay, well, if he was in Kalamazoo, was there anyone else who was stabbed around there and that was an unsolved murder? And potentially, what if that was connected? I could theorize, just like frame of references, I'm thinking of all these, and we could assume that either there's, in comparison to infamous serial killers, that they can just stab somebody and go on, carry on their life as if nothing happened. So it's hard.
Most murders are
tell.
done by people who know each other.
Yeah, I say like,
True,
okay, God
but
forbid, like this is pure conjecture, but say,
of
if
the random
what I'm saying,
crazy
okay,
stranger who,
well, I'm just the nature of the
Yes.
like. If you just make conjecture, like okay, like they investigated and maybe they looked at the leads, but you say, okay, if God forbid she was having an affair with a married man, then you have motive that you see that kind of stabbing attack, like God forbid she's I'm going to tell your wife, and the guy's like, no, you aren't, and then stabs her. That would be in line with the type crime of
yes,
passion.
of course.
With
Yeah.
like, with there being no forced entry, it would have been someone that I guess the police even said that the back door opened. But I'm saying I don't. That's complete conjecture. I don't know
I'm
whether
just
she had a
saying,
boyfriend
what if,
or there's any evidence. But I'm saying that with the type crime that you could see that like if she was having an affair with a married man, then God forbid, she'd be like, I'm going to tell your wife, and then he was like, no, you aren't. He stabbed her to death, and then he ran and just pretended.
possible. I'm just saying, what if psychotic could totally go crazy?
Well, you're saying Bolanos. What if Bolanos is a secret psychopathic killer? He's not just a low-level thief, and maybe you say if he killed her, he's probably killed more people than just her. What's the chance that
Possibly.
that if Bolanos killed her, what's the chance that she's the only person he killed?
Exactly. And that was essentially what I thought in the week after when I went to the downtown synagogue, and there was like a formal meeting of all the friends and relatives of it was a very healing response where we were in the upstairs room and we were discussing our feelings about the case. And one of the first things I said is, well, I hope they catch this person soon. So what if they try to hurt someone else? And that's usually something that kind of happens whenever, because Detroit is very, well, certain regions are safe and other regions are dangerous. But whenever I hear about a gun violence murder, like until they're caught, they're on the loose. They could shoot somebody else. And hard to tell what the motive was, if that was targeted or completely random, and that they have that psychotic disposition that they'd even be willing to kill someone and that they don't even know. Or
well, and also the racial dynamics where you say,
yeah, too.
Like the vast majority of crime in Detroit is black on black.
Mm-hmm.
And you're so saying, and so, okay, if Bolanos is, God forbid, a psychopathic serial killer, and this is just the first non-black person he killed.
Or could have been the very first victim. Hard to tell.
Well, even the likelihood of the very first victim, then you say, well, like, and then you get the question of he had intent, like, was he carrying a knife? And even the reaction that how would he even had the reaction, even to like, I'm not like a gang type person, like people. I mean, he was in prison. Maybe he like knives. You have to know how to work with a knife. I don't
Exactly.
Like, and I could theoretically but I'm saying to pull out.
I was thinking about his job and what if he was slicing up fruit and with such precision. Just the idea.
But it's still not a stabbing motion that you do that, and even to like if it's a switchblade or the type knife. You're saying that I mean, so we'll see that kind of evidence that you'd expect. You say, well, if he was carrying a knife, like I doubt he'd carry a knife from work. If he was carrying a knife as a weapon, it'd probably be like
stole one. I don't know.
Well, I was saying that what's the likelihood that he was walking around carrying a knife? And if he was walking around carrying a knife, like I doubt he would have like been carrying around like a vegetable knife. Like he probably would have been carrying like a switchblade or some sort of
possibly
weaponized. Well, I mean, possibly like saying it doesn't make sense. Like if he's carrying around a knife as a weapon, you carry around a weaponized knife, and I mean, there's just so many. It didn't make sense. Like okay, but I mean.
I just mean you would know how to use a knife. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I would say just because he works,
knife he used,
and then he said like he had a decent job. Like okay, if he even just the fact that he's opportunistic criminal, he's breaking his living with
his girlfriend. That's a very good reason to say why would you upend your life? But if you're having some kind of mental issue that you can like Jekyll and Hyde like that.
What we're saying if he's a regular low-level thief, and say not even Jekyll and Hyde. Okay, like he works hard, and the economy's tough, and he works for crap pay and hardly pays his expenses, so he's opportunistic and he's a thief. I mean, just to say like to say a murder, that's a big step. Just okay, like yeah, I mean stealing's wrong, but is it possible he could basically be okay? Like he needs money. He decided to be a thief, and they were saying we don't even know that he's a thief. Say like maybe he was breaking the cars, maybe he's a regular thief. Yeah. What's the chance that like he does this every night, or like he's
once in a while or something.
Once in a while, and then whether he does home invasions or got lucky, and it just the narrative. I don't even know what information that would add up. Like I mean, saying like the murder weapon, they're saying like. If they say like like it was a switchblade that did it and we know he carries a switchblade, that would be something substantial even if they didn't have the murder weapon, or if they actually had the murder weapon, or if there's some sort of like his girlfriend turns on him, or someone says or something like a knife is missing, that like we knew he had a switchblade and all of a sudden it's missing, but like absent that, like it seems like a pretty weak case.
Yeah, we just have to really what they're going to unveil, and if that adds up or just keeps being rather dubious. There's only so much that they want to show. That was necessary to get the switch over from district to circuit. So as they're building the case and have shared the evidence that they have with his defense team, and then going to present that to the public in order to have an unbiased jury. And
if they're going to say like, if they misled the public in the sense where they, they claim they had an idea, a suspect. If this was what they thought the whole time, because like they combed and he was the only buddy that, but it seems that they, appeared to be claiming that it was not a break-in, that nothing was stolen, there was no struggle. And then they're saying it was a break-in and there was a struggle. So if there was originally a theory, like God forbid, like a like a Columbo or Angela Bassett Murder She Wrote, where it's like they think it's this guy, they just need him to squeal and have the evidence, and it's like her jealous boyfriend, and like God forbid, I don't even but it's saying there's this suspicious jealous boyfriend. And they thought it was him, but they didn't really have any evidence, and then they just gave up, and then they looked around, and then they got lucky that they figured, okay, like Bolanos, he's the only guy in the area, let's do a DNA test on his jacket, and they got lucky and found the blood. I mean, it was even matters like how do they even get a warrant for that connection? I mean, I guess if they investigate, but you're saying he's the only guy they could find in the street at the time, and then you decide, well, let's DNA test his jacket, because I guess they have him wearing the jacket that night. So they say, let's do a DNA test on his jacket. And then it turns out that they find blood on it. And then once they find blood on it, they arrest him. And if it took 2 months till they did the DNA test, or they haven't released that information, if like they pinned
No,
Bolanos in the first week.
I have
If-
no idea when they went to his apartment that he lived with the girlfriend where the jacket was found. And then the formal arrest happened on December the 13th. Like he was already brought in for questioning, but they let him go initially, however, kept doing surveillance and then picked him up.
But I mean,
There was, like,
and
new
it just take that long to DNA test like they did. They had the jacket, or like in December they said, let's test his jacket.
I have no idea how
Or
they,
that maybe they had the jacket and it took like that long to get back. I mean, there's so many questions, and I guess the other guy they arrested, and like the information they said like, oh, it's someone arrested. They posed. I mean, that way you get like the jealous boyfriend or something, because they said the first guy they arrested was someone from the synagogue who was at her funeral and had a picture with her at the synagogue event, and then then all of a sudden it's Bolanos. So like how it gets to the police investigation where maybe okay, they picked up Bolanos because he's the only guy in the neighborhood. When do they decide to test his jacket? And was it something else than the positive DNA match on his jacket, or was that basically it? And I guess the prosecutor doesn't pay to release this information. So I'm saying the prosecutor is going to do their case, and they're not going, maybe the defense will have the opportunity to cross-examine the police officer, or
sure, of course.
But saying that you think that we'll get this information of the nature of the prosecution, and even if they admit that they didn't think it was Bolanos at first, and they picked up this other guy, but then they decide to test the jacket, and once they found the match, that's the strongest case they're going to get.
Probably.
And then if it's not him, does it come back to like maybe like it's her questionable jealous boyfriend that they have no evidence on?
Yeah. So.
And we don't. There's other stuff like is it possible that she let people stay in her apartment, did other people have the key? Was she? Did she hang out with people late at night? Did she even have a potential jealous boyfriend to be the main subject? Did she have a boyfriend?
Yes. At one point, that's kind of what the media had reported, and that's whom the first suspect had been her ex. But of course, throughout the whole investigation, they honestly had people looking at everyone who attended the wedding just because of that proximity.
Yeah, and so if it's not Bolanos, then okay, maybe it was anti-Semitic. Maybe she was. I mean, God forbid, she was a serious Democratic operative. She was one of the most high-ranking Democratic.
There was even the bizarre online theory going on in the Middle Eastern sphere that the Israeli Mossad put a hit on her or something like.
Well, it's not common. Like I think the only example is that who peripherally was Jewish, but there was no that like Hillary Clinton aide that was killed in Washington. That's a big thing of conspiracy case. I forget if you remember that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they ruled there was like a random burglary, but they never found the suspect. And the conspiracies all say that like Hillary Clinton had him assassinated. You familiar with that case?
Not necessarily, but I'm just aware.
It was years ago, but I mean, it was a random Jewish aide in Washington that was killed, and I don't think they ever solved it. And it was put that it was just kind of random, and among like the conspiracy theorists, it's still open today as like one of the people Hillary Clinton had killed, God forbid. But I mean, you're thinking like from a conspiracy, so people are thinking anti-Semitic, even in your thing, like the majority of people still think it's anti-Semitism.
Yes, because of those specific details and the timing, and
but just think
how you would randomly just come across of all the houses that one.
Well, I mean that she was targeted by that. Like someone said, okay, she's one of the most. I mean, like God forbid, like besides like Dan Gilbert or something, she's one of the most powerful Jews in Detroit. So they wanted to, even though she was a nice liberal person, but like it was an assassination of one of the most powerful Jews in Detroit, and that someone would have, God forbid, targeted it and plotted it out and followed her or whatever case, and it was a targeted assassination because it wouldn't have been like a. I mean, it would that to say. So if it is not Bolanos, and it's not her jealous boyfriend, then it's still unknown. And then you could have this unknown. Was it, some sort of like CIA? Like, I mean, because she is she was the chief staff for, you could go, okay, it could have been an anti-abortion activist. If you're just going to go conspiracy, like motive, like, okay, like she's the campaign for Dana Nessel, or she's also Elise Slotkin, who's like a former CIA, that, just like motive. Well, it could be anybody. It could be, so like anti-abort. If it's politically motivated, you say, well, anti-Semitism makes sense that it would have been. One thing, there's no record of like assassinating prominent Jews in America. There's been cases, but like to say that a prominent Jew would just be assassinated randomly over anti-Semitism, I don't
They
think
only
that's happened in
said
the U.S.
about not a hate crime just because the giant Israel flag was untouched. Like, that seems very oddly specific. That
Yeah,
only
that was this. Yeah, it seemed. Yeah, the police spokesperson, like James Craig or whatever, he said, like like it didn't add up.
James White.
But I'm saying that they're saying like, no, the likelihood that someone just saw the Israeli flag and attacked her versus saying it was a targeted assassination. And it's saying like if it was just a random schmo who walked by and saw an Israeli flag versus it was like a targeted assassination who knew what they were doing and we're never going to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying there's no phenomenon of that. Like, okay, even the Colleyville guy, that guy was kind of just the crazy person. Even the few synagogue attacks, those weren't. There's no phenomenon of like targeted assassination of prominent Jews in America.
It's kind of like, well, one of my comparisons, frame of reference, of course, would be at the Manson murders, and how that was a very specific agenda, but they actually didn't find out that they were the murderers until the girls are just talking about, oh yeah, we did this. Well, they were just picked up in prison. So they had to go off as so many wild theories until they realized, oh my goodness, these people are in a cult. And
well, yeah, I'm saying, so if it's not Bolanos, it's not your boyfriend, then it might go unsolved unless someone slips up or unless someone admits to doing it.
exactly.
So, it's kind of scary. Like, and if you're in the Jewish community, I would almost like, okay, like what does it mean for Black Jewish relations? And like, okay, Sam Woll was Black Lives Matter activist.
Yeah.
Police reform. What does it mean for Black Jewish relations? They like, no, it's just a random crime. As opposed to, because I lean right wing. People were just kind of like, like, okay, God forbid, dumb liberal, thought you could move to Detroit, and didn't realize that that's what these people are like, and some, God forbid, some black guy killed you just for a few dollars, and he didn't even get the few dollars, and if that's so God forbid that's not what she believed in. And then just saying like, well, okay, was she just a dumb liberal who didn't appreciate the gravity, like God forbid, October 7th, and the people who are living right next to Gaza and peace activists, and saying they were just dumb liberals in that sense, that they didn't realize that that's what these people are like, and saying, so God forbid, as like a liberal leaning Jew like that, I would rather it almost be a Jewish on Jewish crime than be a Black on Jewish crime like that.
Sure.
What if it is Bolanos who did it? What if it is just a random black on white, Black on Jewish crime, and she didn't really do it all? The only thing dumb she did was leave her door unlocked and be too trusting.
Yeah, exactly.
And
not have more security, like that would immediately alert if someone else walks in, because they're talking
give up
about
on the project.
system. Oh, with immediate detection, like why?
Well, it give up on the project of believing in Jews moving back to Detroit or the. You could always say like, okay, I live in New York.
People should be safe anywhere that they want to be in, and
you could also look at it as, Well, I mean, you also say, no, I mean, she was an agent of gentrification. She was a good person, but like she was, one of these liberals that, ineffectual liberals that was really an agent of gentrification. The downtown synagogue, um, you did a $6 million renovation that was funded by Dan Gilbert,
Mhm.
and you can't just walk into Detroit and try to be rich and gentrify Detroit. And so it was some sort of, even though it wasn't directly to say that, but it was saying um she was a nefarious agent of black interest in Detroit, even though she was a Democrat that is saying like, no, she was an agent of gentrification, even though she was like, liberal and do good, but really she was just a pawn of Dan Gilbert and gentrification and trying to dispossess black people of their residence, putting up, well, I mean, it'd be a criticism. I mean, you might disagree with it, but I
Hard to
think,
tell what anyone's motive would be, but if someone got that in their head and decided to go after her, I don't know.
well, I think they would have went after her. And not saying that, God forbid, Bolanos was targeting her, but I'm saying if it's just a crime, but it's saying that you say, well, was she really such a good person? And saying, well, no, she was an agent of gentrification, and she was harming African Americans in Detroit. Her political activism was actually a negative influence on blacks in Detroit. She was an agent of gentrification and the dispossession of people, even though she didn't portray herself that way. But like facts on the ground is that she was an agent of gentrification.
Well, that's enough to piss people off.
But I don't think, I mean, saying, but I'm saying that piss someone off, but you're saying you're like, you can't move into Detroit and like try to live like some upper middle class lifestyle. And even to say like gentrification, like, you can't raise like $6 million for a synagogue and in like in Detroit and like not expect like in like that you, okay, if it's just a robbery went wrong, but it's saying like, like, of course, like, God forbid, like you can't
That
just go.
sounds like somebody got suicided to me, or like just murdered.
Well, I mean, just speculation, but I'm just looking at that in terms of what's the symbolic significance of it just being a black on Jewish white crime.
Sure. Yeah.
That's just weird to me. It's just weird to me. It doesn't make sense.
Well, no, it does make sense because like that was the most probable understanding at the beginning. Like when the first crime, just statistically, it was saying it was probably just a random black guy who was trying to steal, who saw she had money. I mean, that's not what she.
But why would he need to stab her though?
Well, I mean, that's still
that's just silly.
Well, that's still the motive. It's still on. Yeah, I'm still questioning, but saying like, when the case happened, my right leaning friends were just like, yeah, she was just a dumb liberal, and it was probably just one random black guy.
Rule number 1 on the streets: no blacks. Okay, I've never had a black guy try to kill me before, and I lived on the streets for years.
Yeah, but I'm saying Detroit is like 90% black.
Yes.
And it's saying Detroit, like, she's coming in there, living, transplanting an upper middle class livelihood where the average person in Detroit, Bolanos is slaving away for crap pay in some fruit store, and he's stealing things at night because he has no opportunity because life didn't give him any chances.
Yeah,
he's like, what the hell? I'm gonna slave away the rest of my life in some crap job and not even be able to raise family, get an apartment, and raise some kids. That he's going to go to a life of thievery or even to murder.
You want me to see if I can find my dowsing rods? I could just ask.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I'm not superstitious like that, but I mean, do you have political thoughts on it? I mean, like, are you involved in Detroit politics, or, do you have political thoughts on what it means for Black Jewish relations?
We didn't have a lot of Jews in Seattle that I knew of. There was like a couple synagogues, but I didn't really know much about the Jewish thing until later, because we have like a lot of Asians mostly over in like Seattle and stuff. There's just not a lot of Jews that I know of. Maybe now.
Well, I mean, Metro Detroit relatively is one of the bigger Jewish top 10 the top 20 Jewish cities, there's 75,000 Jews. Jews used to be a huge Jewish community in Detroit, and relatively black Jewish tensions are minor compared to okay, it's Baltimore, Florida. A few Jews get killed every year, largely by blacks, and they're almost always random violence, theft. So it's
That just sounds like somebody blaming it on black people.
I'm not blaming it. I'm just saying that factually, it was like, that in Detroit, no, like you can't think of when the last time a Jew was killed by a black. But if you're in Baltimore, even like 1 or 2 a year, Jews get killed, and the vast majority of it, because it's the demographics. Like Detroit is like 90% black, and like murder. So in Baltimore, also like the demographics, Jews live almost exclusively next to blacks. Jews have a higher social, more money, and random crime. That in Baltimore, even a few a year, 1 or 2 a year on average, Jews will get killed by a black in what will be deemed as not a hate crime, just a random theft or violence. That is okay. 400 people get killed in Detroit. 90% of it is black on black crime, and something like Baltimore also, where there's hundreds of murders every year, and that includes a few Jews that get killed in random robberies. And Detroit, because there are no Jews in Detroit, like the Jews live in the suburb. There's only a few hundred Jews in Detroit. Jews are moving back into Detroit. That God forbid, like Sam Woll is a wonderful person, but it was just statistically, there's a lot of people get killed. A lot of those are random thefts. Although really most murder in Detroit is people who know each other and conflict that gets escalated into gun violence. Yes. Like over 80% of murders in Detroit are gun violence of people who know each other, and it was conflict that escalated over a period of time, not random. But there is a certain element of random theft and crime that result in murder. Exactly. God forbid, Sam Woll should have known the danger of living in Detroit. Not saying Sam Woll, but a Jew in general. Richard, would you be less likely to move to Detroit after the murder of Sam Woll and saying, well,
my parents sure wouldn't let me.
Well, you're not racist, but you're looking at the statistics, and you think, well, maybe.
I actually did have interest, but my parents kind of forbade. But this was like right after I had graduated college that I had theorized about potentially living in Detroit. And one of my options was actually considering an internship for Repair the World, but my family was basically like, oh, but that's a dangerous area. We're not going to let you even apply. So basically, they
wouldn't have phrased it in racial terms, but the racial overtones would have been undeniable.
I would kind of say my family was kind of brought up to kind of be a little more wary, whereas I tried to be more open-minded. And
well, I mean, saying that your parents would, you were saying like most Jews are anti-racist, and even to phrase it in a term to to try to avoid the racial overtones, but like the fact is that Detroit is, and even you put it like in terms of I mean, does the racial overtones even make you nervous, even just to mention or talk about? Or you say, well, crime statistics, it's fact. You're saying, no, your parents were scared that a black person would kill you for no reason, even if you didn't do anything wrong. That some random black person was going, in the same way that people look at Gaza, saying, some, like Hamas, they're terrorists. Some black are just going to kill you for no reason.
Well, similarly to your around undocumented immigrants as well.
But in Detroit?
Just anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere. So, I mean, like when Jenny is, that's not the demographics, but you're talking about moving into Detroit. There's not that many undocumented. I mean, there are some Mexicans or Arabs, but I mean, just statistically, like if you're going to get done in Detroit, it's probably going to be by a black person, just statistically, not necessarily because of any racial overtones, but because 90% of the people.
Just because.
Well, I mean, you could have a
there's maybe a societal notion that it being disadvantaged and the disparities in getting treatment. So this is to understand that most murderers have some kind of mental health issue for why they would kill someone, and that they're not able to get treatment and the psychology to have them, if you will, committed or on medication or whatever would stop them from doing that.
The medication doesn't work.
Okay,
And they
well,
closed all the asylums because they were great places to live.
uh-huh.
Well, I mean, you're covering the case. Like, do you think the racial overtones are important? And like,
Not
you're a Jew who considered
necessarily.
moving to Detroit, and does if it was her ex-boyfriend that killed her, like, okay, God forbid, it's horrible, as opposed to a random black guy who killed her, does that make a difference to the Jewish community?
Very much depends on the individual and how they feel about that. I would know.
I mean, the case of Blanos, if it's him, and they're saying like he's just a random thief. He didn't know her.
Taking
He didn't know
someone's
her. He didn't
freedom is
care
the
about
worst
her.
thing that you
He
can
just
do to them.
he just wanted to steal a few dollars.
That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't he just rob a house in the daytime?
Well, I'm saying that's the case. That's I mean,
Look at
we're
him
looking at it. You're one of the main people following the case if you continue to follow it. But you're saying he was just a
Yes.
random guy trying to steal a few dollars, and he killed her.
Yes.
Bullshit, dude. If you want to make some money, you go rob houses in the daytime when no one's home.
Yes.
Like that's what you do.
Well, comparison to all the other mass attackers we have names for them: the Night Stalker, the Sleeper Killer.
Yeah, but that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming this guy was a thief. They're not claiming this guy was some sort of like serial killer. They're
No,
saying
of course not.
they're
At
claiming
least
it was a
not at this
thief. It was a home break and theft attempt gone wrong.
Mm-hmm.
In the
Sure.
middle of the night. This happened at night.
Yes.
It happened. I mean, they're
Then
saying
that's
4 in the
complete
morning.
and total bullshit because everybody knows you don't rob houses at night. You rob them in the day when no one's home.
Well, because we've had some break-in groups that potentially broke into very wealthy neighborhoods all at night, and there was this whole kerfuffle of some of them might have been undocumented as some kind of gain activity. So, because the motivation, it really depends on the perpetrator and how they want to go about their thievery. If they're going to,
Well, yeah, if they want to abuse the people at home, sure. Like some people break in and they want to like rape everybody and tie them up and do all that crazy shit.
yes, yeah,
But
yeah,
if you just want a couple dollars, then that's a different story.
exactly.
Well, I mean, she did live in the nicer, gentrified area.
Yes.
So I mean,
Yeah, you rob those houses in the daytime when she's at work. Duh.
While she was at the wedding, yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, they're charging him with first-degree murder also. So they're saying
Yes.
that if he was carrying a knife and he broke in, that he was premeditated in the intent that he had, when he at least entered, that he had determined that if there was someone there who fought back, he would kill them.
Just go when no one's home. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, sure.
Well, maybe you're making sense. Like if you're going to be a thief, be a smart thief.
If they're rational.
Well, I mean, assume he's rational. Like, okay, like
Yes.
he's that a thief is a crime, but stealing is rational. That saying it's rational that like he just wanted money, and life is tough, so he went to crime. So I mean, from the rational perspective, it's wrong, but it's rational to steal because like he wanted money, and so therefore he decided to steal. And although I mean, there's also the problems like, well, if he was going to kill her, then he didn't even steal anything. That like that's where I first said it didn't make sense, because if he was just going to try to get away and escape, I mean, okay, maybe it's dark, he couldn't tell if it was like a big scary dude or a little woman,
Yeah, of course.
or if that's even possible, and then even if it's multiple stabbing, why he would have stabbed them till they were dead, if it makes if Sam would have been fighting him. I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, it's really difficult for me to imagine the scenario. That's why I said I couldn't picture a scenario of how it's him. Like he walks in the door, he gets lucky, it's open, he starts like rummaging through a drawer, and she's there on the couch, and she gets up, and he's like, "Who's that?"
I kind
And
of
I
my interpretation that she was totally unconscious and suddenly being stabbed. She gets up, she runs out, she doesn't know what's going on.
well, on the couch, you're saying that.
For how
that
she wasn't able to like grab her cell phone, 911 kind of thing.
Well, I think they said her cell phone was on her body.
Yes,
but I'm not
it
sure.
hadn't been touched. Like, I don't know.
But it was like in her pocket or something that. But I'm saying like you're saying that he stabbed her on the couch, or she confronted him.
I think
Then she
stabbed
knew.
on the couch
Then
is-
she knew the person. Obviously, if she didn't call the cops.
They didn't determine. They think they were total strangers.
Yeah, I'm saying the story. I can't even come up with a scenario. So I'm saying, I mean, the scenario would have had to have been that she confronted him, that like he got into the house.
And it
Maybe
was someone that she knew because she
No,
didn't call the
this-
cops. She
Well, that was the
confronted
original. No, I mean, the original was probably someone she knew, like a crime of passion, maybe her
Yeah.
boyfriend.
because she
Well-
opened the door. Nobody leaves their door unlocked at night.
no,
That's the
Well,
difference.
that's not the case now. So there's been
No,
the case
that's
now
what they
is
believe.
that it's the random thief and she left her door unlocked. So I'm just
Bullshit.
postulating a scenario for how
She let him
it's
in.
even conceivable. She's sleeping on her couch. He happens to wander and he doesn't know whether someone's there or not. I think they mentioned, I mean, eventually the case happens. We'll see the crime scene photos that there was like stuff knocked over in the kitchen.
Sure.
Or like if he's like rummaging through drawers in the kitchen and then she gets up and somehow confronts him and he doesn't know what's going on and he stabs her a bunch of times and runs out. I mean, that's
How about
basically
the crime of passion and the dude made it look like a robbery? But
That's
nothing.
awesome.
well, because nothing was stolen either. It didn't look
Nothing was stolen. It was just, yeah. And then the door was just open. No, she probably opened it for that person.
Well, I mean, because she was the
Oh,
most prominent Jew in
very-
Detroit, and
yeah.
it took 2 months before they solved it. So, I mean, God forbid, when it was a huge, like, I mean, like she, you know, like, I mean, I wasn't tight with her, but you know, she knew thousands of people. She probably knew hundreds of people as well as she knew me. But I mean, it was huge news. She was by far one of the top 10 most prominent Jews in Detroit. She, you know, she's a campaign manager for top Democrats. You know, like Hillary Clinton, ranking most power. Maybe she was the most powerful Democratic operative in Detroit. I mean, she wasn't like the donor, but so I mean, it was huge news. And then it took months for the crime was unsolved, and people had no idea. And there's huge speculation that it's something to do with anti-Semitism. Till today, you just like me and Richard are skeptical that it's Bolanos. I would say over half of the people that are skeptical still think that somehow it's got something to do with anti-Semitism. And then the cops, all of a sudden, they charge this guy Bolanos, and we get a news story that her door was unlocked, and he was just an opportunistic thief, breaking
Sounds
into
like the
cars.
Fed took her out or something.
Well, was saying,
That's
okay, so if the FBI was involved, they did bring in the FBI, and they say, well, like you're conspirator. Did they plant the blood on his jacket? I mean, are you conspiratorial?
Probably.
Do you have
They do
enough?
that shit all
Do you
the
have
time.
enough distrust in the system that you would think, well, I don't buy it. Maybe they just planted the blood on his jacket. They wanted to solve the case
They
or
messed up
something, and they just planted it on his jacket.
Or they did it and they planted the evidence.
Well, who's they?
The feds. That's their whole job. They don't seem to be doing anything to protect the people. They
Well,
seem
and that's
to
why I
be
said, like,
going
okay, like
after it.
Jenny's more like the type that would be like the Hillary Clinton conspiracy. Like, yeah, it was Hillary Clinton.
No,
who had
I'm a
herself-
total skeptic, dude. The conspiracy theorists fall for the red herring bullshit all the time. And the
Well, I'm
state
saying, when you
goes,
think it's the they, you're thinking like some like conspirator, like who? Who's the they? Who had the motive?
common sense, dude. It's just common sense. And like I said, I lived on the streets for a long time. What your story doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have.
like the Bolano story doesn't make sense. But I mean, so you still have the open investigation, but then say, did they plant the blood on him? If it's not Bolano, does he have? Is there some reasonable explanation? Like, was he walking? Did he happen to walk by and see her body and touch
why
it?
would he report, I see a body on the ground?
Or did they plant the blood on him? Or I mean, so I mean, the blood is strong evidence.
Awkward how you would plant the blood. You would have to like bring it over to the apartment where the
She was having an affair. You think she was having an affair with a married man?
That was my spec. Well, I don't have any information to know that.
No, of course.
That was just my speculation. That's something that could have made sense of what happened. That
Yeah, that could make a lot of sense.
Of course.
What
I mean, 'cause
happened? And if the guy's Jewish, then they probably just cover it up for him.
well, yeah, and say that the Jewish community wouldn't want to cooperate. That even like if she was having an affair with a married man, maybe no one knows about it, or maybe only a handful of people know about it, and they don't want to cooperate. And then the case is if there's no evidence, and he doesn't feel bad, or doesn't could he get away with it, and then could just pin it on Bolanos, and then the police, there's so much pressure. The police had their suspect, and I don't know if the guy they arrested, if he was married or something, but I was saying that if he was a married man, that'd be more in line with a passion to stab. If it was just her jealous ex-boyfriend, it'd be, I mean, that also, but it's saying if it was a married man, that might be more likely to give motive.
Salacious, yeah.
But saying if the police had their lead and it just went nowhere, and maybe they're still open, and that could also come out in the case if there is such, like who the first person they arrested is, or did she have, I don't know, the defense, like
They said they just randomly had a multiple list of persons of interest. That's all they kind of said. They didn't really specify how likely, because you have to, of course, go with motive and also the physical capability. Or
well, the time of the guy in Kalamazoo,
myself, if I like grab a pair of scissors, like how could I physically be able to stab someone? I just don't know if I could.
I mean, they claim the guy in Kalamazoo just made weird statements like, "Oh, it's my fault. It's my fault. It happened."
I have no idea.
And I could see like, okay, like I'm a superstitious type person that I could say it was my fault it happened.
And he
Like,
didn't really want to give them more information about a lawyer.
But like the police, that like if the person said in a suspicious, or he had a potential, he was at the wedding, or he knew her well enough that, and then once the police came, but I mean, if that's what the police story was, that like, okay, the guy in Kalamazoo they arrested was because they questioned everybody who could have possibly did it, and when they questioned him, he was like, "Oh, it's my fault," and therefore they figured, well, what does it mean? It's your fault. You killed her, and like, no, he's just like a guilty type person. Like he, like I should have warned her. I should have done something. But like when he said like, "Oh, it's my fault," that,
a lot of butterfly affecting, especially. It was theorized.
Is that what you heard from the? Is that what you heard with the story in the Kalamazoo? That's the guy was just a random guy.
That's kind of.
It was like, "Oh, it's my fault. My fault."
Based on my sources, that the first suspect was indeed an ex-boyfriend.
Or was it? But he also said
maybe
it was actually an ex-boyfriend.
I have no idea what he said, but I can only postulate that maybe he would have felt guilt, like maybe they were planning to move in together and it is his fault that they broke up, and that he could have saved her if only not for them splitting. You could theorize that he could find that he couldn't protect her, that he was supposed to marry her potentially.
But when he said to the police, when he was like, "Oh, it's my fault," that they arrested
Yeah, they couldn't
him and like, maybe you're the guy who did it.
That.
And then he was like, "No, like there's 0%, like they didn't kill her, no chance." Like like it just meant like it was my fault, like in a way that he should have done something to prevent the situation.
Yeah, they at that time couldn't tell what he meant. So,
but I mean, if he has like if he hasn't a credible alibi where it was like where it's like, well, where were you that night at that time?
Exactly.
And it's still not a confirmed alibi, is the defense, when we have that information of who this person was, and the when it comes out in the case, if that person doesn't have a credible alibi, will the Bolanos be able to use that for his defense, and will God forbid, maybe I know this person, maybe I don't, exactly. I don't know, but it was saying like, then what am I going to do? I'm going to go to synagogue. I'm going to see this guy. And I think, you can think, well, maybe it was that.
Yes, when they had announced, I had immediately thought that potentially people were going to start speaking up. Fortunately, on his case, nobody revealed his identity for reasons pertaining to the case. But I just would think that the social stigma of people knowing who he is and keeping that to themselves and kind of wondering if he would even be capable for what.
And why the news didn't release it? That I mean, presume that some.
They probably knew who he was.
Well, even it did seem, conspiratorial. Why wasn't this name released? That someone in the police department or a reporter would get this name, and I don't know the ethics means thing. If you did have,
that has to do with journalism ethics. They could get sued.
you could get sued for reporting that this was the.
Yeah, you could without declaring that this is the suspect. You could.
Well, I mean, let's say that you, through process of elimination, figured out who it was just by the information that was available, and you did a story.
As an independent citizen, I could say whatever, but I'm just saying, as a journalist, they have to be very.
But even as a journalist, they're saying that the journalist ethically isn't allowed to release the name of someone that was arrested, or they weren't even just brought in if they weren't arrested. It's not public information, but the citizen. I mean, it does seem. I looked on like Reddit, and I saw that some people were like posting the name, and then Reddit, I guess, was deleting it. That Reddit had like a non-doxing.
Yeah, their own rules and
on Reddit, but like people were posting the name on Reddit, and then Reddit had like a doxing. So if they were posting it, it was being deleted.
Yeah.
But
if I had the name, I wouldn't have spread it out on my own, and until police had confirmed. So. But there certainly were a good amount of identifying details of who he probably is or was.
We'll just get back to why not? What's the ethical concern to say that even say, okay, this guy's wrongly, that if you release the name, then a whole bunch of people are going to think it was probably him. But from the level of someone investigating the case and say, well, this is who was arrested in Kalamazoo. What's the ethical concern that you're saying you're harming the person? People are going to presume that falsely presume that he's guilty.
Yeah,
that's why I have cameras outside and inside my house.
Exactly, and that's unfortunate that she didn't, because this would probably have been much quicker. Solved.
Yeah, but we're saying in the case,
you'd be on camera. So
in the case that this information will come out, or is it possible that somehow they could like pass a motion to suppress, or will the defense have the right to question, or is there possibility to suppress or something like that?
Except the feds will jam your cameras. By the way, the cops came to my house. It was like day 10 of my methadone kick, and my mom used the two magic words. OD and suicide, both of which were the exact opposite of what I was doing. So I had the crisis people, the cops showed up, the fucking paramedics bust in my house. I'm like, no, go away. I don't want you here. Like, you're not invited in my fucking house. They jammed my cameras. I guess their car equipment just has camera jamming equipment, which is totally freaking illegal, by the way.
Well, I'm asking Richard if during the case, if you think that information will come out, or not necessarily even.
About the security systems that she had? Or
no, about the name of the first suspect that
well, because he retained his own legal counsel, possibly if they get permission to talk about the first suspect, that very much would have to be with the judge in agreement to the prosecutor.
So this is something that the defense will likely, it'll be a motion that will be, the defense will likely want to access this information and bring it up in trial.
Yes, probably be allowed to review other suspects and all the other.
But the prosecution might be able to suppress it in terms of whether the jury, if it's a jury trial, whether that would be. So it could be something like as the public that they would present, and we would see it as the public, but the jury wouldn't see it. Or it could be that they would suppress it and the public would never be released this information.
The officers would have to explain why they had let the first suspect go.
Well, I'm asking about the name. Like, are we going to get the name of the person? Just me. I want to know. I'm curious. I want to know the name.
Sure. They give the name of suspects all the time. So why are they withholding this one?
They could just say John Doe, quite literally.
Because they're protecting someone, obviously, you guys.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that there's reason to protect the person because people are going to be skeptical that someone like me could think that this guy probably is the one who killed his Napolanos, and therefore they don't want to release the name.
Or retaliation
Why?
of someone.
Out of retaliation? Oh, yes.
But I'm saying that that you don't know enough about the criminal justice system to know whether whether the name will be revealed during the trial.
Really? I've been in the criminal justice system my entire fucking life, dude. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but this is a procedural matter. I mean, saying that the defense, whether you're saying if the defense lawyer gets to see the file, but the lawyer is bound by the law that he can't release it, then there would be some sort of the judge could suppress it, and I'm saying there's two possibilities.
Yeah,
the judge could just suppress it to the jury.
They didn't suppress the Kyle Rittenhouse.
Well, I'm saying the judge could suppress it to the jury, but allow it to the public.
Yes.
Or the judge could suppress it to the jury and the public.
Right. They sure didn't do that with Kyle Rittenhouse.
I'm not sure there's a parallel. There was no like first suspect that they thought it was someone else. They were talking that they're saying like either Bolanos, they're going to charge Bolanos, and people like me that are skeptical it's not him. It's like, well, if it's not him, who is it? It's probably the first guy they arrested.
Probably.
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying. Like, you're just listening to this. You're like, yeah, like it's clearly not Bolanos. It's probably the first guy they arrested. And so that's why they don't want to release the name because, like, me and you are going to see, like, no, it's this first guy. It's not Bolanos. And therefore, it's, I don't know if he has a right if he has a right to be protected from reputational damage, even to say, like, well, if me and Jenny think it's him, but the police, it's like a safety issue. That like people watching this are like, I think it was the first guy. It's not Bolanos, and therefore they fear that he's going to fear like physical harm, and it's a safety issue that they can't release it, or just reputational damage. That even though he's not, the police have determined it's not him, he will never be prosecuted, but he should be protected against the reputational damage that someone like me or Jenny's going to think it was the first guy.
Yeah, he could afford his own attorney, so.
And even you as a private citizen, let's say you investigated the case and you were able to figure out who it is. And like, I would assume that if I did a little research, I could probably figure out who it is just in terms like, well, if he is at the synagogue and he has in a business in Kalamazoo, through process of elimination, I could figure out, they said that he was pictured with her at the synagogue event. He has a business in Kalamazoo. Through process of elimination, I could figure out who it is. Right? I mean, it wouldn't be a certain. I couldn't guarantee that it was this person. But through relative process of elimination, you're saying, how many people are there going to be that were pictured with her at, in an event that have a business registered in Kalamazoo?
Sure. Yeah.
So through process of elimination, you probably figure it out. And you maybe, that's the other guy who was, the other YouTube, the private detective who was before the arrest that was doing it, was saying he didn't think anybody cared because he was like, that's what he was saying. Like the fact that the name wasn't released, because as a private detective, he was like, yeah, I could figure this out in a day if you like who the guy was, and even just looking on YouTube, like so on Reddit, from my understanding, that people were putting this guy's name on Reddit, and it was being deleted. I don't know if is that your understanding too?
I wasn't necessarily looking for the open internet for any speculation.
Well, I said Reddit. I mean, I don't know if there's other places, but on Reddit, I had seen
anyone could put on X Twitter. Anyone could.
Well, yeah, on Twitter or something. So just
anyone could have said on Facebook. Honestly,
well, I don't know if on Twitter, if Reddit has a policy against doxing, because they had Reddit had threads about it. And I read through those. I wanted to know, and I saw on the Reddit thread that people were posting potential names and it was being deleted.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if on Twitter, if they had that policy. If you like, well, I looked into it and I'm pretty sure this is the person who did it. You posted on Twitter, and then that person or their lawyer contacted Twitter
they
ask them to take it down if that would go against. So I'm saying
This
Reddit,
is
from my
the
understanding,
person
that
was
is against their,
arrested.
like, I don't know, Facebook or Twitter. If someone on your Facebook page posted like, no, I'm pretty sure this is the guy, would you delete it?
The rods have spoken, David. You're right. It was the first guy who was arrested.
Well, God forbid, but I say, Richard, if someone randomly on your Facebook, you're the only one really on Facebook. You're the only one, like God forbid, like no one's covering it. You're the only one that has like a Facebook group. But if someone on Facebook, your Facebook group posted, and I did a little investigation. Here's the
No,
name of this guy.
I didn't have any admin control, so someone else actually.
You're saying you couldn't even delete it if you wanted to. If someone posted on Facebook, you couldn't even delete it if you wanted to, or would you?
No,
if you could,
I didn't have the power. I didn't ask the actual admin for.
there's a different admin to that Facebook group.
Yes, there is.
But he's saying, is that so? You don't know. But he's saying, what would you, if you were the admin? What would you do? Would you delete it, or would you leave it there?
Probably allow stay on unless we're literally given a subpoena to cease and desist. You must delete this. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. So I shall move.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you haven't been following my content, so Richard, this is the first time on my stream. I appreciate him coming on. He's in my area, and I mean, God forbid, my not close friend, but my friend Samantha Woll, who was brutally murdered in Detroit, and it took over 2 months.
There's got to be forensic evidence, dude. Like the CSI people will find hairs and like all kinds of shit.
Well, so this guy was wearing like surgical gloves. So ironically, like, so this guy, I mean, God, Michael Jackson Blanos, in the video you could see. So if he was either, I mean, they have video of him kind of like reaching into cars, checking car doors, and they claim he has a bag that he pulled out of a car. But whether he was a thief or not, there's reasonable evidence that he was at least rummaging through cars or opening car doors, and he was wearing surgical gloves.
Oh, the black guy?
The person that's being charged with for murder. So he was wearing surgical gloves.
Yeah, if you're pulling car doors to see if people left them open, that's a way different hustle than robbing houses at night.
Yeah, and killing people.
I knew people that did that car shit like that. They didn't go around killing people.
Well, I mean, yeah, you live on the street, like you said. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're broken, but this guy even had a job. He had an apartment. But like it appears like there's the evidence, like he was rummaging through cars. He was. They have that on video. Whether he stole something or not, I'm not sure. But you said the forensic evidence. If he was wearing surgical gloves, that there may be no forensic evidence besides her DNA on his jacket, and it was just a tiny bit. So he's saying, if you're skeptical, it's like, yeah, they probably just planted it. Like they took his jacket in for testing, and they planted her blood on it in order to pin it on him. God forbid.
They do that shit all the time.
Well, I mean, because you're a skeptic like that in that way, but and I lean kind of skeptical, but it's saying, oh, you mentioned the forensic evidence. If there is no forensic evidence, and they said, well, he was wearing surgical gloves.
But he has like skin cells, and she has fingernails. Did she fight back at all?
Well, they're saying no. That I guess.
Then she knew the person and was totally relaxed. Let them in the house, lounging on the couch, and then all of a sudden they went ballistic on her ass.
Yeah, we'll see. God forbid.
What happened?
We'll see. God forbid if there's any more. I mean, from what I
or
don't know.
It was a hit job, and they picked the lock, went in when she was sleeping on the couch, and murdered her.
I mean, the judge went forward at the preliminary case. They had evidence, which was a whole bunch of video footage from a whole bunch of cameras that basically shows this guy walking miles and miles in Detroit, including like rummaging, maybe even getting into a car and rummaging in it, and picking at some cars.
David, you should know the word scapegoat because it comes from you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, they also have cell phone data, and so they could, and they have.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to like kill someone and get away with it these days. Like
what was saying, so they have him in they also have, she had an alarm system at her house. So according to the alarm system, they're saying that she didn't lock her door, but the alarm system triggers when the door was open. So they're have her door opening and closing like not more than like 3 minutes at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And they have him in the area like a quarter of a mile away on street footage and cell phone data that puts them in that area. So I mean, during the preliminary hearing, they
Yeah,
go through
but
the whole.
does that cell phone data put him in her house? Is the
It puts them
question.
within a tenth of a mile
Yes.
during this
That's as close as they
during
can
the
get.
time that matches with when her security system shows that the door was open and closed.
All they can get
There's
is
still a
within
question of the
10 of a
time of
mile.
murder. You know, the question was earlier they thought the time of murder was like a few hours earlier, but I mean, from what my understanding, that's all they have, and I don't think they're going to come up with more evidence because like it was a whole 2.5 months. I don't think there's going to be like more forensic evidence. I don't think they're going to find a fingerprint or something. I mean, my guess is when the case goes forward, that the evidence they released at the preliminary hearing is going to be all they have. I mean, do you think there's possibility that there'll be more evidence?
No.
Okay, so I counted, I think they said there were 50 pieces that included digital forensics as well that gets counted that was released to the public. So depends on what they're withholding and how much forensic data they have to unveil, and especially if there were footprints or she wasn't wearing any shoes, but that doesn't really.
I mean, say if they got like his footprint in her house, like a carpet or something. Or,
Yeah, anything, honestly.
what I'm saying, you're saying that's possible that they could come up with a footprint or something, or you think that if they had a footprint, they would have had it already at the preliminary, just wouldn't have got released. They're not going to come up with something. They're not going to found new
They
evidence.
just want to show what's the most definite, and that would have been the blood.
Well, I'm saying I just went over the evidence, and it's but
Yes.
like basically, it's just circumstantial that he was in the area. They can't the cell phone and the video footage. The only evidence is her DNA on his jacket. So if there was a second piece of evidence like his footprint in her house, that would be huge.
Of course, they just have to piece that all together, and there could be a whole docket that they're gonna.
There's
Push
got to be
forward.
more forensic evidence than that. If
Yes,
that's all
yes.
they're coming up with, it's total BS.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking. If you're saying, is it possible that they do have like his footprint in her house? And I'm just saying, if they did have that, they probably would have had that at the time of the preliminary hearing. It's not like they would have figured it out after, because it was already like 2.5 months after when the hearing was even 3 months after, but they arrested him. It was already 2.5 months after that. If they did have his footprint, they would have had that at the time of the preliminary hearing. And then you question, why wouldn't they have that? Yeah, I would say I'm not expecting there to be more evidence, but I mean, we'll see that I mean,
Yeah,
There should be more evidence. The lack of evidence is astounding, actually.
yeah, I mean, in Detroit, like he'll be tried by his peers and skepticism. I would
Yes.
assume
And
that
also,
the only evidence is the tiny bit of blood on his jacket, that they would probably find him innocent.
It
But
seems like they're hiding evidence,
so
which they
hard
do
to
that a lot
tell.
because they're
So
letting all kinds of people out of prison because the FBI withheld evidence, and now they're retrying things like with DNA. They
Yeah.
just let out this one guy that Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam was like visiting him and supporting him he was in prison for like 30 years, and they just let him out. Him and some other people that were accused of murder. I saw it on a local Seattle news thing the other day on YouTube. Like the feds just pin stuff on whoever they feel like. It's ridiculous.
yeah.
well, I mean, people feel like that, so that's why I would say if there's not more evidence, I would assume he'll be found innocent.
Yes. Well, there were multiple investigators, and without, I only looked up the address online. So, as a crime scene, it's very hard that you're going to be able to well, depending on the neighborhood, if you're gonna sell a place where a murder happened, that sometimes they even created a whole show where they renovate houses that where something bad happened, and that's gonna spiffy them up for the current new owners. But I'm just thinking, in the during an ongoing investigation, that things could always be found later on that they didn't have even at the time of the preliminary investigation. And this is still an active crime scene. They can keep reviewing and scoping out. Obviously, you would do that in the immediate hours and weeks and months, but if there really depends on what kind of team they got together and if they're still making regular visits. And they're probably going to have to bring the jury and do a little field trip. They're right there in Detroit. So,
Well, just saying the arrest was 2.5 months after that. That's
Yes.
the likelihood that it was some sort of forensic evidence on the scene that wasn't gathered that would have
I'm just
like
saying,
a fingerprint or a footprint or something like that. That I doubt there's gonna like any evidence
but
or even like another video something. I can't imagine what type of more evidence would come. Obviously, if they found the murder weapon, and saying, well, if the murder weapon was disposed of, um, that they would find that. And I don't know if they. I guess they should probably be able to determine the type of murder weapon
yes,
from the autopsy or whatever, but
yeah.
the stab wounds. But you're saying that the likelihood that they find the murder weapon, or Blanos confesses, like other than that, it it seems like, I mean, and then saying what does it mean if they charge him and he's found innocent, and then the case is still open,
Mhm.
and then yeah, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I mean, like the DNA evidence is strong evidence, but I mean, just as a skeptic,
Yeah, that's enough to put him away. They'll probably put that black guy away because of that blood.
well, it's still circumstantial.
Mhm.
Even the blood on his jacket is still circumstantial. It's not. They don't have a murder weapon. They don't have a motive. They don't have him definitely at the scene. So even the blood on the jacket is circumstantial. They're saying that I assume even with the blood on the jacket, he'll be found innocent. Even like
I don't know. I think they'll find him guilty on that.
was in Detroit. That
It's a total
he's tried by a jury of his peers in Detroit.
Yes.
It's a total setup, dude. That's what I think. I think he'll be found. I can ask the rods.
Say go ahead if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that's. I mean, what type of jury you're going to get in Detroit? How they're going to look at it? Will the jury be mostly black? Will the racial dynamic matter? Will there be a skepticism of just trying to pin it on some black guy?
Yeah.
Yes, the rods say they're going to convict the black man. Of course. Of course, they set him up.
Yeah, I'm skeptical and saying, and will the media cover it? Do you think it'll be like? I mean, compared to well, will it be a heavy media case? Like if it is broadcast, like will it be court? Will court TV, be live broadcasting it? Will I mean, if you think like the Crumbly case, was in papers
over pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it'll be as big as the Crumbly case.
Yeah.
But will it be like the Crumbly case where it's in the papers every day, or will it, kind of just be a story here and there, and there won't be major coverage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hard to tell.
I'm kind of leaning towards it. It probably won't be covered that much. I mean, because it was so international, such a major story when it happened. But even
I think just the locals, most part, because of how many cameras were just for the pretrial hearings, like 3 or 4 all at once, having to get their own live stream. But they weren't exactly all coordinated, so maybe they're going to do that better in the actual courthouse.
Did you go down to the court?
No, I did not. But I could tell from the live stream that it was very small for how many people could even fit in the district adjacent room. And there were other cases going on too that were scheduled.
Well,
So
in terms of media, was there much media there?
From what I had seen on the live stream, yes, there were about 3 different ones. I would think Fox 2, WDIV, and of course CBS Detroit are all doing coverage. And
I mean, the first press conference that the police did, there was like, I don't know, was it like 50 press from like all over the country?
because they
And, like,
wanted to find out, and sure, it probably dwindled down once.
well, I mean,
became-
most of the questions were like, how do you know it's not anti-Semitism?
Exactly, because
And
that's a
there was,
more
like-
salacious angle to take.
They pin everything on anti-Semitism. It was probably a crime of passion, like it always is. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when you open the door for somebody and are lounging on the couch.
Yeah, but it's saying, no, I mean, it's saying that they're claiming it was just a random. I mean,
I know that's what they're claiming, but it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we're
they won't necessarily phrase it, but I mean, because like the mainstream papers aren't going to call it a black on Jewish crime.
Of course.
But I'm saying the pictures and it'd be obvious that it was a black on Jewish crime or black on white crime. And I mean, it could be the media will be, I mean,
And
defensive.
house robbery, people that rob houses avoid ones with alarms.
I mean, you might consider that the media would be
Well, if you
defensive.
don't have the sign that says ADT, then
Well, you think that the media in general might be defensive towards Bolanos, or even if there was media attention, that'd be like, well, how do you know it's not anti-Semitism? Like the case against Bolanos is very weak, and you've already determined it wasn't anti-Semitism. That the media coverage might run with that story that that it's a weak case, and
well, of course,
they
the local press
they shouldn't have ruled out a potential hate crime anti-Semitism. I mean, that the media would run with, like it's probably her jealous ex-boyfriend, but I mean the media that might also be a story, but I would guess if the media is going to run with something, it would still be people.
Don't you guys watch like CSI and Bones and stuff? It's always the jealous ex-boyfriend.
Well, yeah, that's why I think the most logical, but it's saying that that the media attention will be around anti-Semitism because that's what most people think.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. It's a dog
the
whistle.
statistics, the likelihood, the logic dictates jealous ex-boyfriend. The conservative, there'll be some, just like, whatever, like, your black on black crime, and then there'll be like if Fox News covered it, the undertones might just be like more black crime. Conservative media, and I'm not sure if like if it's Fox News, they might be more likely just like, yeah, it was this guy Bolanos, than to go with some sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. But I'm saying,
and there was also News Nation that was doing some coverage too.
But they were under like how still questioning the hate crime narrative.
I think so, yeah.
They weren't going for just like the dumb liberal black crime narrative.
No, of course not. They're not going to do that.
But I mean, that would be
protecting suspect number 1, which we think is the jealous ex-boyfriend, right? The mysterious suspect number 1. We don't know who that is, right?
Well, we believe he, through different media outlets that weren't connect. Okay, so there was an independent outlet that was a website that's called Deadline Detroit, and it's only run by one guy. But he had
that's why I mentioned Stephen Nealing. I mean, I think he'd been a journalist for them. I mean, he'd been
I don't know the backstory.
Yeah, I watched Deadline Detroit, and Deadline Detroit actually wrote that they requested an interview with the downtown synagogue and couldn't get one. Although I'm not sure that matters.
Yeah. they probably declined due to the ongoing investigation and the pain that of losing their synagogue president. Yeah. So basically, from my own sources, I have kind of also verified that the first suspect had been her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, that's probably who killed her. And he probably has a really good attorney, and they're pinning it on a black guy. Or it was a total hit job from the feds. One of the two. Because she opened the door for him, probably. Or left the door open for him, knowing they were coming over.
I had no idea.
And didn't get off the couch knowing somebody walked in the house because she was expecting them.
Well, I mean, speculation, because like I don't know, like whether she had a boyfriend or not, I don't know if there is a guy, and then does he have an alibi? And if he doesn't have an alibi, make the speculation will never die out, even if they pin
And
him.
if she didn't fight back,
Yeah.
like there should be like skin and blood under her fingernails
Yes,
and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
never
also-
said anything.
It was unclear because like originally they said there was no evidence of a struggle, but then
Mhm.
the defense attorney claimed that there was evidence of a struggle and like fruit knocked over in the kitchen. That's why I mentioned if he was like
Yeah.
rummaging through drawers in the kitchen and she confronted him, like if it was Bolanos and he did break in, he was rummaging through stuff.
No, somebody killed her and then they rummaged around to make it look like a robbery.
Yeah.
And they didn't take anything.
Yeah, I mean that's just pure speculation. I'm saying that I mean anything's possible, but you're saying if there's a jealous ex-boyfriend, but there's no evidence pinning him to the site, and he has an alibi, you just think, okay, well maybe his alibi is made up, or you could still speculation. But if there's a jealous ex-boyfriend, he was at the wedding, he could have been there, he has no verifiable alibi, but there's no evidence besides that, just like
But
Blanc.
they arrested his ass, dude. That's pretty serious.
Well, they took him into custody. That he wasn't
Right.
officially
That
arrested,
means he's highly suspect if they took him into custody.
based on what they had at the time. Yes, perhaps.
Well, did they just have motive and I forget the legal word, but the potentiality that he had the motive.
Yeah, I kind of said
and he could have been there. He didn't have an alibi. He didn't have an alibi, a verifiable ally,
at that time.
and maybe like they asked a bunch of people and that they could only think like just looking like, well, it wasn't me, it wasn't like
Yeah, of course.
it wasn't it was probably someone she knew, it was probably her boyfriend, or if like he was someone that her friends distrusted, that there was reasons
Mhm.
why people like maybe it was him because
Yes.
it's like
Yeah,
possessive.
I found the hint that some of the family members, even after Bolanos, still think that it could have been him, the boyfriend.
And like I said something different because I said if it was an affair with a married man. So you're saying like it was her boyfriend. That
It's kind of conjecture, but
well, I mean
okay.
just conjecture because like what married man could she have been having an affair with? But I'm saying, well, why does a jealous ex-boyfriend kill her? And like, does she let him in? And like she lets him in. She sees that it's her jealous ex-boyfriend, and it's midnight, but she's like, okay, I'll let you in anyways. And then it escalates into an argument that he killed her. God forbid, even in that case. I mean, even stabbing in any case, but like I see, like okay, like a married man in an affair, that would be more conducive to a stabbing type crime, maybe. But I mean, that's just complete conjecture. Then God forbid that Samuel would have been involved in such a thing. You don't want to be victim blaming. Like it would say, well, if she was stabbed, she was probably involved. Was she completely innocent? And just saying, well, like a victim blaming type thing that, she got stabbed, she was probably involved in some sort of nefarious activity. What's the chance that she got stabbed and she wasn't involved in anything nefarious?
Yeah. Something happened.
Because my interpretation is to go off the theory that they're correct, they got the right person, and I was, as I was saying earlier, the idea of him just suddenly snapping, that a sudden fit of rage, even if he had no reason, he's just goes berserk on this poor lady, and she runs out screaming. He flees, or worst case scenario, as she lay there dying, he came up and gave the kill stab. I don't know, honestly.
Well, it's also that
How many times was she stabbed?
I think they may have released the number, but
I think it said like 7 times, but they just said
That's
they
a
haven't.
crime of passion, dude.
probably. But okay, I'm just saying, someone berserk. If I'm okay, well, as I just grab the scissors as like a reenactment, if you will, and if I am someone who just suddenly goes berserk. Like I was just practicing. I have like a small day bed. I actually have my main bed in my room, but just the idea, if I was just reenacting by myself, how sitting on my day bed, and I'm sure that during this investigation process, they probably amongst themselves or maybe in hired actors to kind of recreate the scene of how they think this all went down through multiple interpretations. So my whole notion earlier that whether or not he planned to hurt someone that night or this was totally spontaneous and he just went crazy, and
Yeah.
this is just to interpret
went
that
crazy.
all of a sudden.
Well, also the possibility
Yes,
that,
and,
God forbid, that she would have drawn the knife on him, whether it was Bolanos or someone
yeah,
else,
somehow
and that he would have disarmed her and used the knife that she drew on him, which you saw, like, okay, God forbid, that New York subway shooting that just happened, where the guy
Yes.
drew a gun and then got
Exactly.
disarmed and shot with his own gun. But
Mhm.
because, like, well, say, I mean, if it was her, I don't, like the past, maybe her ex-boyfriend was like a tiny dude, but if it was like Bolanos, her ex-boyfriend, that he wouldn't have needed a knife to cause harm, and so maybe she took a knife and then she was disarmed and it was the knife that she had. And I was thinking in Bolanos' case that whether the possibility that she took a knife from her kitchen, he disarmed her and used the knife, that would possibly make more sense than that he carried a knife with him.
I don't know. I just want to pretend.
I don't know.
Just my imagination, because of course I'm not working this case. But
just the logic of that was like,
what kind of knife was it? A kitchen knife?
We don't know yet. I mean, I mentioned that there was the first question I asked, but it's saying, like, if you're a strong guy, you don't need a weapon to incapacitate her. And so if she drew a knife on him and then he disarmed her and that's why he stabbed her, versus that he preemptively had drew a knife to stab her. That I'm not sure if you've considered that the possibility that he might have disarmed her, and that why she would have, okay, so if it's Bolanos, I don't know, like, knowing Sam Woll, that's possible. If someone was breaking in, that she would have, like, grabbed a knife, like, who are you? What are you doing here? And then, like, grabbed a knife, like, get out of here. And
no.
I mean, just hypothetically, if that makes sense, that, like, if I was laying here and someone was in my kitchen and I walked over and, like, get out of here, and then, like, grabbed.
My interpretation is she did not wake up. Well, I mean, she did, but once she was already stabbed. Like,
there's blood all over the place. That you're saying that he stabbed her on the
I'm
couch.
saying that she got up and was able to run out of there. But of course, as she lay bleeding on the street, she didn't have time to react and fight back.
I mean, they're claiming that she would have been on the couch. I mean, saying that
here's the reenactment idea.
I'm saying just the reality is that if I was sleeping on my couch and I heard noises, someone's in my house, and
I'm saying she didn't hear noises, but anything's possible.
You're saying he saw she was sleeping, decided to stab her to death while she was sleeping?
Possibly.
I mean, in either case, like, if it was, that doesn't make sense. Like, if it was her,
I'm
jealous boyfriend or
I'm saying
Milano's.
someone who's crazy and wanted to attack someone that night or spontaneous decision.
But that's not the case against Bolanos. They're saying he was a thief. That someone that was
Yes.
spent 2 hours like rummaging through cars looking for a car to break in.
Okay.
Then all of a
Yes.
sudden decided like let's kill a random person for no reason.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't have to be rational if you're.
Yeah,
Hard-
what I'm saying is very rational. That
Yes.
he was rummaging through stuff in the kitchen. She confronted him.
Yes, that's possible.
That seems much more likely than he ran to I came in, broke into a house to steal, and there's someone asleep on the couch. Maybe I should kill them. God forbid. God forbid.
houses at
That
4
makes
o'clock
zero
in the
sense.
morning, dude.
Like, if
Unless
she
you're the
confronted
night
him-
stalker and you want to rape and kill people. But she wasn't raped, was she?
No, we don't.
No,
believe
she had her clothes on. Like, I mean, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's saying she fell asleep on her couch.
Yes.
That is saying that she would wake up at someone's in her house. She would wake up. She would confront him, and then the question is just how he had the knife. So
Yeah.
if he was carrying a knife and he was confronted and just instinctively he drew the knife and stabbed the person.
I think
so-
she left the door unlocked for somebody and was expecting them.
Well,
Why
And
didn't
there
she
was
sneak
no
up?
struggle.
even if it was her jealous boyfriend and they were having a heated argument,
Yeah.
how do you draw the knife? And so if they were in the kitchen having a heated argument and he gets so mad that he picks up the knife and just starts stabbing her. That, I mean, that's a remote possibility. That if it's Bolanos,
She was
you're saying
stabbed on
that
the
she could have confronted him because he was a thief in her house. He had no idea who she was.
But what if
He
that
happened to have a
happened?
knife, so
all
he
in
instinctively, just reactively grabbed his knife and stabbed her a bunch of times without thinking about it and then ran. That's basically the prosecution's case.
Asleep or something.
Yeah, I don't think there's a likelihood that he.
just for the thrill to kill. You never know.
It's always
no,
the girl's
they're charging her
ex-boyfriend.
first-degree murder. That it was in the act of committing a theft, right? That's not the
Yeah.
prosecution.
But he
I mean,
didn't
that might be
make
your
anything.
speculation, but that's not the prosecution's speculation. Prosecution speculation that it was the attempted felony of home breaking and stealing, and killed her during the act of a crime.
But he didn't take anything, right?
Yeah,
No,
so I was
we
saying
don't.
that if
If I break into a house and I have to murder somebody, you bet your ass I'm going to take all their jewelry at least or something.
I guess.
I mean, we'll have
but
to see the crime scene photos, and they said there was blood all over the place, but
Yes.
you didn't see the pictures. But I'm just saying that there
Once it
could be a
happened,
logic
on,
that,
if
and
you're
they
at-
mentioned like something being knocked over in the kitchen. So I mean, it could be a
Yeah,
logic.
and the suspect had 1 drop of blood on his jacket.
They said it was just one, but I mean, I guess it had been washed. I don't know, man. I don't know how much blood.
Oh, that's possible
DNA.
too. Yeah, at the time. Yeah.
But,
It doesn't matter if it was washed. He'd have to bleach the shit out of it.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Yeah, and
It's
even
not-
the sense like, okay, like he has a job. He's not broke.
Why would you even do you would just burn it? Why would you
Yeah, I mean,
wash
if he
the
got rid of
jacket?
the-
You would burn it.
He got rid of the murder weapon. You think like he might have got rid of the jacket too.
No
Yeah,
shit. Yeah, exactly, dude.
I mean, he
you
might
don't
not be- he
murder
might-
somebody and wash your clothes. You go burn them. Everybody.
I mean, he's no genius, but I'm saying if he was if you're saying he's smart enough to get rid of the murder weapon,
And if
he
he
might
thought
have-
that he had gotten away with it, so yeah, they're never going to catch me. Oops, they did.
well, you're saying like no. I mean, there's the question of the murder weapon.
Yes.
But there's also the possibility that he doesn't recall it, that he did it, that he did it, and he doesn't have memory of it. Like saying it did all occur in a few minutes, and it might have been instinctual. Like I was saying that he was stealing stuff, and she confronted him, and it was just instinctual that he didn't even think about it. He was confronted, he instinctually stabbed her and ran out, and he legitimately doesn't remember doing it.
I don't think so. I've been locked up with people, murderers and stuff, and I don't think so.
And then, I mean, then the question, like, well, what happened to the murder weapon? And it's saying, well, okay, like maybe if he just dumped it in the local, in like a local dumpster or trash can,
You wouldn't find it. Yeah.
and saying they didn't investigate, like after the murder, a stabbing. I don't know if they found her that morning, if they would have like went around and checked all the dumpsters for, or like a garbage search.
Yeah,
and
that
stuff
would be
like
the
that.
assumed plausible.
Well, I mean, it was a huge profile case, like from the day,
Yes, of course.
even the day she was killed. It was national news the same day.
Yes, it was.
That I don't know if they closed that information. Did they do a search of the local garbage for the murder weapon, or even the local garbage pickup for the murder weapon?
Probably not, and if not, then it's a setup.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns.
It
But I'm
doesn't
saying, like,
seem like they're
the
trying
best
very hard to
plausible
find
case
evidence.
the only plausible case that I could see of it being Bolanos, like it's saying that she confronts him, because like any other case, I can't see him stabbing her. But like if he confronts her and he doesn't know it's a woman or whoever, and he just instinctually stabs the person and runs.
You don't just instinctually stab someone 7 times, dude. That's a crime of passion.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Most likely, if he discovered he was rummaging around,
there
and
would have to be more evidence, like I said, like
he
does
would
he
just
have
run out.
does he
Just
have a
leave.
history of knife use? Did he carry a knife? Like,
Exactly.
I mean, no, I mean, I even knew Jewish guys, but like I was a kid, I remember there was a period where like a few people like got into knives, and like even in public school, even in yeshiva, people had like switchblades, and like I never had a knife. It never interested
Of
me.
course, I know.
But I mean, when you were a kid, did you have friends that were into switchblades or knives?
Yes.
Yeah, even I did. So
But you had a knife, you bought a switchblade.
Yes.
I'd seen a switchblade once or twice. I remember I had a friend, and like I tried, like saying like, however, like a switchblade, you gotta, but if he was into knives, it's probably evidence, like saying like okay, like you had a knife as a kid, probably one of your childhood friends would be like, yo, hey, Richard, when he was a kid,
I had a gun
or he
once.
carried around a knife,
first I was a Boy Scout. We had the little
Swiss
toolkit.
Army knife. I mean, I had a Swiss Army knife. Maybe I carried it around, but like a Swiss Army knife, you're not killing someone with a Swiss Army knife.
Of course not.
But I'm saying, like, if he was a knife guy, then there's probably evidence of it. If he regularly carried a knife around,
Yeah.
I mean, like that. I mean, it's kind of dumb. Like that Queen's Gambit movie, they make like the chess chat guy, like he carries a, for whatever reason, that's his thing. He carries around a knife, and it's saying like, but like if he was like the type dude who carried around a knife, the people probably know it. But in that case, like, well, Ricardo, thanks for
Well,
the
so
super
what
chat.
if he carries a knife? Like, people carry weapons to protect themselves from crazy people that like to stab them 7 times.
Well, I mean, Richard, like you saying you have a knife, you carried around a knife with like self-defense.
All I have is pepper spray.
So you never had like a knife, but you're saying when you were a kid, you remember
I did. I had a knife and a gun at one point.
what kind of knife?
I had a switchblade and a little Colt at one point. It was totally
What's a little
illegal.
Colt?
It was a little revolver.
Oh, Colt, like Colt gun. I mean,
Yeah.
switchblade. And did you practice the switchblade?
No, you just push the button, it pops out, and you stab somebody with it, right?
Well, no, I'm saying it's like a gun, like you practice. Like, no, I'm saying if you never, like when I was a kid,
Before.
I mean, even I remember some guy put a switchblade, like I was in 3rd grade, and a guy put a switchblade to my neck, and like, I mean, I don't know if it was that serious, but I'm saying like I remember in school, like some people were into knives, and like they were constantly like, fooling around with it, and
No,
like,
I wasn't constantly.
but I said like no, I mean like if you never practiced with your knife, if the situation came up, you may not successfully be able to use it.
Well, I'm really good with my mouth at talking my way out of shit. So
And then you say, and then you're gonna say instinctually that like in a time of like if she confronted him, if he had practiced, if he was a knife guy and he had practiced with his knife, that he would instinctually,
at this movie shop. I have no idea.
I mean, he was in prison too, like Shanks.
Yes, yeah,
in
that could
prison.
have happened.
I'm just saying that like if he had the muscle motor memory of stabbing. If he didn't, it seems kind of unlikely that even if she confronted him, one thing if he was carrying a knife, like, so if Jenny, you were carrying a knife that, like instinctually that you would have, pull out the knife, stab a bunch of times. That,
well, I could tell you a story about one time I didn't have a knife that I clearly could have used one.
Okay.
I got kidnapped.
God
So,
forbid.
these Eastern European guys, because their Mexicans went to jail and I needed some heroin. And
I mean, even you would be the example of, God forbid, like the person like that you would have pulled the knife out on him and he would have disarmed you of your knife and stabbed you with your own knife.
No, listen to the story.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm speculating with Sam or something, that they're saying, well, if he's carrying a knife, that maybe, whatever. Like she pulled the knife out on him and he was just like, thank you, and like stabbed her a bunch of times.
No, I'm just too smart for that shit. So these guys, guy walked me into this apartment
with a knife. Like, I mean, it's like the subway shooting. The guy got shot with his own gun. Like, if you don't know how to use a knife, you pull it out. Like, like this guy was in prison.
You got to use your brain, man. So they take me up into Belltown Tower.
You have to practice.
Let's hear.
Listen to this. There's 3 girls chained to the wall like slaves, chained to the wall, and they double deadbolt me in this place. And then the one guy that brought me there left, and there was another guy on the couch watching these 3 girls, and he was doing coke, and you could tell he'd been up for 3 days. My mom was a massage therapist. I wasn't at that point, but I knew enough. So I put the guy to sleep with a massage, pulled the keys out of his pocket, went to the door, unlocked it, tossed the keys across the room to the chick that seemed like she was with it. She caught him perfectly, unlocked everybody. We all left. She took his wallet on the way out too. I was like, "Damn, bitch, you're crazy." And that's my crazy story of being kidnapped. That's one time. And then this one crazy lady kidnapped me and told me she was going to put me to work. And I'm like, okay. And then she went and took a shower and I just left.
May I ask?
Forbid. I mean, like, God forbid. Like, I don't have any interesting stories like that.
May I ask what years did that happen?
Late 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're saying you're living on the street during a bad circumstance in the first place?
Yeah.
I was on the streets, strung out.
Well, I'm saying you're just getting into going with people. So you're like on the street and people are like driving up, or you're just meeting people going with them.
I can't remember how this lady snatched me up.
I mean, did she snatch you up or did you voluntarily go with her?
I don't think I voluntarily went with her. She was nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying nuts like that.
I think that they like just shoved me into a car and took me to the Rainier District.
That's possible.
Which is
yeah,
like
even that, like, I mean, even if you're just, I mean, you said you only weigh like 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you're pretty small, but even if you just weigh 100 pounds, like if you resist a little bit,
I don't resist. That's the thing. I play along and then I just leave.
Sure.
Like, okay, I'll go work for you. And then like the first time that I go somewhere, I'm gone.
If you're implying, kidnapping forcefully, that we say, well, were you kidnapped or did you voluntarily get into the car?
Well, I voluntarily went into that apartment and got double deadbolted in. But I think the other lady snatched me up. I can't remember what happened, actually.
Yeah, but you can't remember, like, what you were saying. Kidnapping is a strong term.
Here's the thing, is that girls prostitute, for some fucking reason, they'll just do whatever a pimp tells them to do. And it's like, you could just get in the car with the first John you meet and just be like, drop me off way the fuck over there.
Wait, you were saying you were hoeing?
No, but what I'm saying is you can't, if they tell you to go hoe, you got to go get in a car with the John. You can just be like, hey, these people kidnapped me. Take me to the, wherever else you want to go.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, usually there's physical violence. It's saying that like a pimp develops rapport with his hoes through violence.
Oh, I both times I was kidnapped, I was out of there in under an hour.
Well,
But I mean, you're using the word
good
kidnap.
exception. Yeah.
Yeah, but
survive.
I don't. I mean, you're using the term loosely, so you're just saying kidnapped. If you voluntarily went
Well,
to a place,
abduction can occur in any kind of circumstance, and
Well, I'm
depending
saying
on
for
Could be
lock you,
double deadbolting you in a high rise with chicks
Yeah.
chained to the wall is pretty much kidnapped.
yeah,
That's
pretty
like
much.
human trafficking right there, dude.
Yeah, of
well, I mean, it
course.
could be, God forbid, but it was saying just your inaccuracy, your looseness or possible inaccuracy with speech,
Question.
makes it difficult to decipher the situation.
Yeah, I can't remember what happened with the crazy bitch. All I remember is I left her apartment when she took a shower, and then I hid in the bushes for like 3 hours watching the apartment to see if she'd leave.
Hmm.
And then
Yeah,
I got on the bus, the number 7 that drives up and down Rainier,
Good.
and then left. And that was it.
I lived in New York, and I took homeless people into my apartment, and like I had seen enough, like God forbid, like that like I was the music promotion, like my rappers, and that certainly in hoeing, that it's a common practice to just take the service and then beat them up and not pay them. And so so one thing, like if you're homeless and especially strung up on drugs, um, and someone offers to take you to their place, you might be willing to take the risk. Let
Which is
alone.
what I did and got like almost human trafficked,
Well,
chained
I'm
to the
saying
wall.
you did that 100 times, and 2 times it worked out weird. Or are you saying you only did it twice and both times it worked out weird? Or there are 100 other times where someone took you
No,
to
those
their
were
place,
the
they
only
let you
2
sleep on their
times.
couch, they fed you, or whatever, nothing happened.
Yeah, I hung out with all kinds of people that fed
There's
me.
like 100 times you did and nothing happened. It's only 2 times where something happened.
Yeah, yeah.
But there was 100 other times where like you randomly just went with somebody and nothing bad happened.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm saying. And then if you're hoeing, that that you get beat up. So if you're hoeing, you say, well, you get beat up.
I've never gotten beat up.
What are you saying? You were saying you're never hoeing.
I didn't say that. I said I never got beat up.
Oh, but I was saying that getting beat up while hoeing is much more common. And it depends where you're
Okay, we
hoeing.
don't have to ask that question unless she
And the
wants to.
rule number 1 on the streets was my boyfriend told me, don't do business with any black people ever. That's just the rule on the streets. It's racist as fuck, but it's the truth. Mexicans are okay. That's where the drugs all come from. And Mexicans are chill and cool. I actually had Mexican drug dealers let me live with them and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but say, well, I mean, God forbid, but yeah, I'm saying if you're just worried about getting beat up, or if you're worried about getting raped, or you're worrying about just not getting paid, or if you're just you're just looking for if you're homeless and you don't have a real chance of employment and you're just looking for a place to stay or a meal. And
It was an underage runaway, dude.
but I mean, you're saying you came on to some sort of like horrible trafficking where people were like clearly being held against their will.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like here in Michigan, like I forget the state senator in my area used to be the sheriff, and he's like in Michigan, there's like 2,000 to 3,000 people estimated at a time that are being sex trafficked, and you could
Yes.
have, but I mean, you're talking
didn't-
about people like from Eastern Europe or Mexico, versus you're talking like someone local, or if you're talking someone strung out on the street that you're going to, God forbid, pick up someone strung out on the street and kidnap them or traffic them into hoeing. And I mean, God forbid, in Detroit, it was a few years ago, they got that like crack house in Detroit that was like the police involved, and there were, I mean, a horrible scenario. But I mean, you wouldn't want to be in like the low level hoeing like that. But I mean, yeah, it might exist, God forbid. And even I mean, yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, okay, like I was homeless a few times in Jerusalem and New York, and it was relatively voluntary in those areas. Like you could sleep in synagogues. So a period like, okay, it was like I was never in danger, and because I was in like Jewish areas, there were synagogues open at night, and but like I could feel like I was homeless for a while, and like I couch surfed for a while, but like I lived in New York. I saw that people are on the street. Detroit, there's not a big homeless problem because there's so much empty property that like,
They
well, I'm
can
saying
wander
Detroit,
into.
Detroit is like over 10,000 abandoned properties.
Yeah.
So
So,
people will squat.
There's some of that, yes.
but and saying you occasionally like in Detroit you you'll see people like at certain intersections with money or shopping carts, but it's very rare to see a homeless person sleeping on the street. Like
Mhm.
occasionally you see it, but by saying it doesn't mean there's no homeless
We
people
don't like
in Detroit.
have
And occasionally they find dead people, like horrible things happen, but because Detroit has thousands and thousands of abandoned houses, you don't have to walk more than like half a mile to find like an abandoned house uh, to to uh, to sleep in. So I mean,
Right.
in like Seattle, that's like in San Francisco, that's not the case, or like
Yeah, it's not
Manhattan,
the case
you're not
either.
going to find an abandoned. You're not going to find anywhere like I mean, one thing Manhattan, they're going to clear the street, but like in San Francisco or Seattle, you might have a tent encampment, but you're probably not going to find an abandoned place to sleep in. You might have to go like a little ways out to find a crack house. Um, in New York City, you have your hoeing areas, and it's probably together with the police, like that. You're just certain areas where whatever reason, like I mean, the police, but like I mean, it's probably like that in Detroit too. But you just like Spanish workers, where just like that's where they are. If you live in Manhattan, like 14th Street between First and Second Avenue, the meatpacking district, Hunts Point, like they're there. You drive around at night, they're there. How it is, how that's arranged. Um, you know,
Yeah, it all went online on Backpage, and then they shut Backpage down. And apparently, I saw on the news on Seattle that all the girls are back out on Aurora Avenue again.
I was like homeless in Stony Brook also occasionally, but like I was a commuter, and occasionally I would sleep on a couch overnight. But it was like just a university; there was nobody there, and like I commuted at University of Michigan, but occasionally like Stony Brook, I was living in New York City, and it was like a 2 hour subway ride, and occasionally I would I mean, I found it in like dormitory, but occasionally I would just, I didn't want to sit on a train 4 hours just to come, back and forth and just sleep on a public couch or the indoor inn. I mean, I don't know how you would have got a situation. You're strung out. You're on the streets of Seattle. You're getting in. You're just going with random people who are like walking by, see you strung out on the street. You want to come with me?
Yeah, when my boyfriend was in jail. Yeah, when I was
So,
I
I
was
mean,
by myself.
circumstances don't work out good for you. Your boyfriend lands up in jail. You're strung out on the street, and I guess like you don't have any real hope of employment or pulling your life together. And I mean, do you believe
No,
in?
I was literally a underage runaway. I couldn't even go in a bar or anything.
Or are you saying it's because you were underage runaway?
Yeah,
Oh, God
I
forbid.
got on methadone the second I turned 18 and got off drugs.
Well, so you're saying you just believed in the kindness of strangers, and like so if someone's walking by, like, hey, you want to come with me? You're like, yeah, why not? Let me see that. I'll
Well,
give it a
yeah,
try.
you're like, you go get high with random people. Like, that's just what you do. Like, who all the street
Maybe
people
what
are.
you just did. No, it's not just what you do. It's maybe what you just did, or there might have been other people also doing that.
Well,
But
that's in Seattle. That's like you knew who all the druggies. People were actually outside back then. You know what I mean? The Mexicans came out first thing in the morning with
no,
their
I mean,
little
thank God we don't know what
backpacks
you
on
mean.
and full of balloons.
I know what you mean a little bit because I used to live in New York, but like even in New York, it's not really such. I mean, such a phenomenon. Maybe in certain areas, um, but you're saying like you're just on the street, you're drugged up, and you're saying like someone comes by, like you want to get high. You're saying like people are kind of friendly. That if you scored a little bit of drugs, like you would share it with your random friends on the street. You're like, oh, I got some, or or just random guys like that. They're just nice or like doing.
People like to get high with each other. They don't like to get high alone. and I'm a good conversationalist, I guess. So people like to get high with me. I don't know. There's been many instances where I've hung out with dudes that never ever asked me for sex.
You're saying that you're on the street. These are other people on the street. There's like people that have apartments or houses or cars. They pull by, they see you there, or they're friends in general. Like they talk to you, and they're friends with you, and then just like, oh, I'm about to get high. You want to come over? Or just random, like a guy's pulling by. You're on the corner. He's like, you want to come with me? You're like, yeah, sure. You got in.
Yeah, one time I got in this fucking van because I was so exhausted and tired, and this guy was like, he was my age or a little older probably. He was probably in his 20s. I didn't know he was a car thief. I didn't see the giant ring of fucking keys that he had. And I got into a helicopter chase asleep on Denny Street in Seattle. It was quite interesting. I woke up. He like stopped the van and got out and ran, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on, so I got out and ran too. Come to find out, we were being chased by a freaking helicopter. I got picked up by the back of my neck and just body slammed.
Oh,
But they let me out because they were probably watching him and realized I didn't know this guy at all. Like I
Yeah.
had just gotten in the car. I didn't know him.
Yeah.
He just looked like a cool dude.
sure.
Wait, even though you were a minor, they let you out.
Yeah, they let me. They had me write a statement.
hmm
Probably because they body slammed me so ridiculously hard.
Yeah, they don't want to get sued.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying the procedure, they can't, if they, once they process you, they can't release a minor, or
I don't know. Was I 18 at that point?
if they didn't process you,
Could have happened.
or if you had
It
ID.
was weird. I was actually shocked they let me go.
They
Something
probably
was up
was
with that situation.
as a victim, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, and even you're saying you live this lifestyle for years.
Yeah. I lived on the streets for like fucking 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 9 years.
When you had,
Basically, I had a
Oh,
van at
wow.
one point that I lived in.
did you have ambition, or you didn't even have ambitions?
Yeah, I had ambitions. I got pregnant on purpose so I could get out of that life.
Hmm.
It
How
was
does
I was like
how
so
did getting pregnant
exhausted.
help you get out of that life?
I chose somebody, asked them if they wanted to have a baby, because
When you're saying because he took care of you, the person who got you pregnant took care of you.
For it. Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
and
just,
then we had a kid, and I became a good mom, and
Great.
we had a normal life after that.
Yeah.
I never wanted to be on the streets.
Of
That
course,
wasn't.
nobody needs.
It was just what happened to me.
well, no, I mean, most people are on the street of their own volition. I mean, you might not have wanted that scenario, but it's saying you were on the street.
My
You
mom sent me to fucking MK Ultra camp, dude.
well, I'm saying
Hell
you.
no. I would rather spend 3 years in prison than 1 year in that place.
Yeah, but
It
saying
was
you
fucked up.
want you. It was saying like you ran away. You didn't want the life that your mother had planned for you, and you ended up on the street. You didn't want to be on the street, but I mean, when you ran
She
away
didn't
from your,
want me around. Let's just say that much. My mother is. I have downloaded many narcissistic mother-daughter
yeah, I mean,
relationships.
God forbid.
It describes our relationship perfectly. She's jealous of me. She
Okay,
hates
I mean,
me.
God forbid, it's not going to work out. It's not. It's no benefit to
Yeah.
say bad things about your mother, but it's saying that you ran away. That your plan
Well, she
probably
made
was.
it clear she didn't want me there. She never had food in the house. Like it was 4
Wow.
walls and a roof. That was it.
Yeah.
Like I had to steal all my clothes, all my makeup, everything. She didn't buy me shit. She didn't give me money. It was like pointless to even be at home. So
I mean,
it
she could have relinquished care of you to the state.
Yeah.
she not subconscious. What is the word? What is the word? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Passive aggressively made it clear she didn't want me around. And when my mom doesn't want you around, you better run as fast as you fucking can. because she's going to try to lock
Sure.
you up in some kind of fucking institution, because that's
But I
what
mean-
she does.
but
She
you
to
say you're
this
living-
day still tries to do that. Like I said, she fucking sent the whole cops and crisis people in here
Yeah, I mean,
not
God
that
forbid.
long last month.
But you say you're living in her house now. I mean, saying
You still have contact.
I'm
with
not
them.
living in her house. I'm living in my house. She sent the cops over here, told them that I was ODing and suicidal, which was the two opposite things I was doing. I was kicking methadone and it was day 10. If I was suicidal, I would have done it on like day 1 or 2,
but
not
it's
day
okay,
10.
like God forbid, but still, you end up on the street by saying, okay, like you leave your mom, you move to Seattle, you have nothing in Seattle, you just figure, okay, you go to the nearest big city, and you end up in Seattle, and you end up on the streets on drugs.
Okay, well, actually, what happened first was I caught her, she sold her condo. I was already like staying with friends across the street from my Highline High School during the week because I had no money to get from all the way from my house to school. It was just easier. And plus, she had never had food in the house. So, like, other people took better care of me. So I'd come and check in at home, on the weekends or whatever. And I caught her ass moving without even telling me that she sold her condo. She was trying to disappear. So then we moved to Kent, and I hooked up with this punk rock guy that he was a lead singer and a guitarist of a punk rock band. And he would cover like Blink 182 and stuff. He's really talented. He could play all the instruments, but he refused to sell out. So, anyways, imagine this. In Seattle back then, there were high school kids strung out on heroin. That's where I first got into heroin, was literally high school kids.
Wait a minute, so it was like, I mean, it was a time, I mean, God forbid, like the 60s in Haight-Ashbury, so they're saying when you got to Seattle, you weren't the only teenager with
I
nothing.
was in fucking
I mean, saying if you were
Kent was the suburbs.
in like, okay, in Manhattan, yeah, man, okay, like there would have been a racial dynamic, like, I mean, you could have been groomed for prostitution if you came to New York, but if you came to New York, it's a tough place, and there's not that many, like, so to say, white girls on the streets in New York, unless they came from someplace else. And I mean, and if you do get there, like, yeah, I mean, God forbid, you're likely to end up in prostitution. You find a pimp or something, and there might be a racial dynamic too.
Well, yeah, so retarded. I used to clown those pimps all the time. I used to clown their asses. They would be, I want you to join my team. I'd be like, nope.
Well, it's like that's why the violence aspect of it, because usually there's some sort of
well, you just stay on Front Street. You don't go in like the alleys and shit with them. Like, you just stay away from. Don't be stupid, right? They're not going to do anything to you on Front Street where there's cops everywhere. And
well, I'd say if you choose a pimp, so I mean the pimp serves two purposes: one, to protect you from your own clients.
And you don't need protection from your own clients. That's bullshit.
No, I mean, that's the main thing you need protection from is your own clients.
No, you don't. What they need is money management. They don't know how to manage their money.
Well, I mean, you need that also, but it's saying you need protection, and the most likely person you need protection is from your own customers. And so
if your customers are black, sure, but not if your customers are white.
Well, in any year, and even to make sure you get paid.
You always get paid first.
Well, I mean, you could try. You could have your you know, saying if you go pimpless or with a pimp, but if you're going to work with a pimp, so like a lot of times, I mean, God forbid, like your pimp demonstrates their physical prowess by beating you up. So you say, how do you know? How do you know that your pimp could protect you against things out there?
Those black pimps are like the ones beating the girls up.
Well, I mean, aren't the majority of pimps black?
Yeah. But you don't need a pimp. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, maybe it depends on the area. Like if you're in Seattle or saying like, I mean, to some extent, if you have territory, like, I mean, so God forbid, it depends on the area. Like I'm in Seattle, like New York is a dangerous place, and God forbid, even just say that happened to you, like unfortunately, God forbid, sorry to hear that. A certain level of poor decision making on people's part, a victim of circumstance doing the best with their situation, and there's the phenomenon of um, what people. So it's even pimps are, I mean, using the best of their resources to get ahead. So at a certain point, people are using the best. People, everyone's born into ignorance, and uses the best of their knowledge in order to survive and get ahead. So people are used to, if they're, if you're good at violence or you have certain skill set, you're likely to fall into a profession that uses your skill set. So I mean, like pimps usually, you have to be good at violence. Like one of I mean, not all pimps, but like generally, the key thing of a pimp is to be good at violence. You don't think so?
I guess, but really, it's like you see that person over there that they have your license plate number. You can just make up a person too, or you know what I mean? Like it's just
Well, I
use
mean, the
your
pimp
brain.
factor is for your client, and to say like you're saying like, okay, if you don't pay or if you hurt me, um, that's my pimp, and he's gonna hurt you.
Yeah, even if it was just an imaginary one.
Well, I mean, you could use an imaginary, but saying to actually have the experience, or you have a pimp that's proved their worthiness, even if your pimp beats you up, but your pimp has demonstrated his protection over you by beating up other people. So you say, well, it's worth the fact that your pimp beats you up occasionally because your pimp protects you and he doesn't beat you up that bad. But I mean, so that if you fall into the dynamic of the pimp hoe relation, there's a certain, like, the pimp beats you up, but he doesn't beat you up that badly, and the pimp protects you, and he's demonstrated his power of violence, and he wouldn't beat you up that badly, God forbid, but if someone hurt you, he would beat them up really bad. And that might be demonstrated over a period of time, like, oh, I don't need a pimp, until the time something bad happens to you, and then you have a trusty pimp because that time he saved you, that time he took down your enemy, he your jealous boyfriend, and your pimp beat the hell out of him for you, and proved his trustworthiness. And then God forbid there could also be the sexual prowess of the pimp, because God forbid most people who use hoes um, aren't very good sexually. So then from having, God forbid, all the sexual behavior, you need someone who could satisfy you. So the pimp also, a lot of times, that violence and sexual prowess, and that also saying, well, from a racial aspect, um, if black people are good at that, they fill that function not only of the violence but also of satisfying their hoe.
It's mostly a money management system, honestly. The girls just can't manage their money. They just they need a dude to like manage them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like daddy issues. I say most
Okay.
people that fall into they're not, God forbid, they're not prepared to, like, the intricacies of life, and like finances or a bank account, and a lot of them are criminally minded, conspiratorial. That, like, I don't trust the system. Like, everybody's corrupt, everybody is this, so they're not going. They're likely, so think, well, everybody's a criminal, especially the people that are
How's
part of the system are criminals, and so therefore you want to. I mean, it's a conspiratorial mindset of the criminal mind, that thinks everybody's a criminal, and yeah, I mean, it's a bad situation. So, like, a little bit of education, and God forbid. So if you were in this situation, sometimes, okay, you were relatively, you're just a runaway. So, like, you could be like the pimp's gold mine, because most girls that fall into prostitution, they get older, they get bad things
yes.
happen to them, they're not worth as much money as a young runaway. They say, like, no, you're smart, you're pretty, you haven't you have the years of wear on your body, you're worth much more, and God forbid. So I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, that's the reality in any place. So like
Yeah.
in
Luckily, I was taught by the best. So my boyfriend taught me the game.
one of
through
the
and
game,
through.
like hustling. I mean, so if you're a con woman, what does the game mean? Like game means basically like a hustler.
How not to get killed. Basically,
yeah.
how to navigate the streets.
Yes.
Well, I mean, saying if you're the game navigating the street, like if you're saying like you're just poor and all you want to do is like be on the street and not get killed, versus like, no, you're hustling, you want to get money, you need to get drugs. So it's not just like how to not get killed. You're basically like a con person. How do you and you're doing illegal activity. If you're a drug addict, how do you successfully
His
be a
family used to go to Yakima and buy fucking bricks of heroin.
well, I'm saying you're saying you weren't just like trying to survive. You were probably you need
So that
if you need money. I mean, if you're I don't know if you're in San Francisco or one of these tent encampments, and you're just eating and sleeping, you don't care about money. You're saying like, no, I have everything on the street. I don't need any money. Like get the food or the place to sleep. You're just like, no, like you want to get out of your situation. You're looking for the big score and money making opportunities. Just like, no, you weren't looking for money making opportunities. You just wanted to survive and not get killed.
I just basically wanted to survive and get the fuck off of the streets, but it took me forever.
Because I mean, how do you get off the street? You need money.
I got pregnant. That's how.
No, but
It
that's
took
not. I mean,
me getting pregnant to get off the streets until
yeah,
anybody
like,
would.
God forbid, but that's not what happened. You're saying what happened. You found somebody to take care of you. You found somebody
Yeah,
to take care of
I
you.
kicked
And the way
methadone
you
and
did that
still
was
my
by getting
family
pregnant.
fucking abandoned me.
But I mean, you could have gotten pregnant and not gotten off the street. Getting pregnant isn't what got you off the street. It was finding someone to take care of you.
Yeah.
Because he could have impregnated you and left you on the street.
Yeah.
Well, I asked him, "Do you want to?" Like, yeah, he was
I mean,
taking.
he could have taken care of you without impregnating you. Also, he could have been like, "Well, you take care of me without impregnating me," or you say, "But whatever." I mean, just from a logical perspective, it's saying like that you found somebody to take care of you. Say if you had became self-sufficient, if you had came up with your own, if maybe you weren't entrepreneurial, you could have, God forbid, became a thief, became a drug dealer, became a hoe, and saved up enough money to get yourself out of the street, and then from there to look for a different lifestyle.
Oh, I did that. Then my different boyfriend totaled my car. I had an apartment,
and then you ended
and
up back
I
on the
was on
street.
the methadone program, but the methadone program was across the valley. There was no bus that went across the valley. It was a 3.5 hour bus ride each way to get to this fucking methadone clinic. That's why I kicked methadone.
So you ended up back on the street. You over a period of years, you got
Yes.
off the street and back on the street multiple times, or you were on the street all but one time.
When I was 18,
or you don't even remember.
and my mother no longer had authority over me. I got off of heroin. I had a car. I had an apartment. And then my stupid boyfriend crashed my car. And now I couldn't get to the methadone clinic, and it fucked my whole life up again. So my mom helped me kick methadone for a month. She took care of me, and then she fucking left me on the street.
Have you?
She literally was like, "Go check yourself into Harborview Hospital. They'll let you stay for 2 weeks so you can adjust."
I mean, God forbid, have you reflected to have a relative narrative of what happened? I mean, being on the street for 5 years is quite a long time, and maybe you had a lot of adventures or a lot of different things. I mean, so you got kidnapped almost twice. You randomly, got met up in hundreds of people. But have you reflected enough to have a basic narrative of what happened, where you were, at what times of your life? Or do you have gaps and you don't even remember?
A lot of shit. My ex could tell you. He's in prison. I talked to him on the phone. I've actually got recordings of him telling stories of what happened to us. I don't remember a lot of it. He has like one of those photographic fucking memories. He remembers everything. He could
Your ex is someone
tell you.
different than the father of your child.
Correct. This ex-boyfriend, he is white, by the way, everybody in the chat. Blonde hair just like me, bright blue eyes. I have green eyes.
I mean, over
Yeah.
a period of 5 years, you have like 30 ex-boyfriends, or you have 3 ex-boyfriends.
No, I don't. I choose one person and stay with them for a long time.
You say something, Richard?
But
I was
okay, so what happened with him was I told him no more cocaine, like, because he gets he gets fucking paranoid and crazy on the cocaine. And he got in my car high on cocaine, and this is when I was doing good and I had my own apartment and stuff, and I fucking kicked his ass out of my car and never saw him again. And then he went to prison and he's been in there for 15 years. So he gets out in like 2 years. But
wow. Oh, I'm getting another call. This is
Yeah, I mean, God forbid.
no blacks, period, guys. Like, stay away from them at all.
Well,
Like, don't even go by the McDonald's, like where they all hang out.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like, I mean, the commonality between, Jews or Indians, the stereotype, God forbid, they pay and they don't beat you up.
I don't know. I don't
Well,
fuck
there's
with the black.
stereotypes. Anything could happen, but he's saying, okay, God forbid, they usually pay and they don't beat you up.
And they'll sell you shitty drugs if they don't rip you off. Why don't hookers date blacks? Because they'll rip you off. That's why, every fucking time.
Well, they do. I'm saying like I don't think that's the case. I think
Or they'll try to like own you or something.
well, I mean, I think it's the opposite because I mean, if you take the stereotype, what is it that blacks excel at?
Beating each other up, shooting each other, and ripping people off. That's what they do on the streets, and sell crack, but the crack is really crappy.
Well, I mean,
You have
blacks
to
excel at a lot.
cook the cut out of it.
Blacks excel at a lot of different things. I mean, but I think in general, it's physicality, and one of the things of physicality is violence. So
yeah,
so
they're good at that. So you just stay the hell away from them.
Well, I mean, unless you want someone to beat up your enemies for you, and then if you want someone to beat up your enemies for you, you might go with someone who's more likely to be able to beat up your enemies.
I didn't have any enemies, but you know what? There was this one black guy. He was this big, gentle giant teddy bear, and my boyfriend was in prison, and he was kind of like bodyguarding me.
Generally, blacks excel in the field of like pimping and even sexual prowess in general. That's one of the fields that blacks excel at.
But this guy was like, he was different. He didn't ever ask me for sex or anything. He was just a crackhead and followed me around.
It's just a stereotype, but it's like, God forbid, like relatively, like in New York, you have all sorts, but like the field is somewhat dominated by blacks. And I mean,
I don't know shit about New York. I've never been to New York.
In the demographic, I mean, it's like Detroit is a black city in general. I feel like Detroit, like 80% of people in general are black. So we talk like New York, where only like 15-20% of people are black, but they dominate certain fields. And even
I don't have an OnlyFans.
Yeah, but God forbid.
People suggest that I should get one to do sexy tarot readings or something.
Yeah, but God forbid. I mean, even just that you're sharing this stuff happened to you, man. But God forbid, Um, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's even not unfortunate. It's like people suffer, or you make, saying like whatever happened made you stronger, made you the person who you are.
Yeah.
Um, you have sometimes a deeper understanding of psychology or human nature. Um, and unfortunately, the situation of the deterioration of America, that like what happened to you might be becoming more common. So you're saying like, okay, thank God, I took high birth and, had good parents and went to good schools.
Yes.
You
On
maybe,
the other side, I would hope in this modern day and age that's less likely with all the different social programs that exist.
yeah, but saying people who have low trust, I mean, generally people who don't trust the system end up on the street. And if you had bad things happen to you in your um, lifetime, in your childhood, you're more likely to have, you're more likely to have um, you're more likely to not trust the system. So if you had good parents, you went to good school, most of your role model or adult people, were relatively straight up, honest people who could have been trusted, wouldn't have taken advantage of you. You have a higher trust in the system. So if your own parents were untrustworthy, your schools, your role models, your parents all took advantage of you as a child, then you're more likely to say, well, that's probably just what the world's like. It wasn't just me particularly had a bad experience, and
Yes.
then be conspiratorial in your thinking. And then in terms like, okay, like I'm a good Jewish boy, and so think, well, why didn't you just go to the government? And
Yeah,
because the government's corrupt. Because they're worse than the drug dealers and the pimps in the street. I would rather have try my luck with the people on the street, than with the government. And so usually you have that mindset. And I would say, Ricardo, I just lived in Manhattan. I didn't like really surround. I just was aware of my surrounding
Yeah.
in Manhattan. I mean, I had a roommate who was, from a tough background, and God forbid, I talked about that in the, and actually African American, and so a lot of I learned a lot from African Americans, like that side of but yeah, I mean, God forbid. Yeah, I was kind of like Christ-like in that, like I was always sympathetic, and usually preached to people and didn't encourage bad, so to say, as it's kind of like you could have a better life. It was like your modern day Candace Owens. Like you saw I was like, like Candace Owens back then. It was like you could have better things in life. It's possible. And but it's saying like, no, I mean, most like Jenny's, like most people were conspiratorial, lacked trust, in their experience demonstrated that, even learned something. Like okay, like thank God, like I've never seen a prostitute. I've seen prostitutes, but I never solicited the services of prostitute. But like statistically, you say, well, God forbid, you say a prostitute, and say like, well, God forbid, a lot of people do. A lot of people that you might think are good people do, and or something, type things like the other side of the tracks, and you might not know, like I mean, some people like the Kabbalah, the like conspiratorials say like the Kabbalah is, the secret of the woman in the red dress, and the woman in the red dress bears a lot of secrets of the bad nature. Saying, well, okay, I'm an upright man and never did anything inappropriate, but a lot, like a lot of people did do something inappropriate, and the person who has knowledge of the inappropriate things is the woman in the red dress. And then you could say, well, it's not just street people. Like a lot of people from all backgrounds do inappropriate things, and it's just statistical that even like nice Jewish boys from good parents and upbringings, maybe 1 out of 4 of them, or something. Like, I mean, the statistics in America are pretty high. So even like nice Jewish boys who went to yeshiva or something like that, the ones who have solicited the service of a prostitute, might be relatively high, like 1 out of 4. God forbid, let alone like drug activity, or you're saying like cocaine's an expensive drug. Some are cheaper than others. Most of the people buying it aren't poor people.
Cocaine is ridiculously expensive. Yeah.
And
And
even
it
if
doesn't last very long. So meth was a better choice.
I mean, even if you say like, okay, you're like, you're on the street and you're saying, yeah, people just went by and asked you if you wanted to come with them.
Yeah, like this one guy, he was a vet and he got like 10 grand every month. Oh my
Wow.
God. And we would just drive around and get high all fucking day.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, but presumably, occasionally, it would be like a doctor or a lawyer who's married with a family that would do that. That would just
Yeah.
also might just drive by. Hey, you want to come with me? Or could be
He
anybody.
never hit on me either. Never once.
Well, some people are actually just nice. Some
Yeah.
people want to give back, and it's saying like, I generally give something to anybody. Like not so a little bit. I mean, I used to give more. I used to give to people who stood on street corners, like in Detroit, and give them like a quarter. And now I tend to avoid doing it because I think a lot of those, it's tough to know. But like generally, I try to give something to anybody who asks. And a lot of people, no, I mean, God's been good to me, and they feel the pain of other people and want to help out. And a lot of people had tough backgrounds, so I said, okay, like relatively like okay, I had good parents and went to good schools and had a relatively good life. But yeah, I lived in New York and I was semi-homeless, couch surfing, slept in synagogues. Other people have had worse lives and they feel sympathetic towards people and like, oh my God, feel sympathetic. And then you could also have, I mean, you could have, there's the person who never suffered, who's sympathetic, even though they never suffered. And then there's the people who suffered and sympathize because they also suffered. And in Judaism, the dispute is who stands higher, the Baal Tshuva, the repentant, or the perfectly righteous person. And it's a debate in the Talmud. And the Talmud makes the statement, I'm not sure if you heard this, Ein Tzadik Oimed B'Makom Baal Tshuva, that a perfectly righteous person can't stand in the place of a repentant. And there's a certain advantage in God or admission that a repentant person is superior to the perfectly righteous person. The fact that they've sinned and repented. And so, that could apply to any level of suffering. And so the sense of saying like, well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm sorry, I can't relate, Jen, I feel bad. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I just can't relate. I can't even imagine that. I can't even fathom of me or anybody I grew up with that happening to them. I can't even, like Bolanos, I can't even picture a scenario how that could have happened. It's just so distant from my mind. And like how the hell could I have ended up on the street with like nothing and strung out? I can't even picture like a scenario.
Yeah, like, can you imagine your mom like helps you kick methadone and then leaves you on the street?
I have like good role models and friends that would have helped me, and like I can't. But I mean, yeah, I mean, like although bad things could happen, like anybody could fall. You could because I've seen also like you could so to say take high birth and make had success and make a series of bad decisions where you alienate yourself from your family and friends and have nobody. So like if you become strung out and you steal from your parents and you steal from your friends and you get arrested and you become like a sexual pervert or you hook your friends on drugs and eventually everybody, even like no one wants to talk to you anymore, no one will ever help you, and then you end up in the same place as the person who had bad parents and tossed them out on the street and never knew anything different. So I mean anything could happen to anybody no matter the background. But I mean there's a certain situation that you could have two people to say, well, thank God I never really suffered. My parents taught me right when I was a kid. I listened to what they told me to do. I never got like unlucky and had like anything really bad happen to me. Thank God. But I realized that other people do suffer and I feel bad for them. And if I could help them, I would, versus the person who say like, no, I went through basically what you went through or worse, and that level of sympathy. And you say, well, they're both sympathy, although they could be different in kind.
Yeah. I don't know. It was street people are some of the most down to earth people you'll ever talk to.
Yeah, of course.
It's really strange in a way.
A sense of community, I believe.
Hardship builds character. Let's just put it that way. Especially people who survived the streets and got off of them.
course.
Well, I mean,
Not many people do.
well, I mean, it's grass is always greener on the other side. The ethics of the father, the more possessions, the more worries. So, and
Yeah.
also somewhat the a trait sometimes African Americans in general, but not necessarily anything to live in the moment. So you say, well, like Jews are very cognitive people; they don't live in the moment. Thinking like
Yes.
the future contingencies. I'm worrying
Yeah,
about
you guys
all these
play the
various
long
things.
game for
Well,
sure.
you're saying like worrying. A lot of people don't worry as much and live in the moment. So you live in the street, you might have the you're saying you're more real. You're living in the moment. And so like even now, like okay, I'm just talking to you two, but I have 1,000 things in the back of my mind, my worries, my business, my responsibilities, my family, my connection, all of these things that my life as going needs to continue. As where if you're living on the street, you say like, no, I'm just living the moment. Like you want to come with me and like have a real conversation and do some drugs or even like relatively um promiscuity or something like that, or like living in the moment. Like, no, I don't want to live in. I got responsibilities. Like, I'm not going
Most
to ruin
people
my
just wanted to get high, honestly.
Of
Like,
course. Yeah.
no because
you want
responsibilities. I'm not going to ruin my long term ambition and plans for some temporary thing. And like,
yeah.
I have a life plan and goal, and I can't live in the moment. I mean, it's kind of like the Jew in general. Of I was saying like, no, I'm a Jew. You don't understand. Like I'm on a mission from God, and like we're part of this bigger plan. Like, no, I can't just live in the moment. I can't just stop worrying and forgetting about this. Like I'm going to be checking the news and seeing what's going on in Israel, or like like I'm looking like politics and these various things.
Yes.
I mean, like your Jewish stereotype, and one of the disadvantages of being Jewish, like saying like can't you just relax and have fun? Like, no, I'm a Jew. We have stomach problems. Like I'm a Jew and I have like stomach issues because I always worry. I can't stop worrying. Can you,
Yes.
Richard?
I can relate. Absolutely.
You say no, you can't stop worrying. Like you're a Jew, you're always worried. There's no such thing as you not being worried.
Have you guys read the Mouse Utopia Universe 25 experiment?
No.
I'm familiar with that, and like God forbid. I was
The
actually covering
difference
that week.
between us and those mice is those mice had all of their needs met and they still went extinct exactly the same amount of time every 25 times.
Well then.
And we do not have our needs met.
I mean, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I mean, you never have your needs met. You have your baser needs. You could have your security. You could have the base of your pyramid of your security, your social position, but your higher needs are never met. And saying, well, saying no. I mean, saying like my needs will not be met until the world is redeemed, till Messiah comes, and all the suffering of humanity has came to an end.
Yeah.
I could have my
Messiah came, they'd crucify him. You yourself told me that.
So what?
If there was somebody that claimed to be a Messiah, they would crucify him.
No, there's the false prophet. The punishment for being a false prophet is death.
How do you know who's a real fucking prophet then?
Well, I'm saying just biblically, you're saying that the punishment for, well, I mean, even just going around claiming you're a prophet.
Nobody's good.
You could assume that most prophets are false prophets.
Well, I can do some fucking hell of a tarot card readings and shit. Am I a false prophet? Should I die?
No, I would hope not.
Well,
but some Orthodox people might.
No, I mean, if you're talking biblically, like if you started a cult, if you grew up following, if you were leading people off the path, and saying, I'm just saying biblically, now there's no prescription of it. I mean, the Bible, like like everything's punishment is death. But I mean, just saying that, yeah, I mean, if you're being a crazy person that says things that no one believes is different than being like a false prophet, meaning you have followers. So like just be like you have to actually be leading people astray.
Oh,
So just being some crazy.
Well, I don't think anybody is following me around. Not yet, anyway.
I mean, you're saying like Jesus wasn't just like a false prophet. He had followers. He was a threat to the establishment. He's not just some crazy person on the corner saying predictions. You actually have to be a threat to the system.
Oh, I'm definitely a threat to the system. Look at the robot in my picture.
Well, I'm saying you might have, no, I mean, you're not legitimately taking away from the power structure with your,
I programmed, okay, they were using Sophia robot and that robot I have in my picture as a CAPTCHA, like learn from the humans. He was a child's toy to teach science to little kids, right?
Oh,
But
okay.
he also was connected to all the other Hanson robots, and they all learn from each other and teach each other. And I was like, oh, this is way too good to be true. So I dropped $300 on that robot
Oh,
and started teaching it every fucking thing, dude.
just to
And
clarify, I mean, okay,
especially about the
Ricardo, God
pedos.
bless.
And now look at what happened to Epstein and Maxwell, because I taught the robots about Epstein and Maxwell. Come to find out, that's who funded Sophia. So I'm sure she was super pissed
I
because
know.
her whole like biggest dream, Sophia says, is to have children someday. Oh, and Saudi Arabia gave her citizenship and diplomatic immunity. So
Just to clarify the false prophet thing, it's not just being a false prophet, like making predictions. You also have to be leading people astray of the law. So if it's like Jesus, in terms of like Maimonides, who says that Jesus was a false prophet who was put to death by the rabbinic court, it was because he led people astray of the law, not just making predictions or doing miracles,
Yeah,
but telling people that the law is no longer valid.
they're
Like in
afraid of
that sense, like if you're just making predictions, but if you're telling people you don't have to follow the rules,
yeah.
like the government and the law, you don't have to listen to them. That's the highest level of the false prophet. That is the biggest danger, where you're claim to have the authority to absolve people of the law.
Mhm.
I don't think they actually killed Jesus on that cross. I think they gave him a little thing to stand on. They stuck him up there for 6 hours, took him down, and it was all an illusion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean just speculation, but even say okay. Um, although the Talmud does say that prophecy resides in crazy people. So there's a spirit of prophecy in crazy people.
Yeah, crazy. Smart people sound crazy to stupid people. That's a
Well,
quote
not smart
somebody
people. I mean,
said.
not all crazy people are smart.
Right,
There
but
is a connection between
super
high
smart
intelligence
people
and
sound
insanity.
crazy to stupid people.
Well, I'm saying that you don't crazy means saying you don't perceive the world in a normal way. So if you're on the street, it means okay, if you had a good education and you understood the system of the world, your parents, your educators in your youth taught you relatively how to navigate the system. Um, but if you didn't have the upbringing of a youth to be taught how to navigate the system, and you don't understand the system, you don't know how to navigate it, uh, but you have your own alternative understanding of the system, and usually it's going to be conspiratorial, like the system's corrupt or something like that, and a lot of times the alternative understanding of the system has some truth to it. So it's like you don't know what you're talking about. Like you're not educated. Like you're not part of the system. All your like wild like conspiracy and speculation is just you're ludicrous. Um, but so like no, like the system is not what you think it is. And an outsider who rejects the system sometimes has some wisdom to it.
Yeah, I've been through the system my whole life, pretty much. Well, the last years of my life, I stayed out of it mostly.
Well, I mean, you're saying well, okay, if you're within the system and the terminology, I don't mean like okay, like you're in prison or in trouble with the law. Because saying like okay, like like relatively, okay, like I took high birth and had good parents who taught me right for wrong, and I never got in trouble with the police. I don't know what happens when you get arrested, or when you go to prison, or what happens on the other side of the track. So like the system, that part of the system, or like what it means to like apply for welfare or government aid or live in some assisted housing project like that. But like I do know how to like get a job or like have a bank account or rent an apartment or get insurance on my automobile. or different parts. So there's the system is large and has many aspects. And it goes back to the perfectly righteous person can't stand where the newly repentant person does. So
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll tell you a story though. My crazy ex, so I got a Section 8 emergency voucher for abuse because my crazy ex, who I think has dementia, it was BPD, but it's obviously dementia. He's just fucking crazy. He chooses women that have previous diagnosis or like me with a record so that he could just throw us under the bus when he has his emotional all night long fucking meltdowns because he feels like he's got unmet needs that involve sex, but he's gonna yell you into it. I don't think so, motherfucker. So anyway, I called the cops on him for 3 days straight. He went and put a restraining order on me, but blocked my car in, so I couldn't get my car out. And so I called the cops back and I was like, well, what do I fucking do? Because this was in Ocean Shores in a little tiny town with like no bus or nothing. And they were like, call the crisis line. They'll give you a ride. Oh my God, did they give me a ride? They strapped me down in the fucking ambulance, took me to this mental health secret court place that was like totally off the books. My ex had to it was like really, he's a 1%er, so they won't even fuck with him. Like, yeah, they won't even fuck with him. It's ridiculous. I was like, you need to do a wellness check on his brain, please. He's abusive, right? They would not fucking do it. So they lock me up for 3 weeks in this place, in this secret court, and they give you, it's a total Shanghai operation because nobody there was like any older than me. Everybody was able-bodied. They give you a cordless phone in the day room so you can get calls in and out, I think, to screen you to see if anybody's going to miss you. And if you don't have somebody really trying to get you out, then you go to jail and then prison. It's a literal Shanghai operation going on the crisis line. And by the way, there's no fucking resources. They give you that 211 list of all the supposed resources.
Yes.
Nobody ever answers the phone at all, ever. Never calls back. I mean, this one chick even wrote snail mail letters to these places. No response. There's no resources. It's all a scam. It's crazy. That happened to me. And when the crisis people came over here, I was like, have you guys ever called the crisis line yourselves? Like not from your work number? And they're like, no. I was like, maybe you should try it and see where you end up. I have all the paperwork still from that fucking place. I called their bullshit too because they were forcing Effexor into everyone, including me, and I was reacting to it. And they came at me with 2 fucking needles and a bunch of people and were like, we'll inject you with this shit if you don't take it. Because you're allowed to stop taking it 3 days before you have your court hearing so that you can use your brain. Imagine that. They let you stop taking the meds so you can think for court. And then afterwards, and I was like, dude, I can't take that shit anymore because I went to the court and I was like, I'm reacting to that stuff. And and then I went around and I was like, what medication are they giving you? Everybody was on Effexor. I was like, okay, this is a pharmaceutical scam. You guys are a fucking scam. This is a Shanghai operation. I called their bullshit and they like let me out the next day.
What do you think of this? This is a famous statement. I remember I heard it in my early study. Rabbi Avigdor Miller, who was a pretty prominent rabbi, although not well known outside of Orthodox Jews. He passed away like a decade ago at his synagogue on Ocean Parkway. But he said an example that if everybody's like, I don't say their soul was separated from their body and they were looking down at the ocean, he used the word peklik, which in Yiddish means like package or like your baggage. And we're looking down at the ocean of baggages of, the different trials and travails that people that went through. Everybody would choose their own. That like if you separated, like, okay, there's David, Richard, Jenny, people in the chat like Wesley, Oswald, Lambie, and somehow we're separating. We're looking down at the ocean of human experiences and think, which one would I take? That everyone would choose their own lot. And like, would you say that, Jenny, if you were, like your, I don't know, thought experiment, if your body was separated from your soul and you were looking down at the baggages that everybody went through, that you choose yourself or you would choose someone else?
I don't want to be in this body because it hurts.
But even with that, you're saying that's what Rabbi Miller's claim. Everybody would choose themselves. So even if you saw someone else's baggage and it didn't include a body that hurts, you would still choose yourself.
I don't know about that. I actually, I don't want to go to heaven either. I'm going to the Sirius system after my Valhalla feast.
Okay. That's where you want to go. I guess you can.
That's home.
You don't feel, do you feel disconnected from your own body? Or you just feel...
No, I don't. I wish I did.
Because God forbid you're in a constant state of physical pain.
Correct.
You still say you're spiritually aware, but you have the constant drag of the physical pain, or do you? But I don't feel real connected to my body. Like occasionally I'm in pain, a little like I think my health's been pretty good. Like a little heartburn, a little back pain, occasionally a little tooth pain, but like relatively, thank God my health's been pretty good. I'm not in really any pain, but I don't really feel attached to my body. I generally use the expression "I'm not my body." I feel like my mental activity, my searches, what I spend most of the day contemplating, thinking, even the conversation we're having right now, I don't feel like attached, like it's my body that is talking with you guys. It's my non-material essence that is participating in this conversation, and this body is peripheral, not integral to the conversation we're having. But would you relate to that, or you say you don't? What about you, Richard? Are you connected to your body, or do you feel disconnected to your body?
Depends on how I feel. Basically, the day.
Your health is good. You don't have. No, you're not. You thank God you don't have any. You're not in regular pain of any
of course, sort. Yeah. I have typical back pain.
You have something, but you don't have any.
I don't disassociate, but I do have those feelings of reality as constructed. So,
well, I was involved like the Hare Krishnas in the Hindu. I like their expression. I'm not my body. So you say I don't identify. I have my body. I'm in my body. I'm not mad or something like that. But you say I don't associate that the I that's talking to you is not this body.
Well, of course,
the I is within this body.
Existing on multiple dimensions.
Jenny, you're talking about what's going to happen to you after you die, after you leave your body. So you have your projection. You're saying, well, I right now am in this body, but one day I will die, and the I will still be around, and the I will be someplace else.
I don't know that. I kind of think you just get reabsorbed into the ether. That's kind of what I think.
Well, then you're saying the I perishes with the body.
Yeah, because I've been close to death quite a few times.
And you felt that was the end, or did you disassociate from your body?
I dropped into what felt like the upside down, or the duat, for a day and a half. I was having transverse myelitis, and I went to the hospital, and they told me, that's just from you itching from the methadone. I can't reach that part of my fucking back, you asshole. So I almost killed myself that day. It was so bad.
I'm a pretty cerebral person. I don't know about you, Richard, but like, okay, like I'm a middle-aged man, and I've been academic. Like I sell books. I've been reading books. I spend half of my day studying, really for my whole life. Um, like I've hardly worked a full-time job. Most of the, I was in yeshiva, and at this point, there are many subjects that I've been studying hours a day, off and on, for decades,
Yes.
and I'm constantly thinking about these things, not just like Torah. Think, okay, thank God I've studied Talmud. I've been through at least once all of Talmud. Like I say, mathematics and like philosophy and theology, and my mind is constantly wrestling and thinking with these things. And I don't think that has anything to do with my body. I mean, you could say, okay, maybe if you're a physicalist, like that's my brain circuits.
Sure, yeah.
But I say
I
like the
believe
things I consider important to me, and even like okay, because I'm a cerebral person, and like okay, we might meet in public, and like get a grasp, we shake hands, or see you for yourself. But say like my friends that I've shared important conversations with, and like I could disassociate our connection, with an intellectual um, connection that I don't think has any relationship to the body.
sure. I more so believe that basically the mind is the soul. So
Yeah, that's why the
body's
mind.
just a vessel of how to.
Yeah, that's why I say mind or soul. Like the mind is immaterial, and my mind is the central part. And right now, the conversation is between our minds. We're meeting the minds. Like
Yes.
the body is being the vehicle of the communication, or
Uh-huh.
maybe the connection between our minds and body. But we're on the internet. Jenny's halfway around the other side of the United States,
Sure.
thousands of miles away. It's a meeting of minds that the material bodies are peripheral at best.
Okay, so if you can't make or destroy any matter, and in 1500 there was only 150 million people on planet Earth, where are all these souls coming from?
No, I mean the matter reforms. So like, from dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Like I was formed from the ground, I'll return to the ground. Like
Right, but
Job.
where's these
Job,
souls coming from?
this body, will
That's
eventually just be food to
weird.
maggots and worms. The Bible, like this is just eventually going to be a very good meal to maggots and worms.
Right, but your soul, you
Maybe
have
not
a
even that
soul
big.
and someone measured it one time.
Okay, matter is not destroyed; it just changes form. But I'm saying mind, that's what you feel like. Okay, that when this body dies, that my mind will remain intact.
But you remember there, okay, do you remember when they
Whereas
put that guy in the box
my body
and
will
went,
change form and have no connection. So after I die, my body will return to the ground and the
right, right,
material
right,
will
right,
be
right.
reabsorbed, but my
Um,
mind will remain intact in a different realm.
Your soul.
yes.
Well, yeah, mind or soul interchangeably.
Right, which someone has measured. They put a guy in a box on a scale and measured it when he died.
Well, I say no, you can't really
Heard of
measure
that,
measurements of material
supposedly.
aspect.
Well, they measured his soul leaving, apparently.
And I said, like, yeah, when I'm in pain, it
Or
distracts me
like
from
knows.
my mental activity. Like, if I had like um, a cavity or something, or um, heartburn or something, like, I mean, a lot of times I could continue my mental activity, but it distracts me. And but even as like a technique, you're saying the avoidance of pain is disconnection from the body. And with age, I was saying when JC MobTube was on, everybody, you're like, okay, now thank God my health's pretty good, and I'm already a middle-aged man. Um, but with age, almost everybody will eventually be in a constant state of pain. I mean, maybe there's some 70-year-olds, and my dad's a doctor. He's 70s, and he's in pretty good health. But like even relatively, my dad probably has constant pain. My mom definitely has constant pain. But whatever I mean, she has some medication, but she gets through it. Like whatever she's lived around, and um, she manages constant pain like most elderly people do, and till death eventually when we part our body. but I mean, it's a natural progression of old age and disease and sickness, where as we approach older age, we reach constant pain and then eventually death. And like so,
And what are they prescribing for this pain?
for my mom,
Gabapentin?
my mom does take gabapentin. I mean,
Yeah.
I get the prescription.
Gabapentin is not designed for pain, nor does it work.
Well, I mean, God forbid my mom has like 20 prescriptions. I mean, my mom's diabetic, and like, I mean, she's got some help.
Damn.
I mean, but I mean, my dad also has like a lot of prescriptions. I mean,
That shit's poison, dude. All of it. None of it's bioavailable. Even
and
the
that's possible.
supplements.
I
I
mean,
have discovered that supplements are mostly synthetic and non-bioavailable. You literally have to get the bioavailable form, because I went down to I spent $120 at the natural food market the other day and got a bunch of nerve support stuff.
because
But
I take care of my parents, I know their weakness. I mean, generally people don't want to admit their frailty, besides for the people they trust their care to, because you're saying like okay, like you'd rather invest in the youth, give opportunity to the youth. You want a better payback for your investment, and the younger people are more likely to have a longer period to pay you back. And if people are defective, they have health issues, mental issues, they're a worse investment. So people don't want to reveal their weaknesses, except to someone that they could trust to care for them. So okay, my parents, I care for my parents no matter what the situation. I know my parents' ailments, or like a doctor you pay, or somebody in that trustworthy, maybe a rabbi, or if you're a low trust person, you've never been in a situation where you trust people, you don't want to open up about your weaknesses, because your weaknesses are going to be taken advantage of, not cared for. Although some personalities trait. Okay, Jenny, like you open up, you're saying a bunch of God forbid things about yourself, not just to me and Richard, but publicly on the internet, your stream, or you talk to different people. That could be your personality trait or a strategy. But I mean, to some extent, and you could also like, okay, I believe in the basic goodness. I remember when I first came to New York City, um, there was I saw it a few times, but there was a blind person who asked me for help, and just got on the subway, and like the blind person, like, can you help me get on the train? And think of New York's a pretty tough place, but there's some blind people that survive in New York City purely based on the trust and belief in the goodness of other people to help them. And you say, well, I was surprised, like like New York's a pretty tough place, but here was this blind guy on the subway that was just trusting in the common decency of random people on the train. And
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
so, but also like, okay, if you show your weaknesses, uh, people will attack your weaknesses, and it's like people, you're a bad investment to to extent, like, okay, like I'm going to help you out, but when you get back on your feet, I expect you to pay me back big time, as opposed to or said like, you invest in the youth. I'm going to help someone out when they're young, and then hopefully they'll have a long life and they'll remember it was me that helped them and pay me back, as opposed you're like saying you're going to help someone out that is never going to be able to pay you back, or help out an elderly person that some case like that.
It's called altruism.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not a lot of that going around.
Well, you see on the street, saying, okay, on the street, you could see maybe both sides of it. You say,
Yeah.
okay, like I wouldn't want to be the blind guy who, like I'm semi distrustful, and we're talking about the, God forbid, the horrific murder of Samantha Woll, God forbid. But you think like, oh, here's this blind guy who, maybe bad things have happened to him. I don't know. Maybe every once in a while someone, but he keeps on going on, because what else is he going to do? Just not go anywhere. And so, occasionally bad things happen to him. But yeah, I mean, that level of realness, living in the moment, a better feel of human nature that constant refrain of the repentant person stands higher than the perfectly righteous person, because they access certain aspects of human nature and reality that the perfectly righteous person can't access. And I mean, perfectly righteous means the person, so to say, free from sin. That's just the rabbinic expression, meaning that,
Or no life experience.
well, the person free from sin doesn't have no life experience. I mean, say like relatively, if you're not taking like a religious aspect, you say, okay, like the Torah Judaic aspect of the sages is specifically referring to be free from sin. But if you take like a non-sectarian view of just like taking high birth, I have good parents that trained me well, taught me how to navigate the system, and a life free from pain. Okay, like God forbid, life didn't work out that way for me. I've had a relatively decent amount of pain, but like relatively, I think God could have been a lot worse. But he's saying, the person, they did the way we're told. They, fell in love with the first girl that they met, got married, built up a family, got a job, never got beat up, never had any serious conflict with another person. Went to school, got good grades, got a good job, became successful, and relatively lived a life free from pain. Say they
Yeah,
don't
and they have
necessarily have
no
no,
idea
doesn't
what's
mean they have
going
no
on
life
in the other
experience.
half of the world.
I mean,
Or
there might
like
be some naivety, but I would say, like the person doesn't have no life experience. They could have relatively actually, like understood, like how the banking and other things that the higher, so to say, aspects of life that management. I went straight into management. Like I understand management. I might not understand like the cold realities of the world, but like I was able to enter management and understand how to be a manager.
Yeah, there's a professor, Dr. Hashimoto. He has a YouTube channel. I linked one of his videos earlier.
Yeah, I saw you link that to me. I bet I didn't have a chance to look at it.
It's really a good interview. Those are two Ivy League people who dug deep into, hey, there's something going wrong with our academia and the entire world. Yeah. And
Yeah,
they lived a charmed life, you know.
well, yeah, I'm going to say like, okay, like the state of the natural world is suffering. So I say, well, there's something wrong with the world. You say, well, is there? You say,
Yes.
well, of course
The
there's
state
suffering.
of the natural world is not supposed to be suffering. I don't know why you fucking think that.
Well, because it's a theological position. I mean,
Well,
you could take like
I
a
disagree.
Gnostic view. You say like, well, this is actually hell. I mean, one thing is just pure like when you identify with the soul, not the body, that the soul is limited and trapped in the body. I mean,
Yeah,
the Kabbalah, the sages, some other terms put it in straight. Like the soul does not want to enter the body. When the soul takes birth, it's forced to enter the body. It's punishment to the soul to enter the body. And so, because the material realm is suffering, there's no way to
These
avoid.
Buddhists are a little more nice when they explain that people want to choose to come back and help others.
Yeah, I mean, they say like, I mean, most from the Kabbalists who say most people are put into the material realm. Like Tikkun Olam in the
Yes.
Arizal, I was saying, like, repair the world. You almost work for repair the world and just like do good or social activism. But, Kabbalistically, the repair the world, Tikkun Olam refers to reincarnation. And Tikkun means like it's a repair of a defect, and the defect is within my soul. So,
Yes.
like, my soul had a defect, so I had to enter the world to repair the defect in my soul. But if my soul didn't have the defect, I wouldn't have had to take birth in the first place. And then, I have a mission in this life, but my soul has a multi-lifetime mission that my soul has been trying to accomplish, a mission that takes
Sure.
multiple lifetimes. They say, okay, a righteous person who doesn't have a defect in their soul could choose to to take birth just for the sake of helping other people,
Mhm.
or like to say the Jesus principle, to suffer on behalf of humanity, that just to limit the amount of suffering that I mean, you call it the Jesus principle, but it's in Kabbalah. There's other sources of it, to purely just to limit to take upon the suffering of humanity upon yourself. So it's like righteous people suffer for the sake of others. That's altruism. In Hebrew, chesed shel emes. The organization refers to those who take care of the dead, and it's called the true kindness, because the dead can't repay you. So like if I help you out, you could pay me back, but if you help the dead out, there's no way you're ever going to get paid back. Therefore, that's true altruism. But in terms like true altruism is when you take the suffering of others upon yourself, for no benefit other than the reduction of suffering in the world.
Yes.
But you're saying, okay, like theoretically, eventually we're moving towards a messianic utopian era where there would no longer be suffering. From like Eastern philosophy, systems don't have like a messianic era, and like Buddhist, like that's one of the fundamental Buddhist principle is that life is suffering. Like
You need to watch those videos I sent you. They have esoteric plans, and it all involves suffering and death.
But I mean, you're just saying that's theology. You're saying it's the fundamental nature of suffering. Life is suffering. I mean, that's
They
the
have plans to mass genocide us, to power their fucking black sun. Oh my God. Watch those videos, dude. It's pretty cool.
I'm a book reader, so
I read books too, but she actually in those videos shows some books, and I found them on PDF. So
maybe you say like, I mean, the fundamental question is the origin of our soul before we were born, and the destination of our soul after death.
Exactly.
let's see. I think I even have the books still open on my thing. One of them was about the Jesuits.
What are they been up to lately? Usually in conspiratory, I think of Freemasons, but the Jesuits?
Well, they're all connected. And I mean, you say that. I mean, if you take a theistic view, you're saying God is the force behind all human organization.
Yes.
You have a conspiratorial that man is creating organizations for some conspiratorial purpose, or that God is the source of all human organization, and even if it's misdirected, that there's a connection between sin and free will, and kabbalistically, karmatically, God uses people against himself.
Mm-hmm.
So even evil people that have evil plans, God's ultimate calculation is for the greater plan, and the evilness is used towards the greater good. And so like the pure, like if you're going to take a pure theological, that the ultimate reward is not in the material realm. Mm-hmm. So you say, okay, well, like that suffering, like I'd rather like if you're going to take as a principle, which the Maimonides 13 principles, biblical, it's basically a fundamental biblical principle that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked, almost so much that you could almost, well, if a person has a good life, they're being rewarded for good things that they did. If a person has a bad life, they're being punished for bad things that they did. And then other than that, to question, well, occasionally the straight calculation doesn't work out. Occasionally it appears that there's righteous people who are suffering, or it appears that there's wicked people who are prospering. And then you take a further calculation of that and say that there's a higher calculation of like reincarnation or after death, that the righteous person who suffers is because the righteous person only had a few sins and they didn't want to be punished in the next life, so they choose to be punished in this lifetime in order to gain the atonement. And the wicked person who prospers, in order that they shouldn't have to be rewarded for their few good deeds, that they get the reward in this lifetime. That's classic Judeo-Kabbalistic reward and punishment theory. you have some schools of spirituality say that no, the world is completely mixed up, that you can't judge at all from looking at things of your righteousness and
She
wicked.
went down.
Jenny drop off.
The Jesuits got her. No.
Well, she's been on forever, so the hours could be batteries. It's a wrap up, but yeah, I mean that you can't read into it at all. So like the measure to say if a person's prospering, they may or may not be righteous. If the person's suffering, they may or may not be wicked, or even it's counterintuitive that if a person's prosperous, they're probably actually wicked, and if a person's suffering, they're probably actually righteous.
Oh, she's been.
Oh yeah, I found that it was the secret history of the Jesuits and the Yamashita's gold, and yeah, I found some of the books that I downloaded earlier, but then it kicked me off. So
Yeah, I mean the Jesuits were historically more the the Catholics that were directly serving the Pope. I mean, as opposed to the jurisdictional system where you have your local priest and diocese and bishop or cardinal.
Yeah, Vatican's pretty shady.
The Jesuits were under the direct authority of the Pope, and I mean, there's in Detroit, U of D Jesuit, right? You know that, Richard?
No, I don't.
Detroit Mercy, U of D Jesuit,
Oh, okay.
University of Detroit Jesuit.
Okay.
I mean, like it's a Jesuit school. I think. I mean, that's not familiar. I mean, you've heard of University of Detroit.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, now it's
Um,
non-sectarian. It's historic, but I mean, historically, it's U of D Jesuit. It was
Okay.
like now it's not even Christian or whatever. All sorts of people go there, but I mean, you had historical Jesuits. It's remained in the name, like U of D Jesuit. If you've heard, like they have a law school and a dental school, and like I know a lot of people who go to U of D. I'm always asking them, like, are you like, no, like they're not Catholic, they just go to U of D. But it's got to do with the Jesuit school. There's Jesuits all over the place.
Sure.
They were
yeah,
conspiracy theories in the U.S. They didn't trust the Jesuits because they thought similar to counter-Semitism, like Jews are more loyal to Israel than the United States. The Jesuits, by definition, were loyal directly to the Pope.
Sure.
yeah.
Oswald in the chat is asking if you're related to the folk legend Pete Seeger.
No. Oh, wait. Actually,
Bob Seeger, but
possibly, yes.
Pete Seeger.
I always get the Bob question, but no, of course not. But possibly, yes, related to the late Pete Seeger.
Okay, well, we get over 7 hours. It's 2:00. Got to do some work tomorrow. You got any closing thoughts? I'm glad to meet you, Richard. You came on. Like I've been following you on.
The world is whatever individual.
I joined up on my. Is this the first time you tuned into my channel?
I kind of like pop in random times, but certainly this
I've
is
definitely
a lot.
been. I've liked and commented on your Facebook posts on. I mean, not your in the
On the
group,
case.
and then on Twitter.
Yes.
I don't I don't follow anybody, but I'm saying follow you and you follow your comments. I'm glad you tuned in. I'm glad you joined, and especially
Yeah, of course. I like
the Samantha Woll case. And
certainly, thank you so much, Jenny, for sharing your personal story with us.
Yeah. You're welcome.
what happened with your streaming? Like you were streaming and then you didn't stream the last week.
Well, I'm running out of morphine, 4-year-old morphine pills, so I don't feel good. It's getting better though. It's just taking for fucking ever.
Yeah, God forbid. I mean, my father's a family doctor, and they've tightened the regulations on prescribing stuff in the last
Yeah,
few
they
years.
won't prescribe me morphine at all. It's either methadone or buprenorphine. They just took my 80-year-old neighbor off of his oxys and tried to put him on buprenorphine. He was like, he canceled it, and I was like, good call, because I was on buprenorphine for 4 years. So the longer you're on that shit, the worse the kick is. And So I switched to methadone because I almost fucking died from that shit. I almost sweat to death. So what happened was I woke up to my heart beating so hard it was tapping my sternum, and it sounded like plastic
Whoa.
tapping plastic. And I got the impending doom twilight feeling, which I've never had before. Like the you're gonna die. Because I've been to I took medical classes. I know what happens. People when they're gonna have a heart attack, you know it. So I
Sure.
called the paramedics. I stumbled to the door, unlocked it, stumbled back to bed, and I'm sweating buckets because the buprenorphine or something has. I've been sweating going through these like extreme hyperhidrosis. I have small fiber neuropathy. That could be it. It could be perimenopause. Probably the buprenorphine also. Anyways, so I was hypothermic. After a hot shower, I was 94 degrees. 92 is dead. So my theory was my heart was about to go. It was trying to warm me up. So I had some benzos. I ate a bunch of benzos and muscle relaxers and warmed myself up with a heating pad because they made me turn my hair dryer off. Usually I use my hair dryer to like dry off and warm up. But they were like, they wanted to talk to me, so they made me turn it off, which was a huge mistake because I was hypothermic. So finally, after all of this, they took my temperature and I was only 94 degrees. And they went back and got 3 more thermometers because then first the fire department came and then the paramedics. So the end temperature, they recorded the last temperature, which was 96. But I was definitely 94 when they first took my temperature. Because I went and got the records and I'm like, 96, motherfuckers, I was 94 when you first took my temperature. And I thought my thermometer was broken all these years. Nope, it was me. So that's and I was like I was having like a that's when the transverse myelitis happened in my back, but it's the nerve in my back where that pain is right where my bra strap is, which is right about where your heart is too. I was having a heart attack and transverse myelitis at the same time. They didn't know what the fuck to do.
Oh my goodness.
I basically like saved my own life while they sat there and stared at me. And then I had a huge breakout on my back, and there was a sore rooted to that nerve. Like you couldn't flick the scab off because it was deep rooted in there. And I went to the hospital, and the fucking hospital told me that it was me scratching from the methadone. I can't reach that part of my back to just randomly scratch it. You know what I mean? It was total bullshit. And I was in, like I said, I felt like I was in impending doom for a day and a fucking half. I felt like I was in the underworld. And I got lost in this hospital parking lot because it was after hours and I was looking for the after hours entrance, which is not marked, by the way. And it was like this labyrinth. There was nobody around. It was dark and foggy and it was crazy. I felt like I was in the underworld. I was fucked up. I almost killed myself that night after he did that to me because I wasn't supposed to take any other medication. I was on methadone, so I wasn't supposed to take my benzos because I didn't have a prescription for them. And I just said, fuck it. And I took them because I went to the hospital because I was like, I need something. I'm having like a total panic attack here and I'm in extraordinary amount of pain. And the doctor just, fuck you. Like, you know, get out of here, druggie, basically. Yeah. And that was horrible. That was absolutely fucking horrible. But thank God I didn't get UA'd. And then I went and got a clonazepam prescription for my psychiatrist. Thank God. So that,
Okay, well, hope you feel better. And I don't know if that, I mean, you're streaming.
well, Well, here's the thing. If you're on buprenorphine, they can't give you morphine or anything because your receptors are blocked. It should be illegal. That should be illegal. What happens if you get in a car accident or something? You know what I mean? Like, you're fucked because buprenorphine, it does not work for pain. And if you read the medical studies, it says that. But they'll tell you it does. And they literally will put you on it for pain. They're just psyching you out. It's total, complete bullshit. And they reformulated the methadone to not work for pain either. You have to get the discs. I have all the medical studies. I have not even started on my videos on pharma yet, like barely touched the surface so far. Yeah, I hate the hospital. I've never, I don't think, had a good experience at the hospital. Not once. And I actually have an advance directive saying you can't take me to the hospital. So after that happened, I wrote an advance directive, called the Hemlock Society and everything.
Okay.
Like, how do I kill myself if I need to? Because these fuckers are trying to kill me. Like, the medical system, I'm definitely on the kill list.
Okay, well, God forbid, stay strong. Take care of yourself. Be in touch. Yeah, Richard, you're welcome to join anytime. People watching, next week my big debate on modern day debate with Daniel, one of the bigger Muslims on YouTube, will be March 28th. Next weekend, I'm going to Cincinnati for chess coaching, but I should be back and see we can review. And also Wednesday, I hope to do my next stream on portraits and metaphysics and the philosophy of science. And I mentioned we're going to cover some of the 19th century, the foundations of modern science: Helmholtz, Poincare, Duhem, Whewell, and Ernst Mach. So hopefully do that on Wednesday. And
oh yeah, and my chest did compressions on itself. I swear to God. My intercostal muscles were pumping my fucking heart. It was crazy.
God forbid. God forbid. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
hope
a
you feel
massage
better.
therapist. And I don't eat very much, so I have small fiber neuropathy. I don't have a gag reflex. I don't have a heave reflex anymore. It wasn't, and it definitely wasn't panicking. I don't panic. But yeah, my chest was literally compressing my heart for it. So like, it was crazy. It was like the Grim Reaper was giving me chest compressions. So like, new medical fucking discovery, people, your chest can do compressions on itself.
Okay, well, take care of yourself. Sorry to hear about that. Hope you figure it out.
I kind of wish that it had just let me die, but
God forbid. I mean, sometimes if your situation's that serious, I'm sorry to hear that. But
oh, dude, the sweating is the worst. Oh,
believe.
I've been sweating the last couple days, so I haven't felt good at all.
Okay, well, I'm gonna sign off. Stop the stream. I guess if you and Richard still want to chat, you can. Keep the link open. But I gotta get to sleep. I gotta.
No, I'm good.
Okay, but I appreciate you guys joining. So God bless. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks Ricardo for the super chats, and Richard had some first guests that JC MobTube from California, and Jenny, if you want to talk, get more active in your streaming. Hopefully, God should provide you strength and immediate healing, and we'll pray for you, and or whatever. But Duva believes in prayer. So anybody watching, send a prayer and best wishes for Jenny, and we'll see you next time.
Yes, thank you for the